of the bill that is planned and will be passed very soon, and this is the foreign conversion lobby giving us lame and vague excuses and vague arguments regarding the government's plan of FCRA, because the government will keep a check on the kind of investments that are coming in. But also he doesn't stop there. He goes on to warn. He warns that this is going to impact the India-US relation. How can something that is related to religion impact India-US relation? So that's the big question. Do they want to go on with the conversions? That's the big question that needs to be asked, because whatever he's saying, he's spreading misinformation. He's even goes on to say that there will be a takeover of the churches, which is completely false and baseless, and this needs to be highlighted that a US congressman is spreading misinformation. So viewers, let's go across to another big breaking news development that we are tracking, and this is from POJK, and this is Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK, that is Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Over 90 civilians have been killed since June in POJK, and the numbers will be more, because this is Pakistan's brutality, which is being displayed in the videos also, and they're trying to curb the foreign media. Earlier also, big foreign media channel was blocked from reportage in the POJK because it was reflecting the truth, and it does not go with the agenda, with the idea of Pakistan, which wants to do genocide, which wants to hide the brutality inside POJK. And when they got exposed, then now they are up to stop the foreign media and to stop the foreign media from reporting in POJK. But the visuals are viral. We are getting the visuals, and it clearly highlights the kind of brutal crackdown of the brutal Pakistan terrorist regime. And there are calls of inqilab, and there are calls for freedom from the Pakistan's illegal occupation of Jammu and Kashmir, the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. These are the latest visuals, exclusive visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Massive uprising. All right, we have many videos coming in from POJK. Now we have latest visuals coming in from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The latest visuals show a sea of people sitting on the streets and gathering in Rawalakot, continuing their protest against the violent massacre by the Pak forces in the region. So that was video one. You can see these are the images which highlight the massive sit-in protests on streets. Thousands and thousands of people. Let's go on to the next video that we have. Another video that we have here, which is the second visual, which shows a huge procession of protesters marching towards Muzaffarabad. And those who are marching are seen holding hands, forming a human chain, because you know the kind of brutality they are facing. They are being shot at, there's shelling happening, and even to a limit that there is bombardment happening at their homes. Their homes are being bombarded using heavy artillery. So that's the kind of situation that the residents of POJK are facing. Let's go across to another video that we have. The third video we have received is from the streets of Muzaffarabad. And the visuals show a large number of stones and concrete slabs strewn across the roads to stop people from protesting, marching, or occupying the streets. So that is the third video that we have here. And it clearly shows, because also the fact is that the polls have been boycotted by the residents of POJK, and these are the empty streets, and the rocks and boulders and all of that you can see on the streets, because the protesters have also damaged the streets. They don't want people to come out and go for voting, and there is a complete boycott of the polls. Let's go across to another video that we have for you, and another fresh video coming in from Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This one exposes the nefarious plot of the Pakistani army. The video appears to show two armed individuals in civilian clothing emerging from a police vehicle and firing while security forces are present during the crackdown. You can clearly understand the kind of situation which is unfolding, and this is the nefarious plot of Pakistan. You can see tomorrow they will blame that there were protesters who were firing, and they will present a different picture, a different narrative. Let's go across to another video that we have for you. Another video number 5, sloganeering amid rains and shelling. Let's go and hear the audio here. Let's hear the audio. All right, viewers, so this was another video where you can clearly see that the people are on the street. In the district of Bagh, people took to the streets and raised slogans demanding freedom from the Pak Army's oppression. And this comes despite bad weather and heavy shelling in the district of Bagh in POJK. And this is yet another video which exposes Pak Army. We have another video, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go across to the 6th video. We have many videos, the latest videos. Thousands of protesters gathered in Rawalakot and they raised slogans against the Pak administration and the brutal Pakistani army. They demanded an end to the Pakistani interference in the region. Let's listen into the loud slogans raised by the thousands of protesters from Rawalakot. Let's listen in. Let's go across to the other video that we have for you. The other video, 7th video we have is from Muzaffarabad, where roads have been blocked by the Pakistani forces. You can clearly understand the kind of situation. You can see on the visuals that trees have been felled and they have been placed on the roads and set ablaze to prevent vehicles and protesters from entering the area, but they cannot stop this. It's beyond the control of the Pakistani army, the Pakistani terrorist regime. They do not have the wherewithal to control and do a crackdown, because these are the brave protesters who are adamant, and they say that we will continue our protests against the brutal Pakistani government. All right, let's go across to Zeenath, who has been tracking all the developments when it comes to POJK. Zeenath, looking at the pictures and the brutal crackdown of the terrorist regime in Pakistan, these are the brave protesters who are protesting for basic rights, but they are being killed. More than 90 have been killed, but they have boycotted the polls. So it's a clear message to the Pakistani government that we are not part of you. And it's a clear message to the world that this is part of India. And these are Indians who are being shot at and being killed because that is Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Zeenath, over to you.
See, this is a clear message coming in from the citizens to the Pakistan government that they are not the part of the rigging that was done in the election. That is why we have seen also the Imran Khan's party boycotting the elections, and there were arsenal, there was genocide, there were atrocities that have been continuing for the last more than a month. Now we are seeing the toll coming around 100 plus, the thousands of them have been injured. We are seeing the people coming in the form of human chain. They're raising slogans against the Pakistan army, and they are demanding the basic rights. Meanwhile, there has been a lot of coverage on what is happening in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The foreign media has been writing on social media about it, because there was a complete ban of social media. I beg your pardon, that there was a complete ban on communication, internet and information sharing in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Now the Pakistan government has come up with another rule for the foreign media, where you need to have an NOC, non-objection certificate from the Pakistan government. Then only you would be able to travel around. So it is more like to muzzle the voice of media while covering this, the protests that are taking place, the genocide that is taking place in Pakistan. We have seen several of these videos where the people are raising the slogans. They are talking about the kind of atrocities that are being committed by their government on their innocent people, and how the media is being muzzled, the voice is being muzzled, the information is not being allowed to. The dead bodies have been snatched from the hospital, from the mosques. So this is more like a genocide for which the political leaders across the globe are urging the human rights groups like the Amnesty International or the United Nations.
They have blocked foreign channels, so that is important. They have blocked foreign channels and they are continuing their brutality. Stay with us, Zeenath, because we have another breaking news development. We have all the videos, exclusive videos, ladies and gentlemen, exclusive videos just for you. We have another fresh video coming in from Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where Pak's nefarious plot has been exposed in POJK. This one exposes the nefarious plot of the Pakistani army in a short while footage, which will show you civilian clothed army personnel, armed men. The video appears to show two armed individuals in civilian clothing, and they emerged from a police vehicle and then they started firing while security forces are present during the crackdown. And so this is the nefarious plot. This is the clever, cunning Pakistan. You can understand the kind of situation here that there is. All right, Zeenat is with us with all the updates in this story. Zeenat, look at these visuals that have just emerged. Now they are dressed in civilian clothes, and Pakistan is trained in terrorism and launching terrorists. So they're looking like terrorists. And tomorrow, after they do shooting on the innocent protesters, and they will frame them, they will put charges on them, and they will blame them that, look, there were even civilians who were firing at the police personnel and whatnot. You can understand the kind of situation that is there in POJK, Zeenat, armed personnel in civilian uniform, civilian dress.
See, we need to understand that Pakistan has been telling this lie for a long time, that in many of the incidents that had happened recently, that the infiltrators had managed to be part of this entire crowds, and we are seeing the uprising because of the infiltrators who have not been identified yet. But now again, we are seeing somebody coming out from the police vehicle in civils, and that he's hurling stones and firing upon the individual. What does this tell you? That you cannot use the police vehicle if you are not from the force. So we have been seeing the nefarious designs where we have seen that the Pakistan have been trying to kill the unarmed people who have been raising the voices against the administration, against what is happening in Pakistan. Because one of the scams that is of the 21 years back has recently surfaced, where the aide of the Nawaz Sharif is talking about that not only the teachers, the doctors, but also the bureaucracy, that also includes the judiciary, was the part of scam. That was recently unrevealed by the aid of Shahbaz Sharif. Then we have seen the individuals who were marching from the Muzaffarabad to Islamabad to the Pindi. These are the areas which are usually Pakistan administration or the Pakistan army. What are they trying to convey? That they are trying to convey to the world that what is happening in Pakistan. Then Pakistan claims that this is the most peaceful, and they are being blamed for the terrorism on their soil.
Yeah, definitely. Zeenat, stay with us, Zeenat, because we have another development, and we'll get you all the visuals, ladies and gentlemen, because we have all the fresh visuals coming in, exclusive on your television screen, exclusive on Republic. We have another latest visuals which have emerged from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And this latest visual show a sea of people sitting on the streets of Rawalakot, continuing their protest against the violent massacre by the Pakistani forces in the region. And they have gathered, thousands took to the streets of Rawalakot to demand an end to the Pakistani army's atrocities and interference in the region. A second visual shows a huge procession of protesters marching towards Muzaffarabad. And those marching are seen holding hands, forming a human chain. And the third video we have is from the streets of Muzaffarabad. The visuals show a large number of stones and concrete. Let's change the visuals also on the breaking news, because we have many visuals. Let's keep playing all the visuals, and it shows the broken roads also. All the videos we'll play for you, and these are the visuals which clearly sends a clear message. While we are at the visuals, Zeenat also continues to be with us. Zeenat, you understand Jammu and Kashmir situation pretty well, and especially when we talk about the POJK, because there is the illegal occupation of Pakistan over that region, and there is no development on that side. And people clearly understand when they look at this side of the border, they understand the kind of growth, the kind of development that the people of Jammu and Kashmir they are receiving in India, while they have been deprived because of the illegal occupation of the Pakistani army. So they want the Pakistani army to move away, and they want freedom from them, Zeenat. Because these are the protests which explain that they want to move away from Pakistan's illegal occupation.
This is a rejection to Pakistan and the Pakistan army policies on ground. Yes, there have been multiple write-ups, multiple posts on social media where the citizens of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir have been claiming that the Kashmir, the part of the India, is getting the development. They are rich in infrastructure. They have jobs, which the other part is lacking. They have been raising this issue, but clearly the protest shows that this is a rejection of the present regime in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, because be it the Pindi, be it the Mirpur, be it the Rawalakot, or be it Bagh, the Pindi or the Islamabad or any other district or the places that are around the Pakistan and the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, there we are seeing uprising. We are seeing the roads that are dotted with the bricks, the stones, and that tells you the situation that is presently in Pakistan and how the Pakistan army, the administration is using the brutality against their own citizens. Because what is their crime? The crime is that they are demanding the basic rights. They are demanding that there should be abolition of the reserved legislative seats, which is around 14, because they believe that these are their seats, not the seats that to those people who does not belong to the land of this very place. So we see the uprising.
And these are the brave protesters, Zenith, and it needs to be highlighted. These are the brave protesters who are protesting for the basic rights. They're demanding basic rights, which they're not getting in Pakistan, and they will never get in Pakistan. Thanks a lot, Zenith, for all the updates. Keep a track of all the developments. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. In a first on Republic, former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh tells Republic Media Network's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami on camera that former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh was the mastermind in the Antilia bomb case, alleging that from planting the gelatinite-laden Scorpio outside Mukesh Ambani's Antilia residence to shielding Sachin Waze and misleading the MVA government, the entire planning was done under Parambir Singh. Arnab asks the questions no one else has. Now, did Deshmukh ever tell the Ambanis that Parambir was behind the plot? Why is Parambir still not named as an accused despite cyber expert testimony that he paid to insert a fake Jaish-ul-Hind poster into the Telegram probe? Let's watch this interaction.
Former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh is saying the main mastermind of Antilia bomb case is Parambir Singh, and now he is asking question to NIA why they have not taken any action against Parambir Singh. What will you say on it?
No, this is the very, you can say that I can bluntly say it is a stupid thing what Mr. Anil Deshmukh is doing. When he was a Home Minister, then why didn't he arrest Parambir Singh, or why didn't he take any strong action against him? That time he only suspend him. And now if he come back and if he is asking questions that why NIA is not making Parambir Singh as an accused, or why they are not putting him into the stand. So that is, I guess this is a dual policy that what Mr. Anil Deshmukh is doing. Because when he was a he was a Home Minister and Mr. Parambir Singh was a CP, that time they was having a very good relationship. On every occasion they was together. And now when this thing is happened, if he is saying like this, I think everybody knows the way Anil Deshmukh is talking about. He is talking with two faces.
So another thing is that the Disha Salian death case, Bombay High Court questioned Mumbai Police and Maharashtra government that why they have taken this case as an accidental death, why they have not registered an FIR, and Disha Salian's
Time to slip into a short commercial break. We'll come back with more stories after the break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने मात्र एक कोर्ट बना।
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस
Heavy rainfall caused severe waterlogging across Bhatinda, with an ongoing sanitation workers' strike slowing drainage efforts. Civic teams worked overnight to clear flooded areas, while authorities pledged improved drainage management to prevent future flooding. Hyderabad police have booked 3 cases under the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita after allegedly finding dangerous chemicals, including textile dyes mixed in spices. Officials warn that consuming such adulterated spices can lead to serious health risks and said strict action will be taken against offenders. Students from India are among participants from 22 countries taking part in the 10-day icebreaker of knowledge expedition, which departed from Murmansk, Russia, aboard the nuclear icebreaker 50 Let Povedi. The team will travel to the geographic North Pole before returning to Murmansk. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up coming up after the break. It's the PDP chief, Mehbooba Mufti, who insulted the tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest. Coming up, all details on that and a lot more after the break.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है। strong है high density wood fiber structure, advanced German adhesive bonding, solid defense,
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस, सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but we got to smack them a little bit.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK. The US has been rattled by the FCRA amendments. The US Congressman Riley Moore spreads misinformation on FCRA amendments. The government to question Meta officials over CSAM and WhatsApp usernames. Disha Salyan's forensic findings mentions report inconclusive with evidence. Family demands CBI investigation. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during protest. Now, US Congressman Riley Moore, a Republican from West Virginia, has criticized India's proposed Foreign Contribution Regulation Amendments Bill 2026 in an X post, describing it as a clear attack against Christians. Now, he noted that Christians have been present in India since the time of St. Thomas the Apostle and argued that the amendments could permit government takeovers of churches and religious charities when FCRA registrations are cancelled, surrendered or lapsed. Moore warned that if the bill proceeds in its current form, it would be a point of major concern in our bilateral relationship with India. Now remember, this is after the FCRA bill has been introduced, which basically aims at monitoring and regulating foreign contributions coming to religious organizations into India. Now clearly the US has been rattled by it with US Congressman Riley Moore, who's very vocal about this and has gone on to tweet about it on X, stating that it will in fact affect the bilateral relationship, which is shocking and a big statement coming in from Mr. Riley, because he's directly linked the FCRA bill to the bilateral relationship between the US and India, also calling it as a threatening action towards Christians in India. So specifically, he's translated the FCRA bill directly to impacting Christians. Now remember, viewers, the Christian community obviously is one of the communities, is one of the major religious, segments that get impacted by this. It's not specifically, the bill is not specifically aimed or targeted as Christian community in itself. However, the bill seems to have rattled the US Congress and the US lobby specifically, with the US Congressman Riley Moore going on to Twitter, which is now X, and specifically posting about it, stating that it will not only impact the bilateral relationship between the US and India, but it will also, he's also linked it to the Christian community, mentioning, that the Christian community has been present in India ever since the time of Thomas Apostle, and he's clearly linked it to, and he's clearly rattled by it. He's not, doesn't seem to be happy with it.
Now, Saurav Shukla, who's the key consulting editor at Republic, joins us for more on this. Saurav, clearly the bill has rattled the US Congress. It certainly has an impact in the US lobby with, Mr. More specifically going on Twitter and X and, his post. Tell us more about this. What's the impact in the US now?
I can tell you, just to give you the perspective of our viewers who are watching us. One, this is not an official U.S. government policy. He's one of the reps in the U.S. Congress, yes, Republican. There is a context to it. The U.S. is less than 100 days away from a midterm election. Obviously, in the run-up to election, statements like these come out. On the official part, the US and India have a great partnership. And obviously, they realize that India is a secular country where Christians have an equal role and they are free to do what they want to do. But when it comes to things like FCRA, that's a part of India's internal process for India's own national security. Like every country does it. Like US safeguards its own national security, India does the same. So I don't see an issue there at the official level. And I think in terms of context, I want to just reinforce once again that this is the time ahead of the US midterms. You will see statements like these coming out, but I don't see any challenge between India and the US on the official level on this. FCRA, as I said earlier, this is India's internal sovereign process, and India has full right to safeguard its own process. And India, being a country which values every religion, and Christians are a great part of the Indian society. And India, as you know, is a melting pot of cultures, and globally it's well known. And I think we should not take too much of credence of a statement coming out of a US rep, that too ahead of the US midterms.
All right, Saurabh, thanks for your views on this. Now moving on. Republic exclusively spoke to Jan Swaraj Party chief Prashant Kishore after his historic victory in Bankipur. Now, he broke down his party's sweeping victory in BJP's stronghold, stating that voters had moved past identity politics and cycle of fear surrounding traditional parties. Take a listen into what he had to say.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं प्रकाश सिंह और आप देख रहे हैं रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क। हमारे साथ एक ऐसे शख्सियत आज मौजूद हैं जिन्हें नवंबर 2025 में करारी शिकस्त मिली बिहार विधानसभा के चुनाव में, और महज 8 महीने के अंतराल पर एक तरीके से कहें तो बाजीगर बनकर निकले हैं। हारने के बाद जीत हुई है और इन्होंने कभी कहा था कि पिक्चर अभी बाकी है और शायद अब स्टोरी शुरुआत हुई है। प्रशांत जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई हो आपको। आप फाइनली चुनाव लड़े, पिछले बार नहीं लड़े थे, और अंग्रेजी में कहावत है, द स्टोरी हैज जस्ट बिगन और द गेम हैज जस्ट बिगन। खेल अभी शुरू हुआ है। तो 2025 विधानसभा चुनाव में आपको करारी शिकस्त मिली, आप खुद चुनाव नहीं लड़े। उस समय आपने जनता को काफी समझाया बुझाया, 4 साल पैदल चले, एक नैरेटिव सेट हुआ। लोग ये कहते थे ग्राउंड पे कि ये आदमी बात अच्छा करता है, लेकिन आपको वोट नहीं मिला, वोट परसेंटेज में नहीं मिला। तो जनता ने इस बार आपको क्यों मैंडेट दे दिया?
अब ये तो जाके जनता से आप पूछिए। जो काम आप करते हैं वो काम खत्म नहीं होता है। जो एनर्जी कॉस्मोस में पैदा होती है आपके प्रयास से, आपके पुरुषार्थ से, आपके ईमानदारी से, वो ख़त्म नहीं होती, वो किसी न किसी फॉर्म में वापस आती है। अगर 3-3.5 बरस मैंने बिहार में जो काम आप बता रहे हो वो न किया होता तो बांकीपुर थोड़ी आके आप जीत सकते थे। लोगों का अपना तरीका है, नज़रिया है देखने का, समय कालखंड बना हुआ है। हम लोग निमित्त मात्र हैं, ऊपर वाले ने जब जो तय किया है वो होगा। हम लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं और बिहार को सुधारने के लिए जो समझते हैं कि होना चाहिए वो कर रहे हैं।
बिहार को सुधारने के लिए आप क्या करना चाहते हैं?
जो कर रहे हैं वो कर रहे हैं।
आगे का विजन क्या है? अब ये जो आज आप विधायक बन गए, अब आगे
हमारे विधायक बनने से थोड़ी बिहार सुधर जाएगा। बिहार तब सुधरेगा जब जो बांकीपुर में लोगों ने किया, जाति, धर्म, दल और नेताओं के प्रति जो अंधभक्ति है, उससे ऊपर उठकर जब लोग वोट देने लगेंगे, बिहार में सुधार शुरू हो जाएगा। वही हम लोग का लक्ष्य है। वो कल बांकीपुर में चरितार्थ हुआ है। बड़े पैमाने पर बिहार में चरितार्थ होने में समय लग सकता है, लेकिन बांकीपुर में ने एक रास्ता जरूर दिखाया है कि चाहे वो जाति हो, धर्म हो, दल हो, विचारधारा हो, नेता की जो प्रतिबद्धता है लोगों की या अंधभक्ति है, वो आपके और आपके बच्चों के भविष्य से बढ़कर नहीं हो सकती है। और अगर होगी तो आपके जीवन में सुधार नहीं होगा। 3-4 साल से जो बात हम लोगों को समझा रहे हैं वो यही बात बता रहे हैं कि आप जातियों पर वोट देते हैं क्योंकि आप अपने जातियों का भला चाहते हैं। आप हिंदू मुसलमान बनकर वोट देते हैं क्योंकि अपने धर्म को आप प्रमुखता से मजबूत होते देखना चाहते हैं। आप अपने पार्टियों के लिए वोट करते हैं क्योंकि आप पार्टियों को मजबूत बनाना चाहते हैं। आप नेताओं का चेहरा देखकर उनकी बात सुनकर वोट देते हैं क्योंकि आप नेताओं को बड़ा बनाना चाहते हैं। एक बार इन सब से उठकर अपने बच्चों के लिए वोट कीजिए, अपने बच्चों के पढ़ाई और रोजगार के लिए वोट कीजिए और जो अच्छा व्यक्ति खड़ा हो उसको जिताइए, चाहे वो किसी भी जाति का हो, किसी भी धर्म का हो, किसी भी दल का हो। जो व्यक्ति अच्छा है उसको जिताइएगा तो अच्छा काम होगा।
आप हमेशा कहते थे कि मैं दोनों का वोट काटूंगा, पहले आप कहते थे, और इस बार वो परिलक्षित हुआ कि आपने आरजेडी के वोट में भी सेंधमारी की और बीजेपी के भी वोट में सेंधमारी की। एक बड़ा हिस्सा खासकर अपर कास्ट ने टेम्पलेट सेट किया और उसके बाद मुस्लिम यादव समाज का हर वर्ग आप हर बूथ पर जीते। तो ये एक नया टेक्टोनिक शिफ्ट है बिहार की राजनीति।
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको जो कह रहा हूँ 3 साल से हम लोग बात यही कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर एक तो दलों का अपना वोट है, उससे इनकार नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ा वोट डर का है। लालू जी के डर से भाजपा को और भाजपा के डर से लालू जी को वोट देते हैं। जैसे ही वो डर हटा, क्योंकि इस बार सरकार बननी नहीं थी, सरकार बननी बिगड़नी नहीं थी, तो लोगों के मन में जो भाजपा एनडीए को जो लोग वोट देते उनके मन में ये नहीं डर था कि प्रशांत जी को वोट देने जाएंगे कहीं लालू ना आ जाए। उसी तरीके से लालू जी के जो वोटर हैं उनको ये डर नहीं था कि लालू जी को वोट नहीं देंगे तो भाजपा चली आएगी। मैं बार बार कहता हूं कि बिहार में सबसे बड़ी बात जाति और धर्म नहीं है, ये डर है कि लालू का डर भाजपा दिखाती है और भाजपा का डर लालू दिखाती है। जैसे ही ये डर खत्म हुआ, और डर हमने नहीं खत्म किया, हमारे 3 साल के प्रयास ने नहीं खत्म किया, परिस्थिति ऐसी बन गई जहां लोगों को डर ही नहीं था। लोगों को मालूम है सरकार जिसकी है उसी की रहेगी, जो विपक्ष में है वही रहेगा, तो भाई अब जो अच्छा लगता है उसको वोट दो। जैसे ही वो हुआ धाराशायी हो गए लोग, न जातियां बची, न दलों का वर्चस्व बचा। और जो आप बता रहे हैं 2/3 से ज्यादा बूथ भाजपा हारी है कल, तो ये बताना कि किसका वोट कटा है ये बड़ा मुश्किल है। कोई नहीं बचा है, मुश्किल से मुझे लग रहा है कि 20 से कम बूथ ऐसे हैं जहां जनसुराज नहीं जीता है। हर बूथ जीते हैं, मतलब हर बूथ का जीतने का मतलब आप समझ रहे हैं कि हर जाति हर वर्ग के लोग, ऐसा नहीं है कि राजद वाले इलाके में जीत गए भाजपा वाले में हार गए या भाजपा वाले इलाके में जीत गए राजद वाले में हार गए, अक्रॉस द बोर्ड। और काउंटिंग का जो ट्रेंड आप देखेंगे, हर राउंड में करीब 50% वोट, जो वोट पोल हुआ उसका 50% वोट जनसुराज को मिला। और उसके पीछे सबसे बड़ी बात रही कि लोगों के मन में ये डर नहीं था, जंगल राज का डर नहीं था, और जो लालू जी के समर्थक हैं उनको भाजपा के आने का डर नहीं था। वो परिस्थिति सेट थी। जैसे ही वो बटन सेट हुआ लोगों को पता चल गया। और जो 3 मुद्दे रखे थे हम लोगों ने कि भाई नाली गली वगैरह ये तो अपने आप बनेगा, आपका जनप्रतिनिधि अगर भ्रष्ट न हो, नाली गली राशन कार्ड में कमीशन खोरी न करे, तो ये व्यवस्था अपने आप सुधरेगी। सरकार तो 5 किलो अनाज भेज रही है, 4 किलो इसलिए मिल रहा है कि विधायक मंत्री उसमें चोरी कर रहे हैं। वो चोरी रुकेगी तो कुछ व्यवस्था वो अपने आप धीरे धीरे सुधरने लगेगी।
All right, we have an update from the Republic Business Team. This is regarding the RBI's Monetary Action Policy Committee meeting today. Harshita joins us from Republic Business.
Thanks, Karan. The Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee has begun its 3-day monetary policy meeting on Monday, with RBI Governor Sanjay Manotra set to announce a policy decision on August 5th. Now, market participants and economists largely expect the RBI to maintain the repo rate at 5.25%, opting for a status quo and heightened global uncertainty. Now, meanwhile, HSBC is of the view that India continues to enjoy a favorable macroeconomic backdrop, aided by solid economic growth, easing inflation and improving external finances. The upcoming policy decision follows the RBI's June monetary policy review. In its last RBI MPC decision, the central bank chose to keep key policy rates unchanged. The Monetary Policy Committee retained the repo rate at 5.25% and continued with its neutral policy stance. Meanwhile, the RBI had also retained the standing deposit facility rate at 5%, while keeping the marginal standing facility rate and the bank rate unchanged at 5.5%. Back to you, Karan.
All right, we have breaking news coming in now. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has sparked controversy once again. She's likened the protests in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir to actually what's happening in Kashmir, in their occupied Kashmir. Now, while the nation wants Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Miss Mehbooba Mufti wants Azadi. Now remember, this is ahead of the 7th anniversary of the abrogation of Articles 370 and 35A, where Mehbooba Mufti, who is the PDP chief, has been protesting against restoration of, to the situation prior to Article 370 abrogation. She's against basically statehood for Kashmir, and she's actually there protesting. You see on the visuals on the screen, she's holding the Indian flag upside down. Unfortunately, she's also likened the situation of the protests in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to the situation in Kashmir, in India. Now, this comes as she's protesting on the 7th anniversary. Remember, viewers, today is the 5th of August, exactly 7 years prior, 7 years after Articles 370 and 35A were abrogated.
Şu PDP taşına bazen eşeğe lakır makır kamzor cemaat. Eşçi lakır, eşçi tadad ay sonka. Organization sonka. Magar you says Mufti sabın vision çudut. You says Mufti sabın agenda çudut. Su agenda şu tut mazbut alsana apayet lड़ाई चला. चलो हमें कशीर में से लड़ाई चला. तिम ची वाइन ती बुझानी ऐसे ईद वेरी गए बुझा. मगर Mufti sabın दिजाम नक्शे. The Bennett Batatray are part of the Yamandi. Yapai trade is a China said Bastic and set trivial. Yes, as Iran is Bastic and Taki, you should Kushiro Naujavan. This can't be more misquoted. Chinamana, Generation Z, Chinamana, Z, Generation Alpha. हम उसको क्या दे सकते हैं? हमारे पास क्या है उसको देने के लिए? अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा मुझे आज़ादी दे दो. अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा फिर मुझे पाकिस्तान दे दो. हमने उसको ऐसा कुछ देना है कि उसको रोजगार मिले, उसको इज्जत मिले, उसको वकार मिले, और अगर वो इस मुल्क में रहता है तो इज्जत से रहे. उसके लिए जरूरी होता है तम खुद कुछ जरूरी ये मुफ्ती साहब विजन हो यत कशीर यत कतरयुम ये मजन तो तुलमुत छु ये मतलब बंद शब्दमस करियो छु थउन दरियाव थुमुत कर्जस मस बंद करियो पत त्रयव यल कत बात करियो तोर क्या तते तिमन छु पाकिस्तानस में विंकस तिमन ति मुश्किलात अगर इकवट दोशवे मुल्क बेहन कत बात करन पत त्रावन यल अस ति गसन वत यल अस सित करन इज्जत सान कत बात अस यु न्यूक सुदियन वापस साइन जमीन यत को गारंटी सगस गारंटी रोजन साइन नौकरियन गस गारंटी रोजन अस गोस रोजन डर अगर नेबर आव का इनी सोन जमीन खटन पोसन इसलिए तमे तो गस पीडीपी वाले कि पन्नी जाय एहसास आस कि महबूबा मुफ्ती छना हम तमन गए कत करन कि एसिल का कत छ करन अत छ आसान वजन अगर न अस त कत करो अल्लाह ताला छु गवाह
Zeenat is joining us live from Srinagar on this. Zeenat, we've heard the comments of Mehbooba Mufti. Is she actually trying to revive the separatist era, demands where, and what is the stance of the National Conference on this? Have we heard from them? because clearly while Article 370 and 35A is a settled matter now, but Ms. Mufti seems to be reigniting the debate, and it seems like we're almost returning back to the separatist era politics.
See, today is the 7th anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, and yesterday evening we saw the Miss Mufti along with her co-workers. They were protesting, though it was a peaceful protest, and she was holding candles in her hand. A candlelight march was carried by Miss Mufti just outside the office, and she was remembering this night as a black night, and she stayed in the office so that there should not be, that she should be detained, and today she is not being allowed to protest. So she spent the entire night in her office, though she has been raking this 370, Article 370 and the 35A continuously for the last 7 years. She's been saying it's not only it should be confined to the statehood, but rather the Kashmiris are looking for the identity which has been snatched by the government of India, and she is looking for the restoration of Article 370. She also further said that it was the vision of late Mufti Muhammad Said about the Kashmir policy that she pushed for the opening of the roads that leads you to the Muzaffarabad, China, as well as Iran, because she also raised a very critical and though a very hard-hitting point where she mentions that what are we going to give to the Generation Z if we won't provide them the employment, we won't provide them the jobs, then we have to provide them. If they ask us, then we have to give them either Pakistan or Azadi. Again a word that she has again used is Azadi and Pakistan. Though on the other side, we are seeing the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir people. They want to come with India. They want to be part of the India. But Miss Mufti here has pitched that the people of Jammu and Kashmir, this part of the India, they will ask for Azadi and they will ask for Pakistan. Although today Ms. Mufti is holding a protest against the abrogation of Article 370 at 11, and meanwhile National Conference, the sitting government, is also going to hold a protest at the party headquarters, because today it is going to be a day where the peaceful protest is expected across the Kashmir Valley. Meanwhile, Ms. Mufti, while she was holding a march yesterday, she held the national flag, the tricolor, upside down. That she has received a lot of criticism, that on the one side she talks about that government should restore the dignity and the peace and also the land rights to the people of Kashmir, but on the other side she is seen holding tricolor upside down.
All right, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, and when we return on the other side, we'll get you more updates on this particular story and other headlines from across India and the world.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आर प्योर।
मसाला.
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है. वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे. कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है.
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में. 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया. MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन. तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए. जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं.
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि
All right, viewers, breaking news coming in a major breakthrough. Amritsar Commissionerate Police busted 2 ISI-backed cross-border terror modules, apprehends 9 accused, including 4 juveniles, and recovers 3 illegal pistols, 4 petrol bottle bombs, and 9 live cartridges. Now, preliminary investigation reveals that the accused were acting at the behest of foreign-based ISI handlers who were attempting to recruit local youth to carry out terror-related activities, conduct surveillance of security installations, procure illegal weapons, and disturb public peace. Now, the investigation also uncovered the installation of surveillance cameras near railway tracks, with footage allegedly shared with foreign handlers. All right, viewers, Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir has been exposed. Now, Pakistan has curbed the foreign media access to public Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना. सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस. ट्रायल लूंगा. श्योर. वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस. ट्रायल में पास. सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस. सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
We're going to hit it very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK now exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. FCRA amendments rattle conversion lobby. US Congressman Riley spreads misinformation on FCRA amendments. Government to question Meta officials over CSAM and WhatsApp usernames. Today, the Meta officials have now been summoned by MeitY. Disha Silence forensic findings mentions a report inconclusive with evidence. Family demands CBI investigation. Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. And our top focus at this hour. Now, US Congressman Riley, a Republican from West Virginia, has come out criticizing India's proposed Foreign Contribution Regulation Amendment Bill 2026 in a post on X. He described the entire amendment and the bill as a clear attack against Christians. In fact, he also went on to say that Christians have been present in India since the time of St. Thomas the Apostle and argued that the amendments could permit government takeovers of churches as well as religious charities in India. This comes in when FCRA registrations are cancelled, surrendered or lapsed. Now, in fact, the US congressman also warned that if the bill proceeds in the current form, it would become a point of major concern in the bilateral relationship between India and the United States. So that's the statement coming in from the proposed FCRA bill. Now, remember, as per the legislative business, the bill has not been listed for this session as of now, but there are reports telling that the bill could come in this week or the next week of the monsoon session. And it looks like that the conversion lobby, which has been misusing these foreign funding in India to push forward their conversion agenda, is completely rattled by the proposed amendments in this bill. And on those lines, we have a statement coming in from the US congressman who says that bilateral ties could be hit given the FCRA amendment becomes an act in India. In fact, joining us is now Ajay Jain Bhutoria. He's a Democrat and former advisor to former US President Joe Biden. He's joining us live. Also joining us on the broadcast is Alexander Shazin, Republican as well. Thank you to both of you for joining us. I want to start with Alexander because it is your party who's now made a statement. The congressman, he said that if this bill, the FCRA proposed amendments, become an act, they could hit the bilateral ties between India and the United States. What do you make of this statement? Alexander, can you hear us? All right, we'll try and connect with Alexander there, but Ajay Jain Bhutoria also continues to be present with us. Mr. Jain, how do you look at this statement coming in from the US congressman? Now, FCRA has nothing to do with US politics, but despite that, such a statement coming in, and he says that if this bill becomes an act, it could become a major point of concern between the bilateral ties that India shares with the United States. How do you read this statement?
From California, I'm here to make one thing crystal clear. Representative Riley's most tweet does not speak for all of America, nor does it reflect sound foreign policy. It is irresponsible for Republican politicians to sensationalize India's internal legislative process for domestic political points.
Right.
India, the world's largest democracy, has been every sovereign right to regulate foreign money flowing into its border, to prevent divisiveness, foreign interference, and political manipulation, protecting national security while safeguarding genuine community service in healthcare, education, and charity are not mutually exclusive. India has the full right to ensure every dollar entering its border serves nation building, education, and genuine community welfare, not divisive geopolitics. As Democrats, we strongly support transparent US-India built on mutual respect for sovereignty, security, and rule of law. I mean, the Republican administration has brought down US-India relationship to its lowest in last 25 years, and they continue to damage through these statements.
Right, in fact, Mr. Jain, I agree with you. On an internal issue like this, US cannot try to arm twist India's policy with regards to misuse of foreign funding, and it cannot be the fact that a bilateral relation between the two countries hinge on an internal issue like that. In fact, Alexander is now with us. Alexander, I want to ask you, such a statement coming in from the US congressman who says that if this FCRA amendment bill, it becomes an act in India, then bilateral ties between India and US could be impacted. How do you read this statement?
Well, I don't think it is it's the statement of the Republican Party. Congressman Riley has he can make his own statements, and he is responsible for his statements. So whether the party endorsed that or that has to come from the Republican GOP leadership. So that hasn't come yet. Yes, I saw the post on X that Congressman Riley has made that it is going to affect the bilateral relationship with India. I really don't think so. It's going to affect the bilateral relationship because any congressman or any lawmaker in the United States or any other country, forget about US, any other country other than the Indian lawmakers has no say in making a law in India. It's India's right, and it's India's priority what right. They have to make their laws. It's the laws that is passed in the parliament is for the national security at the best interest of India and the Indians. So definitely, I don't think any lawmakers other than the Indian lawmakers has a say or any authority or any kind of deals that they need to do as far as the laws that is going to protect India and its national security.
So, Mr. Alexander, what you're saying is that the statement made by Congressman Riley has been made in individual capacity and does not represent the entire stance of the party or, in fact, for the Trump administration at large.
Absolutely no. If it is something that has to come from the Trump administration, definitely President Trump will make the statement, or the vice president is there. Somebody from the administration has to make that statement. Whether anybody agree with that statement or not, that is a different question as far as the FCRA rules and regulations are concerned. I was talking to one of the officials, the party officials that is associated with the government of India, and he made it very clear that the government of India is not going to attack Christian community or isolate the Christian community as far as the new 2026 FCRA Act is concerned. Because every organization from every religious background, whether it is a Hindu organization or a Muslim organization or Sikh or Jain or whoever is there, all of them are getting funds from overseas under or routed through the FCRA regulations and the rules. So it's not just Christian organizations. and the Christian community. When it comes to that point, yes, of course, I'm being a Christian, my faith is the Christian faith. Definitely, if that comes to that point, then we will think about that at that point. But at right now, I don't think.
But the proposed amendments have nothing to do with an attacking on one particular community. It has just to do with the regulation of the kind of funding that comes into India, because we have seen, over thousands of organizations are registered under FCRA, and there is misuse of foreign funding that takes place to push forward certain agendas. So it's a crackdown on that regard. And of course, government has also given assurances to several religious bodies that their rights will not be impacted. But in fact, bringing Mr. Ajay Jain also into this conversation. Now, Republican Party at large saying that this is a statement made in individual capacity, does not represent, larger party stance. But I want to ask you, over the several months, we've also seen when the ties between India and US have not been very steady, a lot of these agendas have been pushed through individual senators and congressmen. They have come forward and raised certain issues, whether it's about India importing oil from Russia, or whether it's about India not taking a very clear stance according to US on certain issues. So, all right, in fact, thank you to both of you. We're getting right now some breaking news updates. We'll cut across to the press conference being held by BJP at the moment.
एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय पे की जा रही है और ये प्रेस वार्ता की मैं शुरुआत करूं, दो मुख्य बिंदु हैं। उससे पहले आज हर भारतीय के लिए गौरव का पल है, गौरव का क्षण है, क्योंकि आज ही 7 साल पहले 5 अगस्त को 2019 अनुच्छेद 370 को उखाड़ के फेंक दिया गया था, जो कि हमारे संविधान में लिखा था। और यह ऐतिहासिक कार्य किसी ने किया था तो वो देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी थे। It's an historic day today because 7 years ago, on 5th of August 2019, honoring the spirit of the Constitution of India, Article 370 was abrogated. Article 370 started with the word temporary, but nobody had the will to abrogate it. And as a proud Indian, we remember that historic day when Article 370 was abrogated and the true spirit of the Constitution was respected. And Shri Amit Shah ji, the Home Minister, displaying the will of Sardar Patel ji, ensured that the same is done. A very important subject is to be covered today. Everyone is wondering why the leader of opposition, the immature, irresponsible part-time leader, is not letting the parliament function. ऐसा क्यों है कि अपरिपक्व पार्ट टाइम गैर जिम्मेदार नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी संसद को चलने नहीं दे रहे हैं? तो फिर कुछ आंकड़े सामने आते हैं जो आज हर भारतीय को गौरवान्वित करते हैं कि फर्क क्या आया है। ये दो विचारधाराओं की लड़ाई है। हमने हमेशा कहा है, एक तरफ श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी राष्ट्र की बात करते हैं, राष्ट्र हित सर्वोपरि। दूसरी तरफ विपक्ष के नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी केवल देश को बांटने का काम करते हैं। अराजक तत्वों के साथ खड़े होना, खुद अराजक हो जाना। और मैं आपके समक्ष जो रखने जा रहा हूं, ये आंकड़े खुद सब कुछ बयां करते हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति, खासकर जो भगौड़े हैं, जिनका प्रत्यर्पण होना है। और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, आप बदलाव देखिए आंकड़ों से। The extradition of fugitives becomes a national priority under the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji. Just to place a fact, एक तथ्य ऐसा जो सत्य बयां करता है, 2019 से 2026 274 वो भगौड़े हैं जो भारत वापस लाए गए हैं। 274 ये 36 देशों से वापस आए हैं। और अगर मैं 7 साल की बात कर रहा हूं और 274 भगौड़े वापस आए हैं, if 274 fugitives have been brought back to India to be tried from 36 countries in the last 7 years under the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji, on an average we can say 40 fugitives have been brought back every year. 40 भगौड़े भारत वापस आए हैं, चाहे विश्व के किसी भी कोने में छुपे हो, उनको ढूंढ के पकड़कर वापस लाया गया है कि यहां जो कानून है उसके तहत आपका मुकदमा चलेगा। यह है नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ताकत। नाउ कॉन्ट्रास्ट दिस। अब आपको उत्तर मिलेगा कि पार्लियामेंट क्यों नहीं चलनी चाहिए, राहुल गांधी चाहते हैं। क्योंकि ये आंकड़े जब संसद के पटल पर आएंगे तो जनता तो सवाल पूछेगी ना। मोदी जी की इच्छा शक्ति कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार में क्यों नहीं दिखाई देती थी? तो 2004 से 2013 का आंकड़ा यह है, ऑन एन एवरेज औसतन 4 भगौड़े वापस आते थे हर साल, 4। तो अगर देखें 10 साल तो 40। कहां 40 भगौड़े जो हैं, जो अपराधी हैं, वो 1 साल में वापस आते हैं। दूसरी तरफ 10 साल में 40 वापस आते हैं, 10x। तो ये क्या दर्शाता है? ये दिखाता है कैसे भारत मजबूत हुआ है, भारत की कानून व्यवस्था मजबूत हुई है। और अभी मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि ये कैसे संभव है और आम आदमी भारत का इससे कैसे लाभान्वित हुआ है। सबसे पहले मन में एक प्रश्न आता है और इसको जो है मैं जरूर आपके बीच में रखना चाहूंगा। ये जो फ्यूजिटिव्स हैं, इन्होंने क्या क्राइम, क्या अपराध किया था? तो ये सब संगीन अपराध करने वाले व्यक्ति हैं। यौन अपराध, दुष्कर्म और पॉक्सो, बच्चों के खिलाफ जो अपराध किया, ऐसे 53 लोग हैं जिन पे मुकदमे चल रहे हैं जो वापस आएंगे। बहुत ही गंभीर अपराध। गैंगस्टर, संगठित अपराध करने वाले 42 हैं। मानव तस्करी और अपहरण करने वाले 18 हैं। आतंकवादी, राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियों में जो लिप्त हैं वो 17 हैं। Terrorists have been brought back. Nobody can look at India with an evil eye. मादक पदार्थ, एनडीपीएस, ड्रग्स, तस्करी, ये 16 हैं। काउंटरफीट करेंसी, जाली मुद्रा, साइबर अपराध वाले 12, धोखाधड़ी, फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड, people like Vijay Mallya, who has to be brought back. The hearing is in final stage, and many others are 9. और बाकी अपराध 45. If I'll repeat that in English also, these fugitives who've been brought back are criminals. Serious crimes have been committed against our country and fellow Indians. People charged with murder, dacoity, violent crime 62, sexual offenses, rape, POXO against our children 53, organized crime, gangsters 42, human trafficking, kidnapping 18, terrorist activities, and I pause here and I emphasize, तहव्वुर राना, मुंबई ब्लास्ट हुआ, यूपीए की सरकार थी, वापस आया मोदी जी के शासनकाल में, और ये 17 हैं जिन्होंने टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज करी, देश के खिलाफ गतिविधियों में लिप्त हैं. नारकोटिक्स, एनडीपीएस एंड ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग 16, स्मगलिंग एंड काउंटरफीट करेंसी साइबर क्राइम 12, फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड 9 and others 45. Now this data is very relevant for the people of the country, and the temple of democracy, our parliament, is meant for this. The data is placed on the floor of the house, there is a discussion. Achievements are lauded. If there are deficiencies, suggestions are made. If there is a failure of a previous government, that is also debated upon. But I think Rahul Gandhi, as leader of opposition, is scared. He knows that the characterless Congress will be exposed when there will be comparison of an effective Modi government vis-a-vis a spineless Congress-led government from 2004 to 2014. And therefore, the obstruction. आम जनता को क्या राहत है, मैंने ये बात आपके समक्ष उठाई, मैं बताना चाहता हूं. ये जो भगौड़े वापस आए हैं, इनसे रिकवरी हुई है करीब करीब 19,000 करोड़ रुपए की. 18,762 करोड़ recovered and returned to the people of the country. जिनका ये धन था उनको वापस मिला. 18,762 करोड़ और 19,000 करोड़ रुपए करीब करीब ये वापस जनता को. ये दर्द है विपक्ष को कि ये बातें सामने ना आए. और ये कैसे हुआ? आदरणीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिनकी इच्छा शक्ति का हर कोई कायल है, जिनमें भारत सरदार पटेल जी की छवि देखता है. जैसे इंटरपोल है वैसे भारत पोल बनाया गया. भारत पोल क्या है? ये इंटीग्रेट करता है सारा डेटा. सीबीआई के पास जो है क्रिमिनल्स के ब्यौरे का, जो स्टेट की पुलिस है, चाहे कोई भी प्रदेश हो, और डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर, 1400 से ज्यादा यूनिट बनाए गए हैं. 1400 से ज्यादा. इसलिए यह संभव हुआ. डेटा शेयरिंग हो रही है. यह पहले नहीं था. कांग्रेस की सरकार में ना राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति थी, ना टेक्नोलॉजी का सदुपयोग था जिससे आदान प्रदान हो महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी जो है क्रिमिनल्स के ब्यौरा देते हुए. दूसरा, इंटरपोल के साथ एक सकारात्मक साझा भूमिका निभाना. 401 रेड कॉर्नर नोटिस आरसीएन इशू हुए हैं 3 साल में, क्योंकि गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने ठानी है कोई भी भगोड़ा बचने नहीं पाएगा. गर्दन से पकड़ के वापस लाएंगे. यहां पे उसका मुकदमा चलेगा, जेल की सलाखों के पीछे सड़ेगा. जिसने आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा दिया है वो फांसी पे लटकेगा. और एक एक रुपए जो जनता के हैं वो गाड़ी कमाई वापस ली जाएगी, जनता को दी जाएगी. एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव जो आपके समक्ष में रखूंगा इस बिंदु पे, और इसके बाद दूसरे बिंदु पे आऊंगा, वो कैसे पुराने कानून जो होते हैं वो बाधक हो जाते हैं. पहले ये लोग दंड की बात करते थे, हम सब जानते हैं. 3 नए क्रिमिनल कानून आए और इसमें पहले ट्रायल जब तक कि वो व्यक्ति पेश ना हो जाए आगे नहीं बढ़ता था. तो बीएनएसएस, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता, इसका सेक्शन 355, 356 है जो कहता है ट्रायल इन एब्सेंशिया. कोई आतंकी है, कोई अपराधी है, वो अगर उपस्थित नहीं भी है तो ट्रायल आगे बढ़ सकता है. यह एक सोच का बदलाव है और बहुत जिम्मेदारी से मैं कहता हूं कि ये जो बदलाव आए हैं, ये महत्वपूर्ण है कि भारत तेज गति से आगे बढ़े और जो भी अपराधी हो, वो कहीं भी छुपा हो, उसको भारत लाके उस पर मुकदमा चलाया जाए। ये हम सब के लिए गर्व की बात है कि हमारे पास आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सशक्त, दूरदर्शी और मजबूत नेतृत्व है, जिस पर पूरे भारत को यकीन है। अब दूसरे विषय पे आते हैं, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। नेता प्रतिपक्ष, खासकर जब संसद का सत्र चल रहा हो, तो ये जिम्मेदारी होती है कि वो संसद जाए, बहस करे, तथ्य दे, जो मुद्दे जनता से जुड़े हैं संसद के पटल पर रखे। लेकिन आप ये देखिए, भारत का दुर्भाग्य है कि भारत का नेता प्रतिपक्ष लोकतंत्र के मंदिर से ही दूर भागता है। उसको डर लगता है। मैंने शुरुआत में कहा था, अपरिपक्व, पार्ट टाइम, गैर जिम्मेदार, और मैं पुनः दोहराता हूं। कल एक पब्लिक फंक्शन में राहुल गांधी जी का वक्तव्य है और वो अपने उसी गैर जिम्मेदाराना अंदाज में कहते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी कौन होते हैं कि छात्रों को माफ करें। और उसके बाद वो कहते हैं कि भाजपा और आरएसएस की सोच जहरीली है। तो मैं ये जानता हूं, जैसे भारत के 140 करोड़ भारतीय भी जान गए हैं कि राहुल गांधी को मोदी फोबिया और आरएसएस फोबिया है। जिनकी लकीर नहीं मिटा सकते और अपनी बढ़ा नहीं सकते, तो केवल इस तरह के अनर्गल बयान देना, बार बार कहना जहरीली सोच। तो मैं राहुल गांधी से एक बात जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, राहुल गांधी जी, जहरीली सोच तो वो है जो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच है। जाकिर नायक से 50 लाख की रिश्वत ले ली। जहरीली सोच तो वो है राहुल गांधी जी जो चीन से एमओयू करके छुपा के दबा के रखती है और यह भी नहीं बताती भारत की जनता को कि उस एमओयू में क्या है। जो राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में चीन से घूस ले लेती है, वो है जहरीली सोच राहुल गांधी जी। जहरीली सोच राहुल गांधी जी वो है जो नेता प्रतिपक्ष होके विदेशी भूमि पर जाता है और कहता है भारत का लोकतंत्र मर गया है। जिस लोकतंत्र ने राहुल गांधी को नेता प्रतिपक्ष बनाया, उसी भारत को, उसी लोकतंत्र को बदनाम करने की सुपारी अगर किसी ने ली तो राहुल गांधी जी ने ले रखी है। जहरीली सोच वो है राहुल गांधी जी जब आप झूठ बोलते हैं विदेशी धरती पर और कहते हैं हमारे सिख भाई पगड़ी नहीं पहन सकते भारत में, वो कड़ा नहीं पहन सकते। और जहरीली सोच वो है राहुल गांधी जी जो अपना ईमान बेचकर देश विरोधी वक्तव्य दे, जॉर्ज सोरस की कठपुतली बन जाए। उस व्यक्ति का नाम राहुल गांधी है। राहुल गांधी जी, आपसे यह सवाल मैं जरूर पूछना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि कल आपने कहा 3 प्रमुख बातें। पहली, राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा हमारे देश के बच्चे जो हैं वो सड़कों पर हैं, और यह बयान चल रहा था। उसी के बाद झारखंड की खबर आने लगी और झारखंड में किस तरह से युवा बच्चे हमारे 12 दिन से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, सड़क पे हैं। तो राहुल गांधी जी, ऐसा लगा कि जैसे आप झारखंड की बात करने जा रहे हैं। दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, सेलेक्टिव एमनीसिया है राहुल गांधी जी को। झारखंड की बात नहीं करेंगे। हमारे बच्चे नहीं है वो राहुल गांधी जी क्या? 12 दिन से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। हेमंत सोरेन के मुंह से एक शब्द नहीं निकल पाया है। वहां पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी विपक्ष में है और अपनी जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन कर रही है, कह रही है सीबीआई जांच होनी चाहिए। इस पे राहुल गांधी जी का क्या कहना है? हेमंत सोरेन का क्या कहना है? अरविंद केजरीवाल क्या कहना है? बताइए जरा। दूसरा, राहुल गांधी ने इसी भाषण में कहा कि हमारे देश के बच्चे मांग रहे हैं कि जो परीक्षा हो पारदर्शी हो, सबको मौका दे। तो मैं ये कहूंगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी का सदुपयोग करते हुए हमारी सरकार ने यह सुनिश्चित किया है हर बच्चे को मौका मिले। जो मेधावी छात्र है वो आगे बढ़े, हर वर्ग से बढ़े। और अगर पर्चा लीक हो जाए तो अभी हमने देखा 2024 में कानून हम ही लाए थे, पब्लिक एग्जामिनेशन प्रिवेंशन ऑफ अनफेयर मीन्स। और अब जो अमेंडमेंट आया है, हमने इसमें जो फाइन है उसको भी बढ़ा दिया है और सजा को भी और सख्त कर दिया है। तो मेरा सवाल राहुल गांधी जी आपसे यह है, हम तो बच्चों की चिंता करते हैं, एक स्पेशल कमेटी का भी गठन हुआ है, श्री नंदन नीलेकनी जी उसमें अध्यक्ष हैं। लेकिन यह पूछा जाएगा, आपकी सरकार 10 साल थी केंद्र में, कौन सा कानून आप लाए जिससे पर्चा लीक ना हो? उत्तर है कोई नहीं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बनाया, आपने कितने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बनाए थे कि अगर पर्चा लीक होगा तो उसकी सजा अपराधी को जल्द से जल्द मिले? उत्तर है कोई नहीं। और मैं आपको बता दूं, जो पर्चे लीक हुए कांग्रेस की सरकारों में, चाहे वो केंद्र में थी, चाहे वो कई प्रदेशों में थी, रेलवे रिक्रूटमेंट बोर्ड मुंबई 2010 की बात है, कन्विक्शन हो रहा है मोदी जी की सरकार में, और पर्चा लीक हुआ था राहुल गांधी जी की पार्टी की सरकार में। हम तो गिरफ्तारियां कर रहे हैं, 13 गिरफ्तार हुए। मैं जानना चाहूंगा, कर्नाटका में पर्चा लीक, राहुल गांधी मिसिंग। केरला में पर्चा लीक, हमारे बच्चों पे लाठीचार्ज हुआ, राहुल गांधी मिसिंग। झारखंड में पर्चा लीक, राहुल गांधी मिसिंग। What is this double standard of राहुल गांधी? What is the hypocrisy? बच्चों में भी भेदभाव है क्या राहुल गांधी जी? और दुख की बात देखिए क्या है, राहुल गांधी के 2 अवगुण संसद में पिछले सप्ताह चर्चा हो रही थी, गलत तथ्य रखे। स्पीकर महोदय ने कहा, रूल्स ऑफ बिजनेस में आप अगर किसी पे झूठा आरोप लगाते हैं, देश के शिक्षा मंत्री पर झूठा आरोप लगा रहे थे, स्पीकर महोदय जी ने कहा ऑथेंटिकेट इट, सत्यापन करिए। राहुल गांधी बगले झांक रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी ने कहा मैं करूंगा। रूल 353 लोकसभा बिजनेस का, ये पढ़िए राहुल गांधी जी। पहले से नोटिस देनी है उस व्यक्ति को जिसके खिलाफ आप आरोप लगाते हैं, और अगर चेयर कहती है सत्यापन करना होगा, ऑथेंटिकेटेड, तो आपको करना चाहिए था। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य है, हमारा नेता प्रतिपक्ष ऐसा है, वो भाग गया, सत्यापन नहीं किया। दूसरा अवगुण जो उनमें है, गाली गलौज, अभद्र भाषा का इस्तेमाल संसद के पटल पर करना। हम लोग दुश्मन नहीं हैं, हम लोग राजनीतिक विरोधी हैं। राहुल गांधी जी इडियट्स बुला रहे हैं, इडियट्स, एंड द एंटायर नेशन नोज हु फिट्स द डेफिनेशन ऑफ एन इडियट। ये पूरा देश जानता है कि भारत में सबसे बड़ा मूर्ख कौन है। You do not use such unparliamentary language on the floor of the house, Mr. Gandhi. अंधभक्त, झूठ बोलना, ये चरित्र बन गया है राहुल गांधी जी का। और मैं अंत करूंगा ये कह के that the fake Gandhis, be it Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, please answer the questions that we have raised from this platform. Calling an ideology which has served the nation with utmost sincerity and calling it poisonous is very easy. But to prove your point is difficult when you do not have any evidence. And हमें गर्व है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आरएसएस ने हमेशा राष्ट्र हित सर्वोपरि का मूल मंत्र आगे बढ़ाया है, उसका पालन किया है। और हम सब जानते हैं, एक एक कार्यकर्ता, एक एक स्वयंसेवक कहता है कि मेरे प्राण न्यौछावर हो जाएंगे भारत माता के लिए। ये सोच, ये विचारधारा की ताकत नकली गांधी में नहीं हो सकती है। ही इज बिहेविंग लाइक एन इटालियन माफिया। एंड राहुल गांधी, वी एक्सपेक्ट बेटर फ्रॉम यू। थैंक यू। देश की जनता कह रही है कि राहुल गांधी को हम डायनासोर बना देंगे भारतीय राजनीति का। आपने कहा रणनीति। रणनीति से पहले राष्ट्र नीति आती है, संविधान आता है। जब संसद का सत्र चल रहा है तो क्या नेता प्रतिपक्ष को संसद के पटल पर एक मजबूत तैयारी के साथ जोरदार चर्चा जो आम जनता के मुद्दे हैं उस पर नहीं करनी चाहिए? अगर नेता प्रतिपक्ष, हमने भगौड़ों की बात करी थी, राहुल गांधी भी एक भगौड़ा ही है, संसद से भाग जाते हैं क्योंकि उनको डर लगता है, वो घबराते हैं कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, श्री अमित शाह जी जब तैयारी से भाषण देंगे, तथ्य रखेंगे, तो राहुल गांधी बगले झांकेंगे। और जब आप संसद की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचाते हैं तो पूरा देश आहत होता है। और इसीलिए मैंने कहा उन्हें अपनी जिम्मेदारी का एहसास होना चाहिए। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? थैंक यू।
All right, there was a BJP press conference there. We just heard Gaurav Bhatia speak about Rahul Gandhi, hitting at Rahul Gandhi on various issues, viewers. So this is what we see right now. Also saying that the BJP is saying that Rahul Gandhi is making up some lies and making a lot of unverified claims in the parliament, making claims which have not been verified, which have no evidence backing them. So this is a BJP press conference we just heard. And of course, this is one of the top updates that we're getting for you in Republic TV. Let's move ahead, viewers. We are getting some more news coming in. In fact, we have a big breaking news from the world of business. For that, I want to go straight across to my colleague, Karan, from our Republic business team.
Right, Shivangi. So the Reserve Bank of India has actually kept its repo rate unchanged, holding steady at 5.25%. Now, it was a unanimous call where all 6 members of the Monetary Policy Action Committee voting to leave rates exactly where they are. Now, the picture that the RBI paints is a familiar one, a resilient economy in an increasingly uncertain global world. Now, on growth, the news is encouraging. The central bank has actually revised its GDP estimate upward to 6.7% from an earlier 6.6%, with the governor affirming that India remains the world's fastest growing major economy, powered by strong domestic demand and resilience despite the global uncertainty around it. But here's a small caution on prices that we've got. The governor flagged that inflation has edged up against the RBI's target and warned that food prices could further push up the number. Now, factor in the threat of El Nino, which he mentioned, and the ongoing Iran conflict, and those inflation risks are clearly tilted to the upside. Now, globally, the RBI called the West Asia conflict a genuine challenge to the world economy and to global trade routes, cautioning of continued trade uncertainty ahead. On the markets, the rupee strengthened as the policy unfolded, firming past the $95 mark. The bottom line, well, rates on hold, growth intact, but a watchful eye on inflation and the world outside. Let's listen into what the RBI Governor, Mr. Sanjay Malhotra, had to say.
Chains, amplifying market volatility, and depressing business sentiments. Trade uncertainty lingers as US imposed fresh tariffs. The global economic environment has become increasingly unstable. Global growth is projected to soften, while inflation forecast is higher for 2026 vis-a-vis the previous year, 2025. Some central banks have tightened policy, others remain vigilant. Crude oil prices, currencies, and financial markets remain volatile, fluctuating in line with the changing intensity and the uncertainties of the West Asia conflict. In this backdrop, the Monetary Policy Committee met for its third bi-monthly meeting of this financial year on 3rd, 4th, and 5th, that is today, to deliberate and decide on the policy repo rate. After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments, as well as the outlook, the MPC decided unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 5.25%. Consequently, the SDF rate shall remain unchanged at 5%, and the MSF rate and the bank rate at 5.5%. The MPC also decided to continue with a neutral stance.
All right, we've got Mr. Siddharth Sanyal who's joining us for more details on the RBI Policy Committee remarks. Mr. Sanyal, over to you, sir. What do you make of the RBI Policy Committee decision today? You've heard the comments from the RBI Governor and the RBI has paused the rates. What do you make of the entire thing? Do you agree it was the right stance? And what do you make of things going forward?
I think it was a very prudent set of comments and guidance from the Governor, and policy was absolutely on expected lines. What they are highlighting that while at this moment there is no surprise on the growth and inflation front, they're underscoring the need to stay extra vigilant in this particular time when the outside world is extremely volatile, both economically and geopolitically. So I think that close vigil will continue. Having said that, the RBI is showing very rightly great degree of patience in terms of not hiking the rates in a hurry, not jeopardizing the growth recovery and or the growth momentum that is being shown by a number of sectors. So my sense is that the RBI will continue to remain patient but at this moment they are clearly demonstrating that they want to stay very, very strongly vigilant. And in case of any not so welcome kind of a development, they will not hesitate to act. Having said that, it's important to note that they are maintaining with the neutral stance of monetary policy. They are not in a rush to jump onto a more restrictive stance. So overall, it's a very prudent and encouraging set of guidance and policy initiatives that the governor has demonstrated.
Now, Mr. Sanyal, but quick point here. The governor, though, was cautious of specifically mentioning that for the first time after December, retail price inflation actually crossed the RBI's target of 4%. It was at 4.32. He also obviously sparked caution on the global conflict. Now, factoring those two prices, rising food prices, what do you think about the future now? I mean, in the next meeting, do you think things could change? How do those factors affect, the next couple of months?
Well, it is known that the inflation number has gone above the RBI's target of 4%. And it's also known that in the coming months, it will go significantly higher just because of certain statistical factors. And it may reach as close, as high as close to the 6% mark, which is the upper tolerance band of the RBI. But what is expected is that will possibly be there for a quarter or so. And after that, there is some moderation ahead. So overall, in the Q3 of the financial year, we'll be seeing inflation peaking. And after that, we might be seeing some bit of softening. So while inflation numbers are higher than the RBI's target, and while it will likely to go significantly higher from here on, I don't think we should be too worried just because of that. RBI will have to act in a hurry. In fact, the governor has also highlighted the core inflation number, which is a lot more benign and a lot more anchored. And overall, while the RBI will stay vigilant, they will not rush into any action in terms of rate hikes. Having said that, Governor's today's comments suggest that all policies in the near term, October onwards, will remain light policy and data dependent, and RBI will take on a case-to-case basis going ahead in case of subsequent policies.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sanyal. We'll get back to you with more comments. So that was Mr. Sanyal on the RBI governor's decision. Back to Shivangi.
Thank you, Karan, for getting us the biggest updates from the world of business, economy and finance. In fact, we're getting some more breaking news coming in for our viewers. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has sparked controversy once again. Now, the PDP chief has now linked POJK genocide to a situation in Kashmir. So, this is one more comment coming in from Mehbooba Mufti. And remember, she is the same leader who has said again and again that there should be dialogue with Pakistan. So while the nation wants POJK, Mehbooba Mufti wants Azadi. That's what she is saying. Nation wants POJK. Mehbooba Mufti once again wants talks with Pakistan. Not the first time that she has said this. Multiple times. In fact, the PDP President Mufti has called on Pakistan to handle the situation of POJK with greater sensitivity. And she keeps talking about this, that she wants dialogue with Pakistan. We have that statement. Let's play it out for you.
Organization मगर जुस अस मुफ्ती सबन विजन छु दितमत जुस अस मुफ्ती सबन एजेंडा छु दितमत सो एजेंडा छु तूत मजबूत आज छना अपार्ट लड़ाई चला अपन कशीर में लड़ाई चला तिम छु वाई ति बुछानी ऐसे ईत वेरी गए बुछा मगर मुफ्ती सबन दिजाम नक्शे द बेने को बात करे आर बात या नहीं बंदी या कोई ट्रेन जैसे चीन से बात कसन से ट्रेन यस ईरान से बात कसन ताकि इस कशीर नौजवान इस क्या दिबो मिस छना वना जनरेशन जी छना वना जी जनरेशन अल्फा हम उसको क्या दे सकते हैं हमारे पास क्या है उसको देने के लिए अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा मुझे आज़ादी दे दो अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा फिर मुझे पाकिस्तान दे दो हमने उसको ऐसा कुछ देना है कि उसको रोजगार मिले उसको इज्जत मिले उसको वकार मिले और अगर वो इस मुल्क में रहता है तो इज्जत से रहे उसके लिए जरूरी होता है तम खुद जरूरी ये मुफ्ती साहब विजन यत तुलमुत छो ये मतलब बंद थमज कर थवन दरियाव थमुत कर्जस मज बंद कर पत त्रो यल कत बात करो तोर क्या तते तिमन पाकिस्तानस मज वनकस तिमन त मुश्किलात अगर इकवट दोशवे मुल्क बेहन कत बात कर पत त्रावन यल अस त गसन वत यल अस सत करन इज्जत सान कत बात अस यह न्यूक सह दियन वापस सन जमीन यत गोस गारंटी सब गारंटी रोजन सान नौकरियन गस गारंटी रोजन अस गोस न रोजन डर अगर नेबर आव कह यह सोन जमीन खटन पोसन इसलिए तमें तह गो PDP वाले कि पन्नी जाए एहसास आस कि महबूबा मुफ्ती छना हम तमन गए कत करान कि कत करान अत आसान वजन अगर न अस त कत करो अल्लाह ताला छुम गवाह यम नए खटन पोसन मकलाय.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us live. Zeenat, as the violence in POJK continues, Mehbooba Mufti has revived the call for talks with Pakistan yet again.
Absolutely, Shivani. Miss Mufti has raised the issue of having talks with Pakistan. She also said that what the POJK is facing at present, the Kashmiris have endured that for years, and she wants now that for the Generation Z, there should be a respect, there should be employment. If the opportunities are not provided to them, then they will ask for Pakistan or they will ask for Azadi. She said that the Kashmiris are looking for dignity, and Government of India needs to have trust when it comes to dealing with Kashmiris on Kashmir issue. Once again, Mehbooba raising an important and a critical point, urging Government of India to have talks with Pakistan, open routes that connects the place to China and also the connections with the Iran.
That's right. Well, Zeenat, before I let you go, I also want our viewers to understand how Mufti and some other leaders, the Aman Ki Asha gang basically, how they have been pushing for talks with Pakistan, not once, not twice, but repeatedly, year after year, even post Operation Sindoor. Zeenat.
See, that there has been a stance from the PBDP right from the day one. They have been asking the Government of India to have talks with Pakistan if they want to have peace and development in the Kashmir Valley. And without talks, the people are getting alienated, and Dilli ki duri is only enhancing. She also questions Government of India as far as the abrogation of Article 370 is concerned. She's asking the restoration what was given to the people of Jammu and Kashmir by the Constitution, and she also blames Government of India that tarnishing the Constitution of the country. And now she wants that if the Generation Z, Alpha generation is not provided the opportunity, dignity, they won't safeguard the jobs of this generation, then they have no other option but to look towards Azadi or Pakistan. When Pakistan is already dealing with the crisis, we have seen what is happening in POJK, the marches, the Padal March. There have been hundreds of civilians have lost their life, hundreds of them have been injured, and the Pakistan army is opening guns towards the unarmed citizens.
Absolutely, Zeenat. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. The government will now question officials from Meta over various issues such as the CSAM and WhatsApp username. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
अनीस, घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न एक,
Welcome back, viewers. The government today said it has no involvement in the proposed media event related to the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in the national capital on Wednesday, stressing that it is being organized by a private media entity and that New Delhi does not endorse any views that may be expressed there. Addressing the bi-weekly media briefing, Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Randir Jaiswal said the government has no role in the event amid concerns raised by Bangladesh over Sheikh Hasina's proposed address. Listen in.
The interaction that you are referring to is being organized by a private media entity. The government has no involvement whatsoever in it. Neither does it endorse any views that may be expressed at the forum.
Take a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. FCRA amendments rattle conversion lobby. US Congressman Riley Moore spreads misinformation on FCRA amendments. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH. I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. Be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit him very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
Much coming up, viewers. PDP chief Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during protest.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला। अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK. FCRA amendments rattle conversion lobby. US Congressman Riley Moore spreads misinformation on FCRA amendments. Government to question Meta officials over CSAM content. WhatsApp usernames too.
As well as the outlook, the MPC decided unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 5.25%.
RBI keeps repo rate unchanged. RBI says Indian economy resilient despite global uncertainty. And PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story that we are tracking, and it is about FCRA and a response. And now what kind of response we're getting from global leaders? There's a US congressman, that is Riley Moore, a Republican from West Virginia, who has criticized India's proposed Foreign Contribution Regulation Amendment Bill 2026 in an ex post. Now, he described it as a clear attack against Christians, so he is spreading misinformation. Now, he noted that Christians have been present in India since the time of St. Thomas the Apostle and argued that the amendments could permit government takeovers of churches and religious charities when FCRA registrations are cancelled. So that's all the kind of misinformation and fear-mongering that is happening right now. And he says that they will be surrendered or lapse. They will be lapsed. And Moore has warned that if the bill proceeds in its current form, it would be a point of major concern in a bilateral relationship with India. So is that a veiled threat? Is that a veiled threat? That's the big question that needs to be asked in this development, because this should be avoided and such statements should not be made. And this is clearly meddling in the internal affairs of the country. All right, we have Saurav Shukla, founder, News Mobile, and the chief consulting editor of Republic Media Network. Thanks a lot, Saurav, for joining us at this moment. A big statement, but should have been avoided. And it's clearly means interfering in the internal matters of our country, that is India. Why do you think such statements are being made? Especially, can't we have stricter norms and regulations if we are keeping a track of the foreign investments? And we don't want people to be converted by the help of foreign aid. Are they rattled? Is the conversion lobby rattled, Saurav?
You know, I want to put this in perspective on why this statement has come. US is less than 100 days away from a midterm election, and obviously the domestic constituency sometimes warrants that these congressmen make such statements. And clearly, I want to say it aloud, this is very, very clear that India is a secular country. Christians are an integral part of the country. If you remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there at the Christmas celebrations the last year. And obviously, India values every religion. That's one. Second thing, India is well within its right to defend its national interests. So I don't see that anybody should have a problem with that, because obviously this FCRA bill, as I understand, is not discriminating against any particular religion at all. The second thing is, I should not say that, because, you know, India-US relations, and I've covered for a long time from Washington, D.C., and I can tell you that it's a very multifaceted partnership. One congressman, even though he's a Republican congressman of the ruling party, will not have a bearing on the larger partnership. It's only, I would say, and I'm sure that, the Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C. should sensitize the congressman to make sure that he is aware of what's happening on the ground in India. Because India obviously...
But there is a veiled threat, Saurav, there's a veiled threat.
I don't see...
there was a threat that this will impact the India-US relations, Saurav. So, and also the kind of fear-mongering which is happening, because the Christians in India specifically, if Riley Moore is speaking and he's putting certain set of arguments, though he has an agenda behind that, he has a particular way of putting the facts which are not facts, and he's addressing in a way, he's saying that there will be takeover of churches. So this is fear-mongering for the ordinary Christians. This should have been completely avoided, and he's no ordinary man, sort of. Even though you say that it won't make an impact, but still.
See, West Virginia, and I know the background of Rep. Riley. He comes from a prominent political family of Western Virginia, and obviously Western Virginia is a smaller state in the US, but a rep making this statement certainly should have been avoided. I agree on that. But I also want to again underscore that Indian Christian faith leaders have engaged continuously with Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi hosted them. So anybody should allay any fear at all, because India is a multifaceted democracy where they value every religion equally. And in any case, if there is anything on the bilateral front, this is done and discussed at the official level. India's Prime Minister is having a very, very important meeting coming up later this year with the US President Donald Trump. And it's unlikely that this kind of issue will figure, because obviously, as I said earlier, our partnership is much more multifaceted. And one particular congressman making a statement, because it's the same way like in India. In India also, we hear so many MPs making statements on India-US relations. That should not have a bearing. But yes, I would strongly urge the Embassy of India in DC as well to engage with the congressman to know that he's well aware of the situation on the ground. And this bill is being aimed for India's national security. Like US has its own security concerns, India has a security concern as well. And it is not directed against any religion. In India, Christians enjoy equal freedom and equal rights in the country like any other religion, because India is a multifaceted democracy. It's a melting pot of all cultures and world. And in fact, if you see in his statement, he's being self-contradictory. He mentioned about the fact that, India has had Christian, obviously, preachers coming to the country. And yet, if you see the rich history of India actually protecting a lot of these religious institutions, including the churches in the country. So I don't think anybody should allay fear and have any doubts about India as a secular country and valuing everyone, including Christians in India.
Yeah, but there should be some sort of a condemnation even from other global leaders, and especially from the American leaders in this case. We haven't seen any condemnation, any kind of response. You're saying that this is an individual comment and it won't be having an impact. But there are many missionaries which are rattled, which are baffled because of the provisions which are in the FCRA. Don't you think that every country has the right to check the inflow of funds when it comes? And specifically, you understand, Saurav, very well how some foreign missionaries are operating. We did a sting operation where our correspondent was converted. They tried to convert our correspondent live on camera. So there is a funding that is happening. They're getting debit cards, they're getting money, and they're working in tribal areas, and they're exploiting the poor. So this shows there's US hand behind the conversions. Sorrow. So it's very critical, and our relationship will never be spoilt on any terms, but it needs to be highlighted that there should be no US congressman behind a missionary who doesn't think well of India, is against India when it comes to spreading messages and rumors and misinformation, Saurav.
There is a way that you deal when it comes to sensitive issues. And obviously this issue, I'm sure, as I mentioned earlier, that the Indian Embassy in Washington and obviously MEA, which deals with the US relationship, will raise it at appropriate levels. But as I said earlier, I'm pretty clear on one thing, that India has the right to defend itself, and anything which has a national security implication, India has a full right. Okay, but I would also say that we should not give credence to the statement given by one, a congressman, because obviously this is not a stated policy. And yes, anything which violates India's, I would say national security, like anything which violates US's national security, is not acceptable. So I would say that we should not give credence to this particular statement. I don't see this as a broader US policy, knowing the fact that, I cover it very, very closely. I still feel that, at the appropriate diplomatic levels, if there is something which we must raise it. And obviously, we keep on having engagement. In fact, later this month, we will have engagement between India and the US. And obviously, if the government of India and the MEA feels that this is the right forum, they will definitely raise it. But I would say, I am, as a confident Indian, I always believe in India as a resilient democracy, as a country which values every religion, and anybody should not allay any fear about India.
But it's a sensitive matter, and such comments should have been clearly avoided. But thanks a lot, Saurav, for joining us at this moment and for your in-depth analysis on what's happening. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we're getting at this moment. And this is opposition and government hold meet to end the parliament deadlock. That's what we're getting to know. And Parliament Minister Kiran Rijiju holds meeting with the leader of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi, amid deadlock. And Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also present at the meeting. That's the big development that we're getting. Right now, Rijiju holds meeting with LOP Rahul Gandhi amid the deadlock because the opposition was adamant on not letting the parliament function. And opposition and government holding meeting to end the parliament deadlock. But we'll have to wait for what comes out of this meeting. And because the opposition had made this an agenda that they will continue to disrupt the function of the parliament. They began by the student protests, and they started questioning the Prime Minister or the Home Minister earlier. And now, because of the opposition adamant on not letting the parliament function, it is affecting the parliament business. And now we're getting this big development where Rijiju holds meeting with leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi amid the deadlock. All right, this is big development because the opposition completely was in a mood that they will keep on disrupting the parliament, and from whether on any topic, on any point of discussion, on any bill, they were not supportive, they were not cooperative. Even when the Lok Sabha Speaker said that they will allow equal time to all the members and they can raise their issues, but in a diligent manner, and they have to follow the decorum, they have to maintain the decorum of the House. But the opposition was adamant. They were protesting outside the parliament, that is in the parliament complex. They were protesting inside the parliament. They've entered the well of the House many a times, and now because of the continuing deadlock, we are getting to know that the opposition and the government is holding meeting right now. Opposition and government hold meet to end the deadlock, and Priyanka Gandhi also present at the meeting. Rahul Gandhi is also present at the meeting. This is the meeting between Kiran Rijiju and Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition. We'll have to wait and watch to get to know that what comes out of this meeting, but this is big because it's between the government and the opposition. Maybe they come to some conclusion and to some agreement of some sorts that they will let the parliament function, but seems difficult at this moment because of the way the opposition continues to behave inside the parliament, adamant to not let the parliament function, continuing to disrupt the parliament. That's the big story that we are getting right now. And this is Kiran Rijiju meeting Rahul Gandhi, that is the leader of the opposition, and also Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also in that meeting. That is what we are getting to know. This is opposition government holding meeting to end the parliament deadlock. All right, let's go across to Harsh, who is joining us from New Delhi with all the latest updates in the story. Harsh, amidst the deadlock that we are seeing, we are now getting to know that there is a meeting happening between Kiran Rijiju and the leader of the opposition, and Priyanka Gandhi is also there.
Right, Shivam, now what we are learning from the parliament is that there is a meeting that is happening between the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. And Gandhi is also a part of this meeting. What we are being told is that this thing is being held in the parliament. So far, this is a solution is that the happening between the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, who is in fact representing the government of India, and on the other side is that of the satire of Priyanka Gandhi are also a part of this meeting. More details have to be fetched in this regard, that who are the other opposition leaders who are in fact taking part in this meeting. But at this hour, we are learning that Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi and Kiran Rijiju are definitely a part of this high-profile meeting that is scheduled to take place to end the deadlock between the government and the opposition in the parliament. Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Harsh, for all the developments. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, the PDP chief, Mehbooba Mufti, insults the tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest. Coming up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit him very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East. The escalation comes after Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claimed responsibility for a missile attack on a US airbase and command center in Jordan. The US military says all the missiles were intercepted. Even as airstrikes continue, CENTCOM says it is strictly enforcing the American blockade against Iran. As of July 29, US forces have redirected 20 commercial vessels, disabled 2 and boarded 2 others. With Washington and Tehran exchanging attacks once again, fears of a wider conflict in the Middle East are growing. The big question now is whether the confrontation will stop here or spiral into a larger war.
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the 3 categories. Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and this is a big breaking news development that we are tracking, which is government is likely to question Meta executives on CSAM and WhatsApp usernames. Now, Meta executives will likely meet government representatives on August 5th and 6th, that is today and tomorrow, to discuss the legal and compliance issues since synthetically generated content and safeguards for content takedowns involving prominent personalities. Now, MeitY Secretary S. Krishnan
said this. Now, the upcoming meeting is significant as the government has summoned Meta's top global executives after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent Facebook post addressing Indian youth and promising stringent action against paper leaks was briefly restricted on the platform. Sources said the top Meta executive Joe Kaplan is expected to be present at the meeting. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने।
Well, viewers, we're getting another breaking news development right now. And this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with new NDA Rajya Sabha MPs over breakfast this morning. He met with more than 25 newly elected Rajya Sabha MPs, including Nitin Nabeen. PM Modi has urged all the MPs to spend more time in the House. He advised them to learn from everyone, whether from the ruling side or the opposition, and work together. And so this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message to the new MPs. And PM Modi emphasized the importance of presence in the House. So he said that everybody should be present in the House and they should be regular in attending the Parliament and work in cooperation with the ruling party and also with the opposition members. So this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message to the new NDA Rajya Sabha MPs, where he met them over breakfast this morning. He met with more than 25 newly elected Rajya Sabha MPs. Time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK. FCRA amendments rattle conversion lobby. US Congressman Riley Moore spreads misinformation on FCRA amendments. Government to question Meta officials over CSAM WhatsApp usernames.
As well as the outlook, the MPC decided unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 5.25%.
RBI keeps the repo rate unchanged at 5.25%. RBI says Indian economy resilient despite global uncertainty. PTP Chief Mehbooba Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during protest. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, US Congressman Riley Moore, a Republican from West Virginia, has criticized India's proposed Foreign Contribution Regulation Amendment Bill 2026. In an ex-post, he described it as a clear attack against Christians. He noted that Christians have been present in India since the time of St. Thomas the Apostle and argued that the amendments could permit government takeovers of churches and religious charities when FCRA registrations are cancelled, surrendered or lapse. Now, Moore is warning and spreading misinformation that if the bill proceeds in its current form, it would be a point of major concern in the bilateral relationship with India, and we are also getting reactions on this.
ये किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये बिल देश की सुरक्षा के पक्ष में है। ये बिल जो बाहर से पैसे, नाजायज पैसे लाके भारत को तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, सोरोज जैसे लोगों के पैसे, चाइना से आ रहे पैसे, ये पैसे उनके पैसे हैं, इसलिए मिर्ची लग रही है। मिर्ची लगेगी राहुल गांधी को, मिर्ची लगेगी जो उस पैसे पर पलते हैं उनको। ये किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये बिल देश की सुरक्षा के पक्ष में है। ये बिल जो बाहर से पैसे, नाजायज पैसे लाके भारत को तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, सोरोज जैसे लोगों के पैसे, चाइना से आ रहे पैसे, ये पैसे उनके पैसे हैं, इसलिए मिर्ची लग रही है। मिर्ची लगेगी राहुल गांधी को, मिर्ची लगेगी जो उस पैसे पर पलते हैं उनको।
All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is government likely to question Meta executives on CSAM and WhatsApp usernames, and Meta executives will likely meet government representatives on August 5th and 6th to discuss the legal and compliance issues and synthetically generated content and safeguards for content takedowns involving prominent personalities. Now, Meta Secretary S. Krishnan has said this. Now, the upcoming meeting is significant as the government has summoned Meta's top global executives after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent Facebook post addressing Indian youth and promising stringent action against paper leaks was briefly restricted on the platform. Now, sources said the top Meta executive, Kaplan, is expected to be present at the meeting. So this is the big breaking news development that Meta will be questioned on CSAM and WhatsApp usernames, and government has summoned Meta's top officials regarding the matter on the CSAM issue and also the WhatsApp usernames, because the Meta is the parent company, and Meta executives will likely meet government representatives on August 5th, that is today, and tomorrow, that is August 6th, to discuss the legal and compliance issues. Now, synthetically generated content will be evaluated, and safeguards for content takedowns involving prominent personalities will be discussed, as per MeitY Secretary S. Krishnan. The upcoming meeting is significant as the government has summoned Meta's top global executives after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent Facebook post addressing Indian youth and promising stringent action against paper leaks was briefly restricted on the platform. Now, sources say the top Meta executive, Kaplan, is expected to be present in the meeting. This is big breaking news development coming in regarding Meta, and Kaplan is expected to be present at the meeting as per the sources, and this is about the takedown of the video of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message, his address to the students, and there will be discussion today and tomorrow to discuss the legal and compliance issues and synthetically generated content and safeguards for the content takedowns involving prominent personalities. Now, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has sparked controversy once again. The PDP chief has now linked POJK genocide to situation in Kashmir, while the nation wants POJK. This is Mehbooba Mufti who is calling for Azadi. This is Mehbooba. First, she insulted the tricolour, holding the tricolour upside down. Now, was it deliberate? That's the big question. However, they will deny it, but it's clearly visible that she is holding the tricolour upside down. And she pushes for talks with Pakistan and singing the ISI narrative, Pakistani narrative. This is the same Pak Talks lobby that continues the same agenda. And now this is again a controversy because of Mehbooba Mufti, where the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has sparked controversy. The PDP chief has now linked the POJK genocide to situation in Kashmir. So she's trying to draw comparisons when there is no need to do so and there is none possible. While the nation wants POJK, this is Mehbooba who wants Azadi. Let's listen into Mehbooba Mufti's statement.
Şu PDP taşına bazen işte lakır makır kamzor cemaat. Eşçil lakır, eşçil tadat ay sonunda. Organization sonunda. Magar yüzes Mufti sabın vision çıkıyor. Yüzes Mufti sabın agenda çıkıyor. Su agenda şu tut mazbut alsın apayet लड़ाई चला. हमारे कश्मीर में लड़ाई चला. तिम छि वह ति वुछान ऐसे ईद बनी गई
रांची आएंगे सर, रांची सर, रांची आप आ रहे हैं सर, स्वागत है आपका सर, एक बार घुमाइए
मेरा वाला घूम देना। Students, as you can see, these students were on the hunger strike and they're breaking their fast as we are being told. And this Jharkhand student protest, the activist is breaking his fast. All right, so they're calling off the hunger strike and they're breaking their fast, and this is the activist that we are getting in the frame, ladies and gentlemen. This is Devendra Mahato breaking his fast, and this is what we are getting to know. Devendra Mahato, the face of the Jharkhand student movement, is breaking his fast, and this is big because there were continued protests in Jharkhand regarding the paper leaks in Jharkhand, where the opposition was not present, there was no support. However, this is Devendra Mahato, who is the face of the protest, who is breaking his fast, ending his hunger strike. And on camera, on visuals, on your television screen, you can see the live visuals of what's happening, visuals coming in from Jharkhand, from Ranchi, of the continued protests which you saw, which happened regarding the paper leaks in Jharkhand, and visuals coming in where we're getting to know that the president, the Devendra Nath Mahato, he was urged to break his fast. He was on a hunger strike. He was urged to take honey. Water. And we're also getting to know that he spoke with Sonam Wangchuk, and during the conversation, he was urged by Sonam Wangchuk to break his fast, who is on a hunger strike, to take honey and water while taking care of his health. After the urging, Devendra Nath Mahato has consumed water. So that is what we are getting. A big breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen. Live visuals coming in from Ranchi, from Jharkhand on your television screen. This is Devendra Mahato ending his hunger strike after speaking to Sonam Wangchuk. Sonam Wangchuk, who was the face of the previous student protests, but however, the CJP hijacked those protests and the opposition tried to hijack those protests. But the Sonam Wangchuk also broke the fast when the government assured that there will be action. But this time, I would like to repeat that this is not the Jharkhand government which is acting, which is taking any action. And then this is Devendra Mahato breaking his fast. This is on the request of Sonam Wangchuk. On the request of Sonam Wangchuk is why Devendra Nath Mahato has consumed water, and he has ended his fast after a live conversation with Sonam Wangchuk, honoring his appeal, because Sonam Wangchuk was also the face of the previous student protests in Jantar Mantar, which was hijacked. All right, this is exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. This is Devendra Mahato showing the video call. The video, because he is breaking the fast on the live call on live video call with Sonam Wangchuk, and he calls off the hunger strike. He has ended the hunger strike, and you can clearly understand the situation there. He was on an indefinite hunger strike. Devendra Mahato, the face of the Jharkhand student movement, and the protests were because of the Jharkhand paper leaks, and now the hunger strike has ended, not the protests which have ended. And these are the Jharkhand protests and the visuals coming from Ranchi, Jharkhand, where Devendra Mahato, the face of the protest, has called off the strike. Let's see if we have some audio also. Let's see if we have some audio.
बोलो हम लोग बहुत समझा रहे थे, नहीं पी रहा था। बहुत संघर्ष की और झारखंड के जितने भी एग्जाम होते हैं सभी एग्जामों में पेपर लीक
All right, Sagar is live with us with all the latest updates. Sagar, ये देखने को मिल रहा है कि देवेंद्र मातो ने अपनी जो हंगर स्ट्राइक है, अपनी जो भूख हड़ताल है, उसका अंत किया है।
उसको समाप्त किया है क्योंकि वो एक वीडियो कॉल पे थे।
देखिए बिल्कुल, अगर हम बात करें तो देवेंद्र महतो लगातार आंदोलन पर थे। देखिए बिल्कुल लगातार जो है देवेंद्र महतो यहाँ पर हड़ताल पर तो थे, लेकिन अभी कुछ देर पहले जब उनकी बात हो रही थी सोनम वांगचुक से, तो उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र किया कि अगर आप पानी पी पी कर आंदोलन करेंगे तो ये आंदोलन लंबा तभी आप कर पाएंगे। तो भूख हड़ताल नहीं, ये कह सकते हैं कि उन्होंने बस जल ग्रहण किया और आने वाले दिनों में भी आंदोलन अभी लगातार ये जारी रहेगा। तस्वीरें देखिए आपके सामने, कुछ देर पहले जब सोनम वांगचुक की बात हुई तो उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि राज्य को नए शिक्षा मंत्री की आवश्यकता है, तभी जो है व्यवस्थाओं में यहाँ पर कुछ बदलाव देखने को मिलेगा, क्योंकि पिछले लगभग 25 सालों से झारखंड के अंदर ऐसा ही होता रहा। लगभग 14 सालों से बहुत ज़्यादा यहाँ पर देखी गई अनियमितताएं, पेपरों में धांधली, गड़बड़ियां, और उसी को लेकर लगातार ये छात्र धरने पर हैं। कल के दिन देवेंद्र महतो की तबीयत भी अचानक खराब हुई थी, जिसके बाद इन्होंने इस बात का भी जिक्र किया था कि अगर इनकी जान को कुछ होता है तो वो इसके लिए जिम्मेदार मौजूदा सरकार होगी, क्योंकि अभी तक कोई भी सरकार का नुमाइंदा इन लोगों से मिलने के लिए नहीं आया। कल देखिए लगातार यहाँ पर बारिश होती रही, लेकिन बारिश की बूंदों के साथ ही जो छात्रों के हौसले वो और बढ़ते रहे। कहीं से भी छात्र ये मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है और ना तो यहाँ से जाने वाले हैं जब तक ये जो इनकी मांगे हैं उनको यहाँ पर सुना नहीं जाता। आप देखेंगे मंच पर ये जो तस्वीरें यहाँ पर लगी हैं, शिबू सोरेन के अलावा तमाम जो यहाँ पर महात्मा गांधी की मैं बात करूँ, भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की बात करूँ, सामने आप देख पा रहे होंगे भीमराव अम्बेडकर की तस्वीर, भगत सिंह की तस्वीर, इसके अलावा विनोद बिहारी महतो जिन्होंने झारखंड के विकास में, झारखंड में कई ऐसे बड़े बदलाव किए, उसी को लेकर इन लोगों की देखिए यहाँ पर तस्वीरें भी लगाई गई हैं। मंच पर जो देखिए कुछ लोग हैं जो दिन भर रात भर यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पर करते हैं, कुछ लोग यहाँ पर आराम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक तरफ इधर से विकास यहाँ से दिखाइए, वो एंगल जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, देवेंद्र महतो की तस्वीर जो एक तरफ, और बगल में एक और छात्र यहाँ पर जो है यहाँ पर लेटे हुए हैं जो अपनी मांगों को लगातार सरकार तक पहुँचा रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी भी सरकार का कोई भी यहाँ पर पक्ष यहाँ पर रखने नहीं आया, ना तो इनसे मुलाकात करने के लिए आया। लेकिन आने वाले दिनों में अगर कुछ भी इन छात्रों को होता है, इनकी तबीयत बिगड़ती है, तो जिम्मेदार पूरी तरह से मौजूदा झारखंड की सरकार होगी। लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है कि पूरे आंदोलन में अभी तक विपक्ष की तरफ से कोई नेता नहीं आया। कांग्रेस के एक नेता ने आने का प्रयास किया, लेकिन गो बैक के यहाँ पर नारे लग गए। अगर बात करूँ झारखंड के अंदर तो देखिए राहुल गांधी, केजरीवाल, अखिलेश यादव, प्रियंका गांधी, कई विपक्ष के नेता तो हैं, गठबंधन की सरकार भी यहाँ पर है, लेकिन इसके बावजूद इन छात्रों की परेशानियों को जानने के लिए यहाँ पर कोई नहीं पहुंचा है। इसलिए छात्रों में लगातार ये आक्रोश यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है, क्योंकि सोचिए जिन हाथों में किताबें होनी चाहिए उन हाथों में देखिए आज के दिन तख्तियां, पोस्टर है, बैनर है, लोग लगातार यहाँ पर आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। और आज शाम को तिरंगा यात्रा भी निकाली जाएगी। लगभग 12 दिनों से यहाँ पर आंदोलन यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। तबीयत अभी कैसी है देवेंद्र महतो की? अभी कुछ देर पहले वांगचुक की
तबीयत बहुत ही सीरियस है। अभी सोनम वांगचुक जी से बात हुई और उन्होंने कहा कि जैसे जो भूख हड़ताल का जो नियम है उसको फॉलो कीजिए। अगर भूख हड़ताल आप सही से करेंगे तो लंबे समय तक कर सकते हैं, अन्यथा आप जिस तरह से पानी भी नहीं ले रहे हैं तो आपकी बहुत जल्दी ये भूख हड़ताल समाप्त हो जाएगी। इसलिए उन्होंने सलाह दिया कि आप नींबू पानी लीजिए या तो फिर शहद लीजिए और नमक या फिर नमक या चीनी का घोल लीजिए। तो दादा ने एक कमिटमेंट करवाया उनसे, दादा कमिटमेंट करवाए हैं। दादा ने कमिटमेंट करवाया कि आप अगर इस प्रोटेस्ट को हमेशा हेल्प करेंगे, मदद करेंगे, तो ये उन्होंने वादा किया कि हम जल्द आने का भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और दूसरी बात ये है कि हमारी जो सबसे पहली मांग है कि जेपीएससी और जेएसएससी का जो परीक्षा हुआ है उस परीक्षा
की भूख हड़ताल पर अभी महतो अभी बैठे रहेंगे जब तक मांगे नहीं मानी गई।
हमारे शरीर में देवेंद्र दा के साथ में हम लोग भी आगे हैं। कल से हम
सुन रहा था, बातचीत हो रही थी वांगचुक से, तो उन्होंने कहा कि पानी पीकर आंदोलन करिए ताकि आंदोलन ये लंबा खींचे। पानी पीना जरूरी है शरीर के लिए, तभी जो आंदोलन ये चल पाए।
देवेंद्र दादा के साथ महेंद्र मंडल और मैं प्रेम नायक दोनों आगे हैं और इसलिए आए हैं क्योंकि उनकी तबीयत बिगड़ रही, तो पीछे से एक बैकअप होना जरूरी था, क्योंकि देवेंद्र दादा के साथ कुछ भी होता है तो फिर ये मिशन कामयाब नहीं होगा। तो बैक सपोर्ट के लिए मैं यहाँ सीट लगाया हूँ और महेंद्र मंडल वहाँ लगाए हैं। तो ये हैं और एक जन पीछे भी कर रहे हैं, वो तो भींग करके कर रहे हैं, मतलब ऐसा देखे भी नहीं होगा। बारिश हो रहा था कल, वो बारिश में भींग करके ये भूख हड़ताल पे बैठे थे। तो ये मतलब वर्ल्ड में एक
कोई सरकार का पक्ष अभी रखने नहीं आया, मिलने भी नहीं आया।
बताना चाहता हूँ कि सुबह में सूत्रों के हवाले से पता चला, कल आप ही लोग के पत्रकार भाई कई नेशनल न्यूज़ से आए हुए हैं, कवरेज कर रहे हैं, तो वो लोग बताए थे कि प्रतिनिधिमंडल से बात हुई है और उन्होंने कहा है कि जल्द इसको गठित करके हम लोग मिलेंगे, लेकिन हमारे तरफ से हाथ खड़ा कर दिए हैं। वैसे लोगों से कोई किसी से मिलना नहीं है। जब भी बात होगी तो देवेंद्र बाबू की बात सीधे तौर पर सीएम साहब से होगी और बीच में कोई नहीं आएगा। सीएम साहब से बात होगी और देवेंद्र बाबू की बात जो भी होगी उसका वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग होगा और लिखित में होगा। लिखित जब भी हेमंत दा कुछ भी बात करेंगे तो उसका लिखित हम लोग करवाएंगे और इधर से जो भी बात होगा उसका हम लोग लिखित देंगे और वहाँ एक टाइपिंग करने वाला आदमी रहेगा और वो टाइपिंग करके तुरंत वहाँ पर उसमें साइन मुहर सब चीज़ लेंगे एकदम नियम के साथ, क्योंकि कई बार आप कह देते हैं और चीज़ों को आप फिर ये संभाल लेते हैं, वैसे नहीं होना चाहिए। वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग भी होगा। तो ये सब चीज़ें मांग है और आप जान ही रहे हैं कि प्रमुख मान जो हमारे बच्चे वहाँ बैठे हैं, यहाँ बैठे हैं, सब लोग और पूरे झारखंड के लोग और पूरे भारत के लोग से जो सपोर्ट मिल रहा है उन लोगों ने कहा है कि इस लड़ाई में लड़िए, हम लोग सब साथ देंगे। आने वाला समय में पूरे भारत से लोग।
तो देखिए फिलहाल जो तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, लगातार ये आंदोलन का दायरा भी और ये बढ़ेगा। 12वां दिन ये आंदोलन का है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, देखिए पूरे इस आंदोलन स्थल की जहाँ तक कैमरे की नज़र जाएगी, जैसे जैसे शाम यहाँ पर ढलती जाती है, जैसे जैसे दिन ये ढलता है, ये भीड़ और यहाँ पर बढ़ती चली जाती है। जो छात्र हैं वो पढ़ाई करने के बाद, तैयारी करने के बाद फिर वो भी इस आंदोलन में शामिल होते हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए एक छात्र बैठे हुए हैं इस कड़कड़ाती धूप में, यहाँ पर ये लेटे हुए थे, लेकिन कुछ देर पहले भी यहाँ पर ऊपर से पॉलीथीन डाला गया। आप कब से यहाँ पर लेटे हो भैया? कब तक इस तरह से लेटे रहेंगे, आंदोलन करेंगे? कैसी है तबीयत अभी आपकी? तबीयत कैसी है अभी आपकी? ठीक है,
ठीक है। आप नजर बनाए रखिए, आप ट्रैक करते रहिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपके पास एक बार फिर आएंगे हम। तो ये तस्वीरें थी रांची झारखंड से। थैंक्स अ लॉट। All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking, and this is from POJK. This is Pakistan, which has enacted harsh new restrictions on foreign media after global criticism of Pakistan's repression of protests in POJK. Now, Pakistan has issued new guidelines for foreign media in the country. Now, foreign media will now be needing a no objection certificate to travel within Pakistan, and all foreign media personnel will now require a NOC, that is a no objection certificate, from the Pakistan government to travel to any city outside Islamabad, Lahore and Karachi for news coverage. So, all right, Zeenat is live with us with all the latest updates. Zeenat, we're getting to know that all the foreign channels specifically, they will be needing an NOC now to travel to POJK specifically because they want to hide the truth.
Absolutely. We have been seeing for the last many days of the month together. Now the Pakistan is changing the dictats every now and then. Now we are seeing the another circulars that has been issued for the foreign media who wish to cover POJK because of the atrocities, the genocide that has been committed by the Pak army. Now you have to acquire a non-objection certificate if you want to travel. What the Pakistan is trying to do, because they want to hide the truth, and the social media has already flared these kind of visuals that how the things are in Pakistan, because where hundreds of people have lost their life and thousands of them are injured, and there is a complete ban on communication. The internet is shut. People are being dragged. People are being pelted stones. There is a tear smoke canisters that is being used. And now, in order to hide the reality from the ground, the foreign media has been asked that they have to register themselves before covering the ground, for which they require NOC. This also raises questions about the freedom of press in Pakistan. Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where the people have completely rejected the establishment, because this all issue started when they started raising the questions about, and they said that there should be the abolition when it comes to the 14 seats that were reserved for the refugees of this seats number was around 14, the legislative seats for which this protest and the uprising started. Now we are seeing the visuals coming in from Rawalakot, Mirpur, Islamabad, Pindi, Bagh. All these areas have been disturbed for a long time, and the visuals that are surfacing from the Pakistan shows now that the Pak army in CVs, and they are opening the mouth of their guns, they are pelting stones and using the tear smoke canisters to disperse the crowd. That tells you that the Pakistan army is hiding their own identity and the atrocities that they are committing are for their own people.
Thanks a lot, Zeenat. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Telegram has been restored to Apple's App Store after being briefly removed over illegal content found in a public chat. Now, Telegram's CEO, Pavel Durov, says that the incident was the result of a coordinated extortion attempt involving AI-generated illegal pornographic content, Now, because the message was backdated, Durov says that it was effectively hidden from users, preventing members from seeing or reporting it.
Telegram is back on Apple's App Store after being briefly removed following the discovery of illegal content in a public group. The founder of Telegram, Pavel Durov, says the incident was a result of a deliberate attempt to exploit the platform's moderation system. An attacker allegedly edited an old message in a public Telegram group and inserted an AI-modified illegal pornographic content. Pavel claimed that the edited message was backdated, making it largely invisible to group members and reducing the chances of being reported through normal channels. The Telegram founder also questioned Apple's response, saying the app was removed from the App Store before Telegram was contacted. Telegram says its moderation systems quickly remove illegal content and that the app was restored within hours.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti insults tricolor, holds national flag upside down during the protest. Coming up next, all details on that and a lot more.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अगर मैं जेंजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना।
Heavy rainfall caused severe waterlogging across Bathinda with an ongoing sanitation workers' strike slowing drainage efforts. Civic teams worked overnight to clear flooded areas, while authorities pledged improved drainage management to prevent future flooding. Hyderabad police have booked 3 cases under the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita after allegedly finding dangerous chemicals, including textile dyes mixed in spices. Officials warned that consuming such adulterated spices can lead to serious health risks and said strict action will be taken against offenders.
Students from India are among participants from 22 countries taking part in the 10-day icebreaker of knowledge expedition, which departed from Murmansk, Russia, aboard the nuclear icebreaker 50 Letpobedi. The team will travel to the geographic North Pole before returning to Murmansk. Government to question Meta officials over CSAM WhatsApp usernames. Coming up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट। We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story today is the US rattled by the FCRA, because there has been a statement from a US congressman, a Republican, who has said that there will be a takeover of churches because of the FCRA. So he's clearly spreading misinformation regarding the amendment of the FCRA. So we'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Face of Jharkhand student movement, Devendra Mahto ends water fast.
Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK has been exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK. FCRA amendments rattle conversion lobby. US Congressman Riley Moore spreads misinformation on the FCRA amendments. And government to question Meta officials over CSAM WhatsApp usernames.
The outlook, the MPC decided unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 5.25%.
RBI keeps repo rate unchanged at 5.25%. RBI says Indian economy resilient despite global uncertainty. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti insults the tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story that we are tracking. This is PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti, who has sparked controversy once again. The PDP chief has now linked the POJK genocide to the situation in Kashmir, which was not required. Now, while the nation wants POJK, we have Mehbooba Mufti who wants Azadi. So, this is the visual of the protest which happened, and also there was an insult of the tricolour also that was done by Mehbooba Mufti, and she continues to bat for talks with Pakistan and linking the POJK protests with the situation in Kashmir. Let's listen into what she said.
Şu PDP taşına bazen eşya lakır makır kamzor cemaat. Eşçi lakır, eşçi tadat ay sonka. Organization sonka. Magar जो सास मुफ्ती साबन विजन चुदत. जो सास मुफ्ती साबन एजेंडा चुदत. सो एजेंडा शु तूत मजबूत आज से ना अपायत लड़ाई चला. चलो अपन कशीर में से लड़ाई चला. तिम ची वाइन ती बुझानी ऐसे ईद वेरी गए बुझा. अगर मुफ्ती साबन दिसाम नक्शे. तब मैंने बात करें आर पार यानी ये बंदी या कोई ट्रेन जैसे चीन से बात कसान से ट्रेन यार ये सच ईरान से बात कसान ताकि इस कशीर हो नौजवान इस क्या दिबो मिस करो चना वना जनरेशन जी चना वना जी जनरेशन अल्फा हम उसको क्या दे सकते हैं हमारे पास क्या है उसको देने के लिए अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा मुझे आज़ादी दे दो अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा फिर मुझे पाकिस्तान दे दो हमने उसको ऐसा कुछ देना है कि उसको रोजगार मिले उसको इज्जत मिले उसको वकार मिले और अगर वो इस मुल्क में रहता है तो इज्जत से रहे इसके लिए जरूरी होता है तम खुद कुछ जरूरी ये मुफ्ती साहब विजन हो या कशीर या कतरायम ये मजन तो तुलमुत छु ये मतलब बंद छव थमस करी छु थउन दरिया थमस कोजस में बंद कर पत त्रय यल कत बात करियो तोर क्या तते तिमन तुछ पाकिस्तानस में विकस तिमन ति मुश्किलात अगर इकवट दोशवे मुल्क बेहन कत बात करन पत त्रावन यल अस ति गसन वात यल अस सित करन इज्जत सान कत बात अस यु न्यूक सुनियन वापस साइन जमीन यत कोस अस गारंटी सगस गारंटी रोजन साइन नौकरियन गस गारंटी रोजन अस बोस रोजन डर अगर नेबर आव का इनी सोन जमीन खटन पोसन इसलिए तमें चाहिए कि पीडीपी वाले कि पन्नी जाए एहसास आसो कि महबूबा मुफ्ती छना हम तमन गए कत करान कि एसिल का कत छ करान अच्छो आसान वजन अगर न अस त कत करो अल्लाह ताला छु गवाह कि न खटन पोसन मकलाय.
All right, so this is Mehbooba Mufti who wants the borders to be open and talks to begin once again with the same terrorist country that is Pakistan. But also the BJP has slammed the comment that was made by Mehbooba Mufti and even called her a terrorist. Let's go to the reaction that we are getting from Union Minister Giriraj Singh.
महबूबा मुफ्ती तो आतंकी है. आतंकी इसलिए कह रहा हूँ वो सब दिन आतंकियों का साथ दिए थोड़ा बहुत दिन हम लोगों के साथ रहे ठीक करने का कोशिश किया नहीं ठीक हुए छोड़ दिया. आज का दिन भारत के इतिहास का जैसे हम 15 अगस्त 26 जनवरी मनाते हैं, ये उसी तरह महान दिन है जो सरदार पटेल के सपनों को, भारत के असंख्य लोगों के सपनों को, जो हम कहते थे एक देश दो निशान दो प्रधान, नहीं चलेगा नहीं चलेगा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 2019 को 5 अगस्त को देश का गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने उसको कर दिया। अब एक देश एक निशान एक प्रधान एक विधान, अब कोई मायका लाल पैदा नहीं लिया इसे खत्म कर सके।
All right, Zenith is live with us with all the latest updates. If you can highlight and put into perspective the kind of statement that was made by Mehbooba Mufti. She's once again calling for talks with Pakistan, the border should be open, and same song that she is singing once again, that Pakistan is also facing the same problems like India is facing, and there should be talks, and Gen Z wants jobs, and then otherwise if you don't give them jobs, then they will call for Azadi and whatnot. If you can highlight the statement that was made by Mehbooba Mufti.
See, the statement was made by Ms. Mufti yesterday evening when she held a candlelight peaceful protest just outside her party headquarters. She was talking about the abrogation of Article 70, and she was talking about exactly 7 years before what happened in Jammu and Kashmir, the constitution that had given the rights to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. That constitution, now the government of India is chartering the constitution that provide them right to job and right to live with dignity, and there was the protection as far as the forest or the land rights are concerned. But meanwhile, we are seeing a statement coming in from Giriraj Singh, which has been denounced by the PDP. The way the Giriraj Singh has made the comments about Ms. Mufti, labeling her as a terrorist, that has been denounced by the party. Leaving this aside, we are seeing the Ms. Mufti once again urges the central government to hold the talks with Pakistan, open routes that connect you to China and Iran as well, because they are the traditional routes, and this is the vision of late Mufti Muhammad Said, who was the founder of PDP. She also mentioned about that if the youth, the Gen Z, is not protected, he is not being given a dignified life.
But the irony is, she should also make a statement. She should have also made a statement that the part that is illegally occupied and there is atrocities that are being done by the Pakistani army, that also should have been highlighted. But they choose to ignore all the atrocities that are being done by the Pakistani army. But thanks a lot, Zenith. Keep a track of other developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Let's move on to another top story that we are tracking, which is about the FCRA and the US is rattled. This is US Congressman Riley Moore, a Republican from West Virginia, who goes on to criticize India's proposed Foreign Contribution Regulation Amendment Bill 2026 in an ex post. Now, he described it as a clear attack against Christians. He noted that Christians have been present in India since the time of St. Thomas the Apostle, and argued that the amendments could permit government takeover of the churches, which is clear misinformation. He's spreading misinformation. He's lying in his post, and he says that the FCRA registrations are cancelled, surrendered, or they will lapse. And Moore warned that if the bill proceeds in its current form, it would be a point of a major concern in the India-US bilateral relationship, the bilateral between India and US. So that will become a point of concern between India and US. So this is kind of a veiled threat. It's a kind of a warning, and it also shows the foreign hand behind the missionaries, the conversion lobby that is upset, that is rattled, that is baffled. All right, we have let's move on to another top story that we are tracking, because we are getting a big breaking news development as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go across to that breaking news. And we are getting to know that Meta to lose safe harbor in the CSAM case. This is huge. MP Nishikant Dubey says that there will be no protection. I repeat, no protection for Meta under IT Act. Case has been filed against Meta in the AI-generated video case. Now, Meta India head has been named in the FIR. So this is huge. And trouble for Meta in the hate content against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So you can't get away with whatever you were doing. This is a clear warning, and this is what will happen if in case you make a mistake, and there will be accountability that will be set, and there will be punishment, there will be cases, there will be FIRs. So this makes it very clear. Meta to lose safe harbor in a CSAM case. There is a safe harbor that they are going to lose in this case. So this is big, ladies and gentlemen, where you're getting to know that Nishikant Dubey has said that no protection for Meta under the IT Act, and case has been filed against Meta in AI-generated content, AI-generated video case, and Meta is going to lose the safe harbor in the CSAM case, that is a child sexual abuse material case, because Republic is the only channel which highlighted the kind of content which was presented in Instagram also. When you do a search with the keyword child, if you do a search keyword, if you put the keyword child in Instagram earlier, and we did a test also, we did a live test also, and we got to know that exactly this is the case. You're getting certain content which should not be presented to the audience in India, and there's nothing that Instagram was able to do about that. We even went to their office, we tried to confront them, and there was no clear response. But now, because we raised the issue, and because we flagged the issue, continuously reported on this, debated on this, and now we have a very big action on the CSAM case, ladies and gentlemen, where Meta is going to lose the safe harbor. Safe harbor rules means they've had some sort of protection which they are now going to lose. They won't be protected anymore because of the safe harbor that they had, and because they are not working as per the predefined standards, and they're ignoring the warnings. And even if you flag, if you raise a concern, if you raise an issue on Instagram or Facebook, even then if they don't take down the content, then there's something pretty much wrong in their algorithm. And this was highlighted, and this was highlighted indeed by Republic Media Network. And now there is action that is happening, and Meta has been named in the FIR, Meta India chief has been named in the FIR, and they are going to lose their safe harbor. That's the big story, big development that we are getting. Big development in the Meta case, where in the CSAM case, where Meta is going to lose the safe harbor in the CSAM case. And this has been highlighted by the MP Nishikant Dubey, who says that no protection for Meta under the safe harbor rule. So there's the trouble that is mounting for Meta, and they won't get away this time in India. They won't get away from the mistake that they have committed, and they will be punished for that, and they will be charged for that, and there will be action, because this names Meta clearly, and they should lose their safe harbor. Safe harbor is the legal protection under India's Information Technology Act that generally shields online platforms from liability for user-generated content. So they had the safe harbor for the user-generated content, provided they follow due diligence requirements. Now, if a court finds that a Meta failed to meet these obligations, it could lose that protection for this case, and indeed they failed, ladies and gentlemen. Meta failed to shield such kind of content which should not have been there in Instagram or Facebook. It was there, and they should lose their safe harbor in the CSAM case. Now, Nishikant Dubey has stated that Meta should not receive the benefit of safe harbor under the IT Act, and if it allowed illegal content such as AI-generated child sexual abuse material to remain on its platform, and if you don't act, there will be action. All right, let's go across to Rishita, who joins us from the studio with all the updates on the story. This indeed is huge, Rishita, and there should be some sort of accountability that should be set. And Republic Media Network is the only network which continued to report, to debate, and raise the issue. We confronted them, and now there is action happening. Over to you for all the latest updates on the story, Rishita.
Thank you, Shivam. Absolutely. This is huge. This is a big story. There's a big trouble that has been brewing for Meta in India today. The Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communications and IT has taken a firm stand. It has said that Meta will not get harbor protection under Section 79 of the IT Act. Now, this is a case that has been linked to the AI-generated objectionable content. There were 3 different variations that had taken place. Of course, one was associated with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The other was about the child child sexual abusive content that Instagram had taken up, and there was also another Hyderabad linked case. Now, the committee chief and BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has gone public with the government's position. He says that the case filed by Telangana police against Meta involving the AI-generated objectionable content against the Prime Minister, along with content related to children, will not get safe harbor cover. He's also flagged a parallel case against Google over financial fraud apps. Now, the message has been very blunt. The order has been to comply with the Constitution. And amidst this, there's a bigger flashpoint, the temporary restriction of PM Modi's Facebook video that had happened last month. So the demand has also asked for a personal apology from the Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. And this has also further added to the troubles. Now, Republic Media will be tracking this story very closely as the Meta government meeting unfolds over the next 2 days. Back to you, Shivam.
Yeah, indeed, it's a big development, Rishita, because there should be some sort of an action. But if you can put that into perspective and share the chronology of events which happened on the arguments that were also being raised, because we continue to highlight all the developments in this case. So you're saying that there are many angles to it. Also, action will be taken against them regarding the matter of the takedown of the video of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which they had no solid argument, no solid point on why actually it got removed because of the algorithm.
Right, of course. The bottom line was that Meta had walked into the meeting facing pressure on 3 particular fronts. One was, of course, the hate content that was against the Prime Minister Modi. The other was child sexual abusive media lapses as well, and a legal battle over safe harbor itself. We have more on this. We'll present to you a bite from Dubai.
All right. All right, let's listen into what Nishikant Dubey has said.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात आज दूसरी बात है जो आपने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि हमारी कमेटी ने जो परसों बैठक ली थी, उस बैठक में हमारी कमेटी ने पत्र लिखा है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो वीडियो उन्होंने डिलीट किया, वो इंटरमीडियरी का काम नहीं है, वो पब्लिशर का काम है। और इस नाते जकरबर्ग को जो है 3 दिन के अंदर माफ़ी मांगनी होगी। यदि माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे तो उनके ऊपर जो जितने भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हैं उनको जो सेफ हार्बर दिया हुआ है हमने, जिसका कि वो गलत फ़ायदा उठाते हैं, सेफ हार्बर ख़त्म कर देंगे। अब जितने गाली गलौज मार पीट उल्टे सीधे चीज़ें सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर आती हैं, जिस किसी के खिलाफ आती है, वो सभी मेटा चीफ के खिलाफ जो एफआईआर करेंगे, पूरे देश भर में एफआईआर की बाढ़ आ जाएगी और उसके बाद सभी सलाखों के पीछे होंगे।
All right, viewers, now let's move to another top story that we are tracking. This is about the FCRA and the conversion lobby is rattled. Now, U.S. Congressman Riley Moore, a Republican from West Virginia, has criticized India's proposed Foreign Contribution Regulation Amendment Bill 2026 in an ex-post and is spreading misinformation. He described it that it is a clear attack against Christians, and he said that Christians have been present in India since the time of St. Thomas the Apostle, and argued that the amendments could permit government takeovers of the churches, which is false, fake news, and religious charities when FCRA registrations are cancelled, surrendered, or lapsed. Now, Moore warned that if the bill proceeds in its current form, it would be a point of major concern in our bilateral relationship with India. So this also is a kind of a veiled threat. He's threatening India that if you continue with your actions against the FCRA and the foreign funding that is used for converting people, especially in the tribal regions, that will affect the India-US relations. So be it, let it be. Because this is clear interference in the internal matter of India, the policy making, the decision making of the Indian government. So this becomes a clear interference because the Indian government doesn't interfere in the policy making of the US government. He should have also avoided this. But this is clearly the impact that we are getting about the FCRA. So it means that we are on the right track and it is having a good impact. And we have the conversion lobby, which is rattled. US rattled by FCRA, and he is spreading misinformation. He says that government could control churches. All right, STA Alexander, Shahjahan.
Okay, STA Alexander Shahjahan is joining us for a comment on what's unfolding and why such kind of an argument and such kind of a statement was made. Thanks a lot, STA Alexander Shahjahan, for joining us. But would you explain why such a kind of a comment was made? This should have been clearly avoided. First of all, this is misinformation and fear-mongering that should have been avoided. And this is clear interference in the internal matter of India. Sir.
I mean, I don't think Representative Riley Moore was his intention was not to interfere in the domestic policies or the lawmaking part of India, but definitely, as I said earlier, it is not the official position of the Republican Party or the White House or the United States that Congressman Riley Moore has made. He's free to make his own statements, and he alone is responsible for them. Like we hear a lot of ramblings from Indian lawmakers often in regards to the foreign policy. So,
like, if you can give an example, sir, if you can give an example, like what kind of interference do you think we have made in your decision making?
No. I did not say that. I did not say the Indian lawmakers or the government of India made any interference. I said no country should not interfere on other countries' domestic policies, period. U.S. congressmen or senators or anybody or any other countries has no right to interfere in India's policy making. That is India's laws, the domestic laws that they formulate, the MPs or the lawmakers, statewide or nationwide, they are responsible. It's their authority. Just like the U.S. congressmen or the U.S. senators makes the law here, Indian lawmakers has the sole responsibility and right, and no congressman or
so it's clear. So it's clear that this should have been avoided, and such a comment should have not been made. And specifically because he's a Republican and he's a congressman, clearly should have been avoided. And there was a threat also given by him that this will impact the relations, and it's clearly an interference in the Indian government policy making. But thanks a lot for joining and for your comment on this. Is a very sensitive issue and a very critical issue for both the India-US relations. Thanks a lot, sir. All right, viewers, now we are getting a big breaking news development. We'll go across to that development. This is huge, ladies and gentlemen. This is Congress opposing the FCRA bill. That's what we're getting to know. And this is KC Venugopal has said, and LOP Rahul Gandhi has opposed the FCRA bill. And Venugopal says that entire opposition is united against the FCRA bill. And KC Venugopal says that the old FCRA bill is not acceptable. So this is the Congress which is going against the FCRA bill. And so it's not just the congressmen, foreign players, but also the Congress party. All right, so that was all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report. We're going for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up after a short commercial break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना दिया।
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस शासित यूपीए ने पॉलिसी वैक्यूम करा, वहीं पर अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
जेनजी की भाषा में मैं, अरे सुनो यार, सुनने की आदत रखो। जेनजी की भाषा में विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधान।
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A lot lined up for you in this show. Back-to-back breakings coming in, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The top headlines we're tracking right now. Face of Jharkhand student movement, Devendra Mato ends hunger strike. Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK. FCRA amendment rattles conversion lobby. US Congressman Riley Moore spreads misinformation on FCRA amendments. The government to question Meta officials over CSAM WhatsApp usernames.
As well as the outlook, the MPC decided unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 5.25%.
RBI keeps repo rate unchanged at 5.25%. RBI says Indian economy resilient despite global uncertainty. The PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during protest. updates coming in. This is huge. Meta will be losing safe harbor in the CSAM case. MP Nishikant Dubey says no protection for Meta. Under the IT Act, the case was filed against Meta in an AI-generated video case. Meta India head has been named in the FIR. And trouble for Meta and hate content against Prime Minister Modi. Now, just tell you viewers that the row over Meta's temporary removal of PM Modi's Facebook video has escalated. The Parliamentary Standing Committee had questioned Meta and they demanded a personal apology from CEO Mark Zuckerberg and warning of action against the social media giant if accountability is not fixed. But now it looks like that the case has gone ahead and the case has been filed against Meta to lose a safe harbor in the CSAM case, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. The BJP MP Nishikant Dubey had given Meta a couple of days only to take action against those responsible for the takedown and insisted that Zuckerberg himself should issue a public apology. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. Let's go ahead and play out the reaction.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात आज दूसरी बात है जो आपने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि हमारी कमेटी ने जो परसों बैठक ली थी, उस बैठक में हमारी कमेटी ने पत्र लिखा है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो वीडियो उन्होंने डिलीट किया वो इंटरमीडियरी का काम नहीं है, वो पब्लिशर का काम है। और इस नाते जकरबर्ग को जो है 3 दिन के अंदर माफी मांगनी होगी। यदि माफी नहीं मांगेंगे तो उनके ऊपर जो जितने भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म है उनको जो सेफ हार्बर दिया हुआ है हमने, जिसका कि वो गलत फायदा उठाते हैं, सेफ हार्बर खत्म कर देंगे। अब जितने गाली गलौज मार पीट उल्टे सीधे चीजें सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर आती हैं, जिस किसी के खिलाफ आती है वो सभी मेटा चीफ के खिलाफ जो एफआईआर करेंगे, पूरे देश भर में एफआईआर की बाढ़ आ जाएगी और उसके बाद सभी सलाखों के पीछे होंगे।
All right, let's go straight across to Mr. Pavan Duggal, senior advocate, who's joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Supreme Court and cyber law expert. And I want to go across to you, Mr. Duggal. Now, what is happening now is that India, the center, has taken a very strong step here. They're trying to make an example because some of these global companies, tech companies, really cross the line. What do you think about this as the case has been lodged? And do you think that India needs stricter regulation when it comes to these global tech companies?
Can I pause and say what I've heard? I've not heard that the case has been launched. Mr. Dubey has only said that they've been asked to apologize in 3 days. Otherwise, we will then launch cases. There's no information yet in the public domain on any case being lodged. But having said that, I think what the chairman of the IT Standing Committee has said in the parliament is nothing but reiterating the law of the land. The law of the land clearly says that intermediaries like Meta do not have the ability to voluntarily on their own take down content, and that too without any legal basis, court order or a governmental direction. And more so when you are able to pull down the video of the Prime Minister of the country for something that is not yet known in the public domain. Obviously, it appears that the intermediary is thinking that it's bigger than the law, so that it can do these arbitrary things without any legal kind of consequences. I am of the firm opinion that Indian government must take this to this logical conclusion. Meta has already lost its statutory exemption from legal liability because they've done something which is in violation of the law. Having said that, the legal consequences must follow. It's not a question only of Meta. It's a question that India needs to give a lesson or a message to the entire intermediary ecosystem that, look, if you are not going to comply with the IT Act or the rules and regulations made thereunder, then do not expect any leniency, clemency. Why? Because for the very simple reason, the law only says that you will get your statutory exemption from legal liability if you are able to prove that you have complied with the IT Act and rules and regulations and that you have not exercised due diligence. In this case, there's no such evidence of any exercise of due diligence. So what the chairman of the IT Standing Committee has said is nothing but reiterating the law. However, merely reiterating the law would not suffice. We would need to go beyond into action. We would need the Indian government to take cogent action so that the intermediary ecosystem gets more sensitized about the need for complying with law. Unfortunately, for the last almost 11 years, there's been a honeymoon period going on where intermediaries have been going ahead and misrepresenting the judgment of the Supreme Court in the case of Shreya Singhal versus Union of India. Shreya Singhal versus Union of India, Supreme Court only said, guys, Section 79 IT Act is valid, provided certain, narrowing down provisions were added into. That's all. But nowhere did the Supreme Court say don't exercise due diligence. Nowhere did the Supreme Court say do not comply with the IT Act or the rules and regulations made thereunder. Now, consequently, now it's not just about Meta. It's take off any platform. You'll find they'll randomly block your account. They'll randomly remove your video, and you have no effective remedy. You start complaining against them. They don't respond. The grievance officer is a mere paper tiger. He does not respond. Invariably, the grievance officer also invariably never goes against the company because he's appointed by the company. That being so, the users have no effective remedy. It's time for India to give more effective remedies to all users and to give a message to all intermediaries. Guys, if you don't comply with the law and you do things unilaterally, arbitrarily, without any basis of any kind whatsoever, be prepared to lose your statutory exemption from legal liability and be prepared for exposure to legal consequences.
Mr. Duggal, speaking about what is happening now, not the first time Meta has been in trouble. In fact, we had reported in Republic TV that there was a lot of child sexual abuse material, AI-generated deepfakes and other harmful content on Meta. You're a cyber law expert. You know all about cyber law. You know how dangerous the world online can be. According to you, what can be done and what kind of regulations should be brought in to make sure these tech giants do not cross the line?
It's very imperative that, number one, the Section 79 of the IT Act needs to be completely amended and revised. Why? Because in the AI era, these intermediaries are still taking the benefit of Section 79 when they are not themselves only intermediaries, they are active editors, active publishers of content. Number two, till such time that happens, because that will require amendment of the IT Act, there's a need for the government to come up with new rules and regulations under Section 87, read with Section 79 of the Information Technology Act 2000, stipulating the various new kinds of due diligences that must be carried forward by these intermediaries. And number three, the said rules and regulations must also reiterate and re-establish the legal consequences that will await the intermediaries should they choose to not comply with these rules and regulations. And ultimately now, with AI being all around and these intermediaries extensively using AI, they automatically cease to become intermediaries. They will have to be made more liable, more accountable for the output that gets generated on their platforms. The days of honeymoon have to be over. The ground realities have to start biting in. And the quicker they start doing it, the better it will be. But for that, the onus goes back on the government. The government has to now revise it. Unfortunately, the intermediaries have had so much of a long period of enjoyment for 11 years that no action has ever been taken against intermediaries, while users have been rendered completely remediless.
Mr. Duggal, yes, hold on for a second, Mr. Duggal. I am also being joined by my colleague from a Republic business team, Rishita, who's joining us live. She will take this forward. Rishita has been tracking the story very closely. Yes, over to you, Rishita.
Thanks, Shivangi. Now, Mr. Duggal, you've set the context perfectly well. We are able to understand how crucial and how serious of an issue this is. I want you to explain to us what are going to be the consequences. Say Meta loses the safe harbor protection under Section 79. What does that mean in practical terms? Is Meta now sort of, liable for every piece of user-generated content on its platforms? Please help us understand.
Once Meta or any intermediary loses its statutory exemption from legal liability, that effectively means that anyone can now sue Meta, can file criminal complaints not against Meta but any intermediary, and they will not have the benefit of the exemption from legal liability because the law has given them a Suraksha Kavach, a security cover by means of which the law says anybody can file any complaint against you or any claim against you, but we promise you, you will not have to pay a single penny, you will not be going to jail, provided you fulfill certain conditions. These conditions are, number one, complying with the IT Act and rules and regulations made thereunder. Number 2, exercising due diligence while discharging their obligations under law. Number 3, not conspiring or abetting in the commission of any offence. And number 4, once called upon to remove or disable access to any information, doing that expeditiously without vitiating the original electronic evidence in any manner whatsoever. Now, the moment the intermediary does not fulfill one of these conditions, automatically by operation of law, the statutory exemption from legal liability is taken away, which means that now FIRs, criminal actions, proceedings, and also civil actions can be filed with gay abandon against any intermediary. They'll have to go ahead and individually defend each one of them. They will not be able to take the benefit of the statutory exemption that the law has provided, which effectively means that their legal exposure is going to grow manyfold. Further, they could also now be criminally liable, because once they violate the law as a company, then under Section 85 of the IT Act, every person who's responsible for running the day-to-day affairs of the said company or for management of its day-to-day activities shall also be deemed to be guilty of the said contravention and shall be liable to be punished. So I think the new, shall I say, floodgates of potential litigation are now going to open up once the statutory exemption from legal liability is automatically taken away from them by virtue of operation of law.
Right. Mr. Duggal, we do know that India is one of the biggest digital markets for these companies like Meta, etc. We know that the amount of users that they have here is huge. They count on Indians to sign up at these platforms, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of users on these platforms. Now, speaking of this, it's time that India does tell these companies, and this is what we are talking about, that they should follow the rules as well. Not just follow the rules, but now it's the next step. Now India is trying to set those rules, Mr. Duggal.
India is not setting the rules. India is only revisiting and restating the law that, look, we had asked you to do compliance, due diligence, you have not done it, now face music. Now, the question is, the music has not even begun. The fact is that the government has not yet launched a single legal proceedings against the company. And that, I think, is a missing link in the entire chain. Once the proceedings start, both civil and criminal, that's a longer, stronger message that's going to go to the entire ecosystem, that you cannot take the Indian IT law for granted and that you will have to face the legal consequences. Right now, there are no legal consequences because there are no proceedings, no FIRs. Now, the chairman of the IT Standing Committee has only said that if they don't, give their apology within 3 days, then the floodgates would open up. I think I would like to slightly modify the same. The floodgates already stand opened up right now. The law is actually saying that. Yes, but it's up to the government. But the problem is a bigger problem. Even if they apologize, does the apology render them completely immune from all legal consequences? I don't think so, because the law does not talk of apology. Look at the Information Technology Act, Section 79, Section 85, the IT Rules 2021, the IT Directions 2022, completely silent. So the problem is, if they give an apology, and if the apology is accepted,
that's right,
the government does
Mr.
nothing,
Duggal.
then it sends
Mr.
a
Duggal,
very, very bad signal.
Yes, thank you for joining us there with all those details, Mr. Duggal, and helping our viewers really decode what is happening in the story. Thank you so much. I really have to move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. Congress opposes the FCRA bill. KC Venugopal says LOP. Rahul opposed the FCRA bill. Venugopal says entire opposition united against FCRA bill. So KC Venugopal saying the old FCRA bill not acceptable. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where the Congress is opposing the FCRA bill. Let's tell you that the FCRA bill has really kicked up a big row. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
Told our concern very clearly. LOP told very strongly that FC and party stand is very clear, and their opposition stand is very clear on that. They cannot bring FCRA in that old format at all, because it is against because RSS can do anything, but no other NGO. This mindset cannot be approved. Therefore, we will oppose it very strongly. We are not going to allow them to pass that type of draconian bills.
Sir, an American leader have also condemned raised question.
Also tweeted now about the FCRA bill and said that it is not good and it could also harm the tie-up between the US and India. How do you see that?
Now you see the mood of Narendra Modi will change within a minute. If Indian opposition telling something, he will not listen. But once this type of dikayat from foreign countries are coming, used to listen that. I don't know why, but people are now understanding gradually.
All right, let's go to my colleague Sarthak, who's joining us live. Sarthak, we just heard the opposition and the Congress there. They are criticizing the FCRA bill. But, there's something which has been made very clear by the BJP and the centre, that the FCRA bill is to protect the interest of our country, because we do not want any kind of interference here, especially from foreign powers who do not have the interest of India in mind.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. What we see at this point is the entire opposition doing what they have always been doing, opposing everything that the government does. And what we see now that KC Venugopal, the Congress General Secretary KC Venugopal has interacted with media, and he said that they are going to oppose the bill. The leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, also opposed the FCRA bill during an opposition strategy meeting that they had. And the entire opposition at this point is united against the bill. What is the FCRA bill? The Foreign Contribution Regulation Act 2010 is going to be amended. The government says that the amendments are they intend to increase transparency in how the foreign funds are used, to prevent the misuse of foreign contributions. To act against the organizations that are allegedly involved in activities such as forced religious conversions or diversion of funds for these forced religion conversion purposes. So this is something that the government is trying to target at this point. And with what the opposition says, they make some ludicrous statements and ludicrous opposition. That like this gives excessive power to the central government. This allows the government to take over NGO assets if they are not registered the FCRA or the FCRA is not
Sarthak, hold on for a second here, Sarthak. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. I'll come back to you in a moment. I'm getting some more breaking news. Bombay High Court has asked to take down all content on social media platforms, including AI content, allegedly defaming Union Minister Nitin Gadkari in the ethanol blended petrol case. Now, I want to tell our viewers exactly what's happened right now. The Bombay High Court has ordered takedown of deepfakes, AI images linked with Nitin Gadkari to the E20 fuel program. And this is a big update coming in on Republic TV. The Bombay High Court has granted interim relief to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari in his suit seeking takedown of defamatory and deepfake content linking him and his family to the government's E20 ethanol blending program. And this is a huge update coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. The suit was filed by Gadkari against Meta, X, Google, YouTube, and the department. In fact, now we're getting all these updates coming in. The court has noted that the content flagged by Gadkari was vile and abusive. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's go to Revati, who's joining us. Revati, now the court has directed that all such content should be taken down. And more than that, the court has noted that the content flagged by Gadkari was vile, very, very vile and abusive.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, now the Bombay High Court has directed that the social media content which is allegedly AI generated and is a deepfake shall be removed, which is against Nitin Gadkari, claiming that the E20 ethanol project is benefiting his family. Due to this, Nitin Gadkari is filing a defamation suit, and a nod has been received by Bombay High Court. It also says that this project is completely within the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Petroleum. So hence it is not his jurisdiction, or it is not related to his ministry. So a defamation suit has been filed, or a note has been received by the Bombay High Court to the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, who has claimed that it is an AI generated or deep fake videos, claiming that the project is benefiting his family members, especially his son. So if at all the content is not removed from the social media, the defamation suit of 11 crore rupees has been filed by the Nitin Gadkari. So now it will be important to see that whether all social media accounts who are claiming such things,
and the matter will be will be heard again in court in approximately after 4 weeks. So I'll be coming back to you for more. Keep tracking the story very closely for us on Republic TV. Taking a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. The government to question Meta officials over the CSAM and WhatsApp new username. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, we got to smack them a little bit.
Coming right up, viewers, face of Jharkhand student movement, Devendra Mato ends hunger strike. Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे
जिस ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो में आप कह रहे परमवीर सिंह और सचिन वाजे ने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स लगाकर एक केस बनाने की कोशिश की, इसी ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो को मेरे घर के बाहर 5 नवंबर को पार्क किया गया था जब सचिन वाजे भेजे गए थे। शायद आपने भेजा होगा मुझे अरेस्ट करने। क्या आपने कभी मुकेश अंबानी जी को कहा या रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज को आपने कहा जिनके घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स रखी गई, जिनको टारगेट किया गया, उन्हीं को आपने नहीं बताया, कभी नहीं बताया कि मेन कल्प्रिट परमवीर सिंह है?
इंक्वायरी वाज ऑनगोइंग, इंक्वायरी चालू थी।
मैं तो जानता हूँ ये आदमी करप्ट है, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है, बहुत डेंजरस है। मुझे ताजुब है कि एक आदमी जिसके कारण मनसुख हिरेन की मर्डर हुई, एक आदमी जिन्होंने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर बम रखा,
अब ये
वो आदमी खुलेआम घूम रहा है।
इसी का हमको ताजुब है कि एनआई ने उसको एक्यूज क्यों नहीं बनाया।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story today is the brutal crackdown of the terrorist Pakistani regime in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. But there are certain leaders who reside in India, but they talk about having talks with Pakistan, and they're comparing the protests in POJK to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll get you all the details of that story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Face of Jharkhand student movement, Devendra Mahato ends hunger strike. Pakistan's attempt to hide genocide in POJK has been exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK. FCRA amendments rattle conversion lobby. US Congressman Riley Moore spreads misinformation on FCRA amendments. Government to question Meta officials over CSAM WhatsApp usernames.
As well as the outlook, the MPC decided unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 5.25%.
And RBI keeps repo rate unchanged at 5.25%. RBI says Indian economy resilient despite global uncertainty. And PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti insults tricolour, holds the national flag upside down during protest. On video, we have evidence. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a top focus story, and this is about former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Exiled Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was going to virtually hold a media address, first time in 2 years. Now, this is the first address after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina from Bangladesh. Now, Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal has said that the government of India has no role in the event amid concerns raised by Bangladesh over Sheikh Hasina's proposed address. So, the Bangladesh government wants there to be a blackout, a blanket ban on the media coverage, but there will be an address by the former exiled Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. All right, let's go across to our esteemed guest who is joining us for a conversation. This is Mohibul Hasan Chaudhry, former Education Minister, Bangladesh, who is joining us for a comment on the kind of situation which is unfolding. Thanks a lot, Mohibul, for joining at this moment. But today is a crucial, important day. There will be an address of Sheikh Hasina after a very long time.
Yes, she has been our party's grassroots and the people of our country through social media and other outlets.
Yeah.
But the current regime, they're very concerned that her address will expose their failures. They have failed to manage. Inflation is at an all-time high. Unemployment is on the rise. Law and order is breaking down. So they're very concerned, understandably. But our leaders' message will be for the people of the nation, for the people of our country, to unite, to overcome, to heal, and to progress. So she's not a divisive personality. She wants the nation to be united. So, but then the regime is not really liking this message of unity.
All right, but a blanket ban by a government for an exiled ex-Prime Minister, this is a serious concern. How are you going to fight this? Because Sheikh Hasina said that she is going to go back to Bangladesh. She does not fear the kind of cases, the charges that have been levied against her. And because there are serious charges, includes murder charges, writing charges and whatnot. Even the documents of her family members have been confiscated by the Bangladeshi government. And also, sir, you now know to which side is the present Bangladesh government was leaning. After election, the story is a bit different, but still, a blanket ban on a media coverage situation should have improved after the elections, at least, Mohibul.
See, a new government has taken over, but the legacy of the past government continues. The reason being that the foreign operatives and agents which had helped oust the government of Sheikh Hasina are still in action, are still running certain machines of the state. Especially, you've heard reports of Pakistan intelligence involvement in the country. Certain other countries are also involved. Turkish intelligence has also been involved, and appearing in our security with our security forces. And it appears that the political government is not in control, and they fear that the people will rise up, and with our leaders addressing to the nation, their weak grip in the system and leadership will melt, and which is why they are going for all kinds of blanket prohibition on her speech. And if they were so confident that people were behind them, they wouldn't have gone for it. And our leader is far subject herself to any kind of fair, constitutional and legal proceedings, provided that her personal safety will be ensured, provided the security forces will behave according to the constitution, the judiciary will be neutral and deliver justice, not just revenge. So, the regime is shaken, and but then we do not want to create further instability in the country. Our message will remain that we need harmony, we need healing, we need peace, and we need to progress into a prosperous future.
All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Mohibul, for joining at this moment. We hope there will be an address, and still you can fight against the present government also, because she has the right to make an address, maybe even if it's virtual. Now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is a tweet by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 7 years of the abrogation of Article 370. He says that 7 years on this day, 7 years ago on this day, Article 370 and 35A became history, marking a decisive new chapter in the journey of Jammu and Kashmir as well as Ladakh. Now, since then, the lives of the people of J&K and Ladakh have witnessed wide-ranging transformation. Infrastructure has expanded, opportunities in areas such as education, healthcare, entrepreneurship and sports have grown, be it the women or the marginalized communities. Those who were denied their basic constitutional rights for decades have been empowered, thanks to the full application of the Constitution of India. 5th August this year assumes even greater significance, as this is the year our nation commemorates the 125th birth anniversary of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. His lifelong commitment to the national unity continues to inspire generations. Now, what he envisioned decades ago found historic fulfillment on 5th August 2019. And he goes on to say that we reaffirm our commitment to the progress of Jammu and Kashmir as well as Ladakh, and to ensure that every citizen has the opportunity to dream big, achieve, and to contribute to the making of a Vikasit Bharat. All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is about the FCRA and also how certain conversion lobby is upset. But not just the conversion lobby, we even have the Congress which is upset, and they have opposed the FCRA bill. That's what we are getting to know. This is the Congress party seems to be very upset, and the entire opposition seems to be united against the FCRA bill. This is being conveyed by KC Venugopal of Congress. They are saying that old FCRA bill also not acceptable. So these are the comments and these are the protests by the opposition members regarding the FCRA. But why are they concerned about the FCRA? Because the FCRA amendment helps to curb the funding, the foreign funding, which will be utilized, which was being utilized for converting innocents, for converting tribals. And if there is a check, and if the government of India stops funding that goes to support conversion, that needs to be stopped. And now the opposition is upset on that. All right, let's listen into what the Congress has to say. Let's listen into KC Venugopal.
Told our concern very clearly. LOP told very strongly that FC and party stand is very clear, and their opposition stand is very clear on that. We cannot bring FCRA in that old format at all, because it is against because RSS can do anything, but no other NGO. This mindset cannot be approved. Therefore, we will oppose it very strongly. We are not going to allow them to pass that type of draconian bills.
Sir, an American leader have also condemned the raised question.
Also tweeted now about the FCRA bill and said that it is not good and it could also harm the tie-up between the US and India. How do you see that?
Now you see the mood of Narendra Modi will change within a minute. If Indian opposition telling something, he will not listen. But once this type of dikayat from foreign countries are coming, used to listen that. I don't know why, but people are now understanding gradually.
ये किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये बिल देश की सुरक्षा के पक्ष में है। ये बिल जो बाहर से पैसे, नाजायज पैसे लाके भारत को तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, सोरोज जैसे लोगों के पैसे, चाइना से आ रहे पैसे, ये पैसे उनके पैसे हैं, इसलिए मिर्ची लग रही है। मिर्ची लगेगी राहुल गांधी को, मिर्ची लगेगी जो उस पैसे पर पलते हैं उनको।
All right, so this was the statement by KC Venugopal first, and then the counter statement by Giriraj Singh, and also he calls ki inko mirchi lagi. Harsh is live with us with all the latest updates in the story. Harsh, the irony is it's not just the foreigners who are upset, it's not just the conversion lobby, it's not just the congressmen in the United States of America in Virginia, not just Riley Moore, it's also the Congress which is upset because of the amendments in the FCRA. Over to you for all the latest developments.
Right, Shivam, now what we are learning in this regard is the KC Venugopal, who serves as the National General Secretary of the Indian National Congress, has clearly mentioned that the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, has clearly opposed the FCRA bill, and he has said that the entire opposition is joining hands to oppose the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, in fact, the amendments that are being made in this particular bill. Now, the question that has to be asked with the Indian National Congress, along with all the opposition parties who are in fact opposing this particular bill, is that why these parties have an issue when some accountability is trying to be put into place by the leading government, in fact by the ruling government, because these are funds that are inducted within the nation from foreign bodies, and now the government is just trying to put some accountability in place because there are multiple instances. In fact, Republic has a full crackdown investigation on this, where on Republic camera there were multiple of these NGOs that were trying to do forceful conversions on our reporter. This is on record, and this has happened with our reporter as well, and this is something that has to be brought under the scrutiny, and that is exactly what the FCRA amendment bill is trying to do. But the leader of opposition, including the KC Venugopal, who serves as the National General Secretary of the party is clearly opposing it. He in fact goes on to say that all opposition parties are together to oppose this particular bill in the parliament. But this is something very disrupting, because it is something that is linked to national security, because the government of India clearly says that this is to ensure that the rights of Indian citizens, in fact, these funds that are inducted from outside the nation, are not used for criminal activities, including that of forceful, unlawful religious conversions. And that is exactly what we are pointing out, that why is the leader of opposition, including other opposition parties, are opposing the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, including the amendments that are subjected to be made in this particular bill.
Yeah, also, Harsh, we have the graphics also on the screen to explain the situation, because what was happening before 26th Amendment, now in the new FCRA bill, general registration to purpose-linked registration. Let's move on to the other plates fast. And now, there was previously broad activity scope. Now, state-specific approval is important. Earlier, no asset authority, now designated asset authority. Let's go to other plate. Earlier, religious activities were allowed, and now asset protection mechanism not allowed. So that's the reason they're upset. Earlier, state-neutral approval, and now proselytization excluded. That's also a reason they're upset. Standard compliance rules earlier, and a strong governance, which is important, again the reason of them being upset. Existing governance framework earlier, now enhanced regulatory clarity. Earlier, audit-based oversight, and now there is increased oversight mechanism, which was crucial. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is about Mehbooba Mufti. Now, the PDP chief, Mehbooba Mufti, has sparked controversy once again. The PDP chief has now linked the POJK genocide to a situation in Kashmir, which is vague. Now, while the nation wants POJK, Mehbooba wants Azadi. Let's listen into the statement of Mehbooba Mufti.
Şu PDP taşına bazen eşya lakır makır kamzor cemaat. Eşçi lakır, eşçi tadat ay sonka. Organization sonka. Magar yüzes mufti sabın vision çudut. Yüzes mufti sabın agenda çudut. Su agenda şu tut mazbut alsın apayet lड़ाई चला. चला apayet kışır में लड़ाई चला. Tim çi vay tim bıçan diye ऐसे ईद वेरी के bıçan. अगर मुफ्ती sabın निजाम नक्शे The Bennett Batatreyo Arpa, Chani Mandiva. Yapay Trail, yes, China said, Bastic and set trivial. Yes, as Iran is Bastic and Daki, you should Kushir on Naujavan. This can't be more misquoted. Chinavana, Generation Z, Chinavana Z, Generation Alpha. हम उसको क्या दे सकते हैं? हमारे पास क्या है उसको देने के लिए? अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा मुझे आज़ादी दे दो. अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा फिर मुझे पाकिस्तान दे दो. हमने उसको ऐसा कुछ देना है कि उसको रोजगार मिले, उसको इज्जत मिले, उसको वकार मिले, और अगर वो इस मुल्क में रहता है तो इज्जत से रहे. उसके लिए जरूरी होता है तम खुद कुछ जरूरी ये मुफ्ती साहब विजन हो यत कशीर यत कतरयम यम जन तय तुलमुत छु ये मतलब बंद छवतमस करी छु थउन दरियाव थुमत कर्जस में बंद कर पत त्रयव यल कत बात करियो तोर क्या तते तिमन छु पाकिस्तानस में विकस तिमन ति मुश्किलात अगर इकवट दोशवे मुल्क बेहन कत बात करन पत त्रावन यल अस ति गसन वत यल अस सित करन इज्जतसान कत बात अस यु न्यूक सुदियन वापस साइन जमीन यत कोस अस गारंटी सगस गारंटी रोजन साइन नौकरियन गस गारंटी रोजन अस गोस न रोजन डर अगर नेबर आव का इनी सोन जमीन हटन पोसन इसलिए तमे तय गस पीडीपी वाले कि पन्नी जाय एहसास आस कि महबूबा मुफ्ती छना हम तमन गए कत करन कि एसिल का कत छ करन अत छ आसान वजन अगर न अस त कत करो अल्लाह ताला छु गवाह कि न खटन पोसन मकला.
All right, once again, this is the same Pak Talks lobby now. This is the BJP which has slammed Mehbooba Mufti for the kind of statement that she has made and even called her a terrorist. Let's listen into the reaction of Union Minister Giriraj Singh.
महबूबा मुफ्ती तो आतंकी है. आतंकी इसलिए कह रहा हूँ वो सब दिन आतंकियों का साथ दिए. थोड़ा बहुत दिन हम लोगों के साथ रहे, ठीक करने का कोशिश किया, नहीं ठीक हुए छोड़ दिया। आज का दिन भारत के इतिहास का, जैसे हम 15 अगस्त 26 जनवरी मनाते हैं, ये उसी तरह महान दिन है जो सरदार पटेल के सपनों को, भारत के असंख्य लोगों के सपनों को, जो हम कहते थे एक देश दो निशान दो प्रधान, नहीं चलेगा नहीं चलेगा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 2019 को 5 अगस्त को देश का गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने उसको कर दिया। अब एक देश एक निशान एक प्रधान एक विधान, अब कोई माई का लाल पैदा नहीं लिया इसे खत्म कर।
All right, so today is the anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, and Zeenat continues to be with us, tracking all the developments when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir and the kind of statement that has been made. And once again, Mehbooba Mufti lands in another controversy. However, there was a statement by the BJP also, Giriraj Singh also, Zeenat calling her a terrorist, and PDP also has condemned that. But what's actually happening? What are the type of statements that are coming, not just from Mehbooba Mufti, but also from Omar Abdullah and other political leaders, and also the kind of statement that she made and the analysis she did regarding the POJK and the situation in Jammu and Kashmir, Zeenat?
See, today is the 7th anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, and today Kashmir is witnessing peaceful demonstrations of the protests from all political parties, from National Conference to PDP to Congress and all other parties. Even the BJP is doing the celebration at their party headquarters. Meanwhile, if we just try to understand the statement that had come from the Mehbooba Mufti, she again urged center to have talks with the Pakistan, connecting Kashmir with Iran and China, and also to give Gen Z an opportunity to live a better, peaceful and a dignified life, to provide employment to the Gen Zs. Otherwise, if she said that if the opportunities are not being provided, then definitely the Gen Z will be looking for Pakistan or for Azadi to provide a dignified life across. If the Gen Z wants to live in the country, at least a dignity should come to this generation. Meanwhile, she talked about the vision that was envisaged by PDP patron and the founder Mufti Muhammad Sayyid, that without talks and without opening the borders, nothing will be achieved. So yesterday Miss Mufti held the protest demonstrations, the candlelight vigil just outside the office, and today also the PDP had protests at multiple places, at least in Srinagar, though Mehbooba had already called for a J&K wide district-wise protest, but that was not possible because of the restrictions that were put in place by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Because of the videos that have come on social media shows that many of the leaders were detained and they were not allowed to come out of their places. But BJP has been celebrating, saying that this is the time when the peace and development and return to the Kashmir Valley. The terrorism has gone down. It is more than 83% drop in the terrorism activities in Jammu and Kashmir, and which is something that needs to be celebrated. Meanwhile, we are seeing a statement coming in from the Giriraj Singh of BJP calling Mehbooba Mufti terrorist, and when the PDP has already condemned the very statement that has come from the BJP leader.
Clearly, such statements should be avoided, because these statements become headlines in the news channels of Pakistan. Thanks a lot for all the developments. Keep a track on all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, Pakistan's attempt to hide the genocide in POJK has been exposed. Pakistan curbs foreign media access to POJK.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री।
இல்ல அனைத்து திட்டங்களும் எங்களுடைய தலைவர் திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியில் எங்களுடைய தலைவர் திரு முத்துவேல் கருணாநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் அறிவிச்ச செயல்படுத்திய திட்டங்களை தான் இன்னைக்கு பேரை மாத்தி இருக்காங்க. இல்ல இன்னொரு சிறப்பு இந்த அரசுக்கு நன்றி சொல்லணும். என்னன்னா ஒவ்வொரு துறையை பத்தி பேசும்பொழுது நிதியமைச்சர் பேசும்போதும் ஒரு குறிப்பிட்டு பேசுறாரு. பட்ஜெட்ல இடம் பெற்றிருக்கு. இந்தியாவிலேயே நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாடு முன்னணி மாநிலமா இருக்கு அப்படின்னு ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியா பெருமையோட சொல்றாரு. திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்துடைய சாதனைகள் எல்லாம் இப்போவாச்சும் ஒத்துக்கிட்டாரு அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு நாங்க
Sir, any comment about this meeting? How was the meeting, sir? Sir, any comment on the meeting, sir? On the takedown, sir? What is your take on the takedown?
So these are the live visuals of coming right now as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, of the confrontation that we had. And specifically, this is about the Meta officials who have now left from IT Ministry after meet with the government officials because they were summoned for today. They were summoned today and for tomorrow, a meeting because of the content that is being displayed in Meta platforms. That includes Instagram and Facebook, and also the concern because of the takedown of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's post, the video, and where there was a pop-up which showed that this was removed because of a legal request, but they did not have a very clear, good explanation on the exact reason. So there was something off with the algorithm in that case, and that also was flagged by the ministry. We continuously reported that incident also, and Republic was the first channel to report the kind of CSAM content that was being forwarded and promoted, and the way it was promoted in Instagram also. And now there's questioning which is happening on the CSAM, and also when it comes to the WhatsApp usernames also. So this is Meta officials who leave from IT Ministry after the meeting with government officials. Let's listen in once again, because we tried to get an answer, but there was no response from the Meta officials who were summoned. So this is Meta officials who left from the IT Ministry after after meeting with government officials. This is because they have been summoned, and Centre has summoned Meta's global team on August 5 and 6 to raise the CSAM issue. And the AI concerns, and Republic Media Network was the only channel which was continuously highlighting, debating, confronting and reporting from the ground. We went even to their office in NCR. We questioned them. There was no response. They said everything will be replied on via an email or on their website. So they refused to make a comment that time, and they just gave us a press release, sort of a formality that was done by them. And now there is action happening after the reportage that we did, after the reporting that we did, after we did a test also, a live test where we tried to search the content. If you type child earlier also in Instagram, the kind of content that was coming up, that used to be generated, that used to surface from in Instagram specifically, that was a big concern. The CSAM, that is child sexual abuse material that is being catered to the audience, to the wide audience in India specifically, that was supposed to be highlighted, and that was the big question that the Republic raised in front of Meta also. However, there was a very late response from Meta, and now there was a meeting that was supposed to happen. It happened, and they returned. These are senior Meta officials who are returning after they were summoned by the ministry. All right, so this was also about the post of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which they removed, and now action is happening. Ishan is joining us live with all the latest updates on the story. Ishan, if you can share the details of the meeting and what actually happened, over to you for all the latest developments over the summoning of Meta officials.
Absolutely. The Meta officials were summoned by the Ministry of Information Technology on multiple accounts. They had asked the Meta officials about their new plans on how WhatsApp usernames will be working. Apart from that, they had concerns over security issues of the app and multiple platforms that they have. The Meta officials were also questioned on removal and processing of the child sexual material that was available on their platform, especially on Instagram, and how multiple illegal businesses were getting by using these channels and platforms of Meta to promote illicit businesses and illicit material on their platform, and even earning monetary benefits from them. Apart from this, they also were questioned on the newest features of Instagram, and more importantly, they were questioned on the availability of individual track records and making such a removal of such material from these websites on priority. They also spoke on why Prime Minister Narendra Modi's account was flagged on Facebook. So all of this happened, and Meta officials also discussed the upcoming security implications and new policy measures that will help prevent such failures in the future. So all of this was discussed during the MeitY Ayog's meeting, and then after that, the Meta officials left from the backside of CGO complex, and they have just left the complex and are on their way back to their offices.
That's
back
right.
to you.
Yes, that's right, Ishan. In fact, Nishikant Dubey has also made it very, very clear that Meta has to apologize and never repeat this kind of breach. We have that reaction coming in. Let's play it out.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात आज दूसरी बात है जो आपने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि हमारी कमेटी ने जो परसों बैठक ली थी, उस बैठक में हमारी कमेटी ने पत्र लिखा है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो वीडियो उन्होंने डिलीट किया, वो इंटरमीडियरी का काम नहीं है, वो पब्लिशर का काम है। और इस नाते जकरबर्ग को जो है 3 दिन के अंदर माफ़ी मांगनी होगी। यदि माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे तो उनके ऊपर जो जितने भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हैं, उनको जो सेफ हार्बर दिया हुआ है हमने, जिसका कि वो गलत फ़ायदा उठाते हैं, सेफ हार्बर ख़त्म कर देंगे। अब जितने गाली गलौज, मार पीट, उल्टे सीधे चीज़ें सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर आती हैं, जिस किसी के खिलाफ आती है, वो सभी मेटा चीफ के खिलाफ जो एफआईआर करेंगे, पूरे देश भर में एफआईआर की बाढ़ आ जाएगी और उसके बाद सभी सलाखों के पीछे होंगे। देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात आज दूसरी बात है जो आपने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि हमारी कमेटी ने जो परसों बैठक ली थी, उस बैठक में हमारी कमेटी ने पत्र लिखा है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो वीडियो उन्होंने डिलीट किया, वो इंटरमीडियरी का काम नहीं है, वो पब्लिशर का काम है। और इस नाते जकरबर्ग को जो है 3 दिन के अंदर माफ़ी मांगनी होगी। यदि माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे तो उनके ऊपर जो जितने भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हैं उनको जो सेफ हार्बर दिया हुआ है हमने, जिसका कि वो गलत फायदा उठाते हैं, सेफ हार्बर खत्म कर देंगे। अब जितने गाली गलौज, मार पीट, उल्टे सीधे चीजें सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर आती हैं, जिस किसी के खिलाफ आती है, वो सभी मेटा चीफ के खिलाफ जो एफआईआर करेंगे, पूरे देश भर में एफआईआर की बाढ़ आ जाएगी और उसके बाद सभी सलाखों के पीछे होंगे।
Breaking news coming in, viewers, and this is a huge update coming in. The government is mulling special session from 16th to 18th August. They could be pushing the delimitation bill during the special session. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And this is huge coming in, very, very big coming in, because before the Parliament monsoon session, we had told you earlier that there was a big possibility. Republic had, by the way, broken this before the Parliament monsoon session. There was a big possibility that the delimitation bill could be discussed. So this is a huge update coming in here on Republic TV. Republic got you this news first, and according to the biggest update coming in for you, this is the biggest political news break of the monsoon session, viewers. The government is mulling a special session from 16th to 18 August for the delimitation bill. And this is a huge update, viewers, because we had broken this news even before the Parliament monsoon session. Remember that earlier this year itself, from April 16 to 18, the Indian government had introduced a 3-bill legislative package, including the Delimitation Bill 2026, to expand the Lok Sabha from 543 to 850 seats and fast-track that 33% women reservation quota. And that had failed to secure the required special majority, leading to the bill's withdrawal. But right now, what we can tell you, viewers, and this is the biggest news break coming in, that the government is thinking about the special session from 16th to 18th August. Once again, I want to go across to Ashurya Kapoor, who's joining us. Ashurya, this is huge coming in. One more push by the government on the delimitation bill during a special session. Ashurya.
Well, absolutely. That's the information which we are getting right now, that the government is mulling, though we are being told that today they will be speaking to all the floor leaders because this present session ends on the 13th of August, 2 days prior to 15th of August, and the government is planning to get another special session in place for 3 working days between 16th to 18th of August. And if sources are to be believed, it is specifically and only for the limit. We know the stance of the opposition, specifically the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, as far as the delimitation bill is concerned. But this suggests, this very thought of getting or mulling a special session of Parliament from 16th to 18th of August gives a clear indication that the government has been able to attend 2/3 of the majority in both the houses. Though we have already shown our viewers with the numbers that how, on principle basis, on issue basis, even DMK with 22 MPs in the lower house is ready to support the government, but the DMK has been quiet as far as their stance on delimitation is concerned. But this gives us more or less a clear picture that the government is there as far as the 2/3 majority mark is concerned. And now it also gives us a far opposition is so frustrated, why they are running away from discussions, why they are running away from discussion on even sensitive topics and are creating ruckus and disruption when the norm of the parliament is discussion and not disruption, because they don't have the numbers.
That's right, Ashurya.
Majority in both the houses.
Yes. Ashurya, you were talking about how the opposition has been trying to not let this bill pass. In fact, the last time, this was earlier this year, when the bill could not pass, very clearly Prime Minister Modi and other leaders said that this was a disservice done to the women of our nation.
Well, that's right. And just now more information coming in that Kiran Rijiju has reached out to Rahul Gandhi. Been a meeting between Kiran Rijiju and Rahul Gandhi as far as the delimitation bill is concerned. So the government has already put the ball rolling. The government has already put the ball in motion, and they're reaching out to the opposition, as you just mentioned, that the government will be reaching out to the opposition so that there is no disruption, at least in the special session between.
Right. Okay. Ashura continues to be with us. Ashura, this is a huge update coming in. Remember that before the Parliament monsoon session, Republic had told our viewers that it was a big possibility that the delimitation bill could be pushed during that session. And right now, this is a huge update coming in for our viewers that the government is mulling the special session from 16th to 18 August for the bill. Ashura. All right, we'll go back to Ashura in a short while. From the biggest political news break coming in for you viewers, the government could be pushing the delimitation bill during the session. This is a bigger story coming in. Like we told you, that before the Parliament monsoon session, Republic had hinted that this was a big possibility, and now the government is mulling a special session for the same. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. The BJP has made it very clear that we need this bill. Why? We need this bill to be passed. Why? Because we need more MPs. There are more MPs because the population has grown dramatically. We need fairer representation, and we also need implementation of women's reservation and updated constituency boundaries. This is what the BJP has said, that because of the changes, the way that our country has grown, this delimitation bill, when it's passed, would reflect that. So this is a huge update coming in on Republic TV. Remember that the opposition had created ruckus when this bill was tabled last time in the special session earlier this year. And after that, viewers, what we're learning right now is the government could be mulling to once again push the delimitation bill during this session itself, aka the monsoon parliament session, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And this is coming as Republic is breaking one of the biggest political breaking news for you right now. So viewers, the delimitation bill is becoming one of the biggest constitutional reforms that the centre is trying to get in, and it in fact would redraw constituencies, redrawing electoral constituency boundaries so that each MP represents roughly the same number of people. And also we are getting these big updates coming in, viewers, because the opposition has tried to stop this bill again and again. We're getting some more updates coming in. Alright, getting you some more breaking news. Kiran Rijiju meets Rahul Gandhi, discussion on the delimitation bill, viewers. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And let's tell you that the opposition has been creating a lot of ruckus. They did not let this bill pass the last time. But right now, as we speak, Rijiju has met Rahul Gandhi on the delimitation bill. That means, viewers, that the government is mulling to pass this bill this time around. And earlier as well, the centre had asked for a cooperation from the opposition. And once again, after a few months, we see that the centre meeting Rahul Gandhi and discussing on the delimitation bill, view. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And the opposition, by the way, has been raising many concerns over this bill. Specifically, they have said that the southern states may lose political weight, and they have said that federal balance could shift towards high population states. So this is some of the concerns that the opposition has been raising when we talk about the delimitation bill. So right now, as we speak, Kiran Rijiju meeting Rahul Gandhi, and their discussions which are happening on the delimitation bill, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. So now what we see, viewers, is that this bill would really impact the way that we do things in a very big way. So like we told our viewers that the delimitation bill would be going ahead and redrawing some of the constituencies. In fact, the delimitation bill would really help increase the Lok Sabha strength. So it would in fact take the strength up to a huge number. It would redraw the seats based on population and create a new delimitation commission. The commission would include a retired or sitting Supreme Court judge, the Chief Election Commissioner, and the concerned State Election Commissioner. It would also help improve and implement women's reservation. The government has linked these reforms to implementing the constitutional provision reserving 1/3 of seats for women before the next general election. So it's going to be something which is very, very good for women because it would implement women's reservation as well. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And as we speak right now, from what we understand, Kiran Rijiju is meeting Rahul Gandhi. Okay, let's go straight across to Narayan Tirupati, who's joining us, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here. This is a big update coming in. Republic had broken this earlier before the monsoon session that the government is mulling, going ahead and pushing this delimitation bill this time around. And if you could help our viewers really understand that, is this something which is going to happen? Can we see a special session in the monsoon session itself?
If it happens, it is well and good for the country. Delimitation is a must. It is a mandatory for the country because we have been sitting on this for more than 25 years, which we have agreed. Our parliamentarians, our country, each and every party, all citizens agreed for 25 years. So I don't think there is enough time left also because each and every person should be represented properly by the parliament members, where we are unable to do it because more than 20 lakhs in some constituencies, it is more than 20 lakhs people are there. So definitely the parliamentarians cannot take their problems to the parliament. So people should understand why this delimitation is there. And again, we need representation of women also, 33%. We have already cleared the bill and they have to come. So the population is the main thing. And to make people's problems to get cleared, this is very, very, very urgent, and it is a need of the hour. So I think all political parties should cooperate, irrespective of any political differences.
That's right. Mr. Tirupati, I also want our viewers to really understand what happened the last time around, because when the bill wasn't passed in the earlier special session this year, we saw that the BJP had said that the opposition is doing disservice to the women of our country.
No, I don't get you. What are you saying?
Earlier, when this bill couldn't pass, earlier this year, the BJP said that the opposition has done disservice to the women of our country in connection with the women reservation.
Yes, because we have seen that even during Congress rule, BJP is the only party which has been supporting the women's reservation. Whereas some parties, particularly in India Alliance, they talk for women, but they don't bat for women. That is the main problem. So definitely this problem is only because of the opposition parties, particularly Congress. Because Congress always do this. They talk something and they do something. And that is what they have done. And I think we are determined, BJP is determined to bring the delimitation so that it will help the people of India.
All right. Well, thank you, Narayan Tirupati, BJP leader, for joining us there. This is a big update coming in on Republic TV. Let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you some more updates coming in. The Congress has opposed the FCRA bill as expected. KC Venugopal, LOP, says that LOP Rahul Gandhi opposed the FCRA bill, and Venugopal says the entire opposition is united against the FCRA bill. The KC Venugopal says that the old FCRA will not be acceptable. So again, the opposition creating ruckus over the foreign contribution amendment bill, which has proposed changes creating a designated authority to manage or take over assets and unutilized foreign funds if an organization's FCRA registration is cancelled, surrendered or expires. Let's go ahead and play out the reaction.
Told our concern very clearly. LOP told very strongly that FC and party stand is very clear and their opposition stand is very clear on that. They cannot bring FCRA in that old format at all. Because it is against because RSS can do anything, but no other NGO. This mindset cannot be approved. Therefore, we will oppose it very strongly. We are not going to allow them to pass that type of draconian bills.
Sir, an American leader have also condemned raised question. Also tweeted now about the FCRA bill and said that it is not good and it could also harm the tie-up between the US and India. How do you see that?
Now you see the mood of Narendra Modi will change within a minute. If Indian opposition telling something, he will not listen. But once this type of dikayat from foreign countries are coming, he used to listen that. I don't know why, but people are now understanding gradually.
ये किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये बिल देश की सुरक्षा के पक्ष में है। ये बिल जो बाहर से पैसे, नाजायज पैसे लाके भारत को तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, सोरोज जैसे लोगों के पैसे, चाइना से आ रहे पैसे, ये पैसे उनके पैसे हैं, इसलिए मिर्ची लग रही है। मिर्ची लगेगी राहुल गांधी को, मिर्ची लगेगी जो उस पैसे पर पलते हैं उनको।
Viewers, getting you some more big breaking news coming in. Republic confronts Parambir Singh on the mastermind disclosure. Parambir Singh goes silent on the Antilla case. Truth. And Parambir refuses to respond to being labelled as a mastermind of Antilla bomb case. On Anil Deshmukh calling him mastermind, says let him say what he wants. Antilla bomb case disclosure is out. Republic has confronted Parambir Singh. Viewers, so big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's play out that exclusive conversation.
I wanted to know your take on two things. That Anil Deshmukh ji is now saying that you are the mastermind, and secondly,
let him say anything. I don't want to comment on his unnecessary. I have nothing to say. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
And NI is being slammed by Bombay High Court, saying that why are you not being...
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I have nothing to say about it.
I wanted to know your take on two things. That Anil Deshmukh ji is now saying that you are the mastermind, and secondly,
let him say anything. I don't want to comment on his unnecessary. I have nothing to say. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
And NI is being slammed by Bombay High Court, saying that why are you not being...
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I have nothing to say about it.
I wanted to know your take on two things. That Anil Deshmukh ji is now saying that you are the mastermind, and secondly,
let him say anything. I don't want to comment on his unnecessary. I have nothing to say. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
And NI is being slammed by Bombay High Court, saying that why are you not being...
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I have nothing to say about it.
Viewers, Telegram has now been restored to Apple's App Store after being briefly removed over illegal content found in a public chat. Take a look.
Telegram is back on Apple's App Store after being briefly removed following the discovery of illegal content in a public group. The founder of Telegram, Pavel Durov, says the incident was a result of deliberate attempt to exploit the platform's moderation system. An attacker allegedly edited an old message in a public Telegram group and inserted an AI-modified illegal pornographic content. Pavel claimed that the edited message was backdated, making it largely invisible to group members and reducing the chances of being reported through normal channels. The Telegram founder also questioned Apple's response, saying the app was removed from the App Store before Telegram was contacted. Telegram says its moderation systems quickly remove illegal content and that the app was restored within hours.
Taking a short break, Congress opposes FCRA bill, says old FCRA bill is not acceptable. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking this afternoon.
अगर आप चाहें तो मुझसे माफी मांग सकते हैं।
देखिए एक मिनट,
अगर आप चाहें तो मुझसे माफी मांग सकते हैं। आप माफी मांगिए, आप माफी मांगिए, मैं कंसिडर करूंगा। उस समय आप, परमबीर और सचिन वाजे एक यूनिट थे। जो भी हो रहा था आप लोग एक साथ कर रहे थे। सचिन वाजे ने बाद में ईडी को कहा, मैंने अर्नब गोस्वामी की अरेस्ट की क्योंकि अनिल देशमुख ने मुझे कहा कि अर्नब गोस्वामी की जाके अरेस्ट करो। तो आप लोग बहुत क्लोज थे, आप लोगों ने मिलके मुझे टारगेट किया था। आप लोगों ने जो किया मेरे साथ, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के साथ, मेरे परिवार के साथ, क्या इस देश के साथ, आज आप परमवीर के साथ लड़ रहे हैं, मगर उस समय आप सब एक साथ थे।
ये आपकी आदत जो है ना, बहुत खराब आदत है आपकी, हमेशा इंटरव्यू में आप ऐसी करते थे।
बहुत अच्छी है।
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद।
देशमुख जी, मेरी सुई वहां पे अटकी हुई है, भागिए मत, देश देख रहा है कि आप भाग गए हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि आज जिस व्यक्ति ने मुझे अरेस्ट करवाई, वो आंख में आंख मिलाकर जवाब देने की उनकी हिम्मत नहीं थी आज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack.
And viewers, we are live and breaking. Do not go anywhere. Much more coming right up. Congress opposes FCRA bill, says old FCRA bill not acceptable. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
जिस ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो में आप कह रहे परमबीर सिंह और सचिन वाजे ने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स लगाकर एक केस बनाने की कोशिश की, इसी ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो को मेरे घर के बाहर 5 नवंबर को पार्क किया गया था जब सचिन वाजे भेजे गए थे। शायद आपने भेजा होगा मुझे अरेस्ट करने। क्या आपने कभी मुकेश अंबानी जी को कहा या रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज को आपने कहा, जिनके घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स रखी गई, जिनको टारगेट किया गया, उन्हीं को आपने नहीं बताया, कभी नहीं बताया कि मेन कल्प्रिट परमबीर सिंह है?
इंक्वायरी वाज ऑनगोइंग, इंक्वायरी चालू थी। मैं
तो जानता हूँ ये आदमी करप्ट है, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है, बहुत डेंजरस है। मुझे ताजुब है कि एक आदमी जिसके कारण मनसुख हिरेन की मर्डर हुई, एक आदमी जिन्होंने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर बम रखा, अब ये वो आदमी खुलेआम घूम रहा है।
इसी का हमको ताजुब है कि एनआईए ने उसको एक्यूज क्यों नहीं बनाया।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
US battle as India set to table FCRA bill in Parliament which puts foreign funds under the scanner. Congress opposes FCRA bill, says old FCRA bill not acceptable. India doubles down on MeitY. Government gives 3-day ultimatum to MeitY, asked to either apologize or lose safe harbour. Prime Minister Modi's strong response to Pakistan. Apologists says Article 370 removal has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. PDP chief Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, Republic TV has confronted a tainted cop Parambir Singh on the mastermind disclosure. Parambir Singh, in fact, goes silent on Antilia case as the truth comes out. Parambir refuses to respond to being labelled as the mastermind behind the Antilia bomb case on Anil Deshmukh, calling him the mastermind. He, in fact, goes on to say, let him say what he wants, as Anil Deshmukh has now labelled him as the mastermind behind Antilia bomb case. This comes in as Republic confronted the tainted cop Parambir Singh to get a response from his side, and as the disclosure comes to light from the former Home Minister of Maharashtra Anil Deshmukh labelling Parambir Singh as the mastermind in the Antilia bomb case, Parambir Singh goes silent as Republic confronts him over the same. Take a listen to this conversation.
I wanted to know your take on two things. That Anil Deshmukh ji is now saying that you are the mastermind, and secondly,
Let him say anything. I don't want to comment on his unnecessary. I have nothing to say. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
And NI is being slammed by Bombay High Court, saying that why are you not being...
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I have nothing to say about it.
I wanted to know your take on two things. That Anil Deshmukh ji is now saying that you are the mastermind, and secondly,
Let him say anything. I don't want to comment on his unnecessary. I have nothing to say. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
And NI is being slammed by Bombay High Court, saying that why are you not being...
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I have nothing to say about it.
I wanted to know your take on two things. That Anil Deshmukh ji is now saying that you are the mastermind, and secondly,
Let him say anything. I don't want to comment on his unnecessary. I have nothing to say. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
And NI is being slammed by Bombay High Court, saying that why are you not being...
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I have nothing to say about it.
All right, my colleague Revati now joins me live on this. Revati, yesterday Anil Deshmukh was live on Republic TV. When confronted, he ran away. But he did label Parambir Singh as the mastermind behind Antilia bomb case. And today, when you confronted him over the same, what was the reaction that you got from the tainted cop?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, yesterday on Republic TV, we saw that Anil Deshmukh was confronted on this very thing, and now he has claimed that Parambir Singh is the mastermind behind the Antilia bomb case. And now when Republic confronted him on this very thing, he replied that I have nothing to say on this. Also, he said that Anil Deshmukh is mentally unstable right now. I will answer him whatever it is there in the court. And also he has said that he will go in the court, and also these are the wild allegations which are made on Parambir Singh, is what he is saying. So we all know for a fact that this was one unit, and now Parambir Singh is trying to save his own thing. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Revati, for joining us and giving us the response that you got in from Parambir Singh on this. Thanks so much. And now, viewers, in a first on Republic TV, former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh tells Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami on camera that it was former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh who was the mastermind in Antilia bomb case, alleging that from planting the explosive-laden Scorpio outside Mukesh Ambani's Antilia residence to shielding Sachin Wazi and even misleading the MVA government, the entire planning was done under Parambir Singh. Arnab asks the question no one else does. Did Deshmukh even tell the Ambanis that Parambir Singh was behind the plot, and why is Parambir Singh not named as an accused despite cyber experts' testimony that he paid to insert a fake Jaish-ul-Hind poster into the Telegram probe? All the details lined up. Take a listen.
He has said that the mastermind in the Mukesh Ambani Antilla residence bomb explosive case was none other than the notorious then Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh. And he says he knew about it, and that is why he took action against him. Anil Deshmukh ji, what can you tell us about Parambir Singh's role?
जी
आप परमबीर सिंह का क्या रोल था ये एंटिलिया बॉम्ब केस में? वो मास्टरमाइंड कैसे थे? उनका क्या रोल था? What can you tell us about that?
देखिए, करीबन 4 साल पहले माननीय मुकेश जी अंबानी इनके घर के सामने एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी में बम रखे गए, जिलेटिन रखा गया, और मुकेश अंबानी के घर के सामने जिलेटिन या बम रखने से पूरे देश में ये न्यूज़ फैल गई। और उसके बाद में मुंबई पुलिस ने उसकी इंक्वायरी चालू किया। लेकिन 2-3 दिन की इंक्वायरी के बाद हमको मालूम पड़ा कि ये इंक्वायरी एक जूनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर सचिन वजह इसको कमिश्नर साहब ने दी थी। मतलब कमिश्नर मतलब परमवीर सिंह कमिश्नर थे, उन्होंने एक जूनियर अधिकारी मतलब सचिन वजह इसको इतने बड़े केस की इंक्वायरी दी थी। इसके बारे में जब कुछ सीनियर अधिकारी ने मुझसे कंप्लेंट किया तो मैंने परमवीर सिंह को बताया कि इतना बड़ा केस हुआ है, मुकेश जी अंबानी के घर के सामने स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी में बम छपड़ा गया, जिलेटिन छपड़ा गया, और एक सचिन वजह जैसे जूनियर ऑफिसर को आपने इंक्वायरी कैसे दिया? मतलब सीनियर ऑफिसर ने इसकी इंक्वायरी करना चाहिए। तो हमको जरा डाउट आ गया कि जो हिसाब से इंक्वायरी हो रही थी, थोड़ा हमको डाउट आ गया करके हमने पूरी कमिश्नर जो थे परमवीर सिंह, उनके हाथ की पूरी इंक्वायरी निकाल के हमने वो एटीएस को दिया। एटीएस ने उसकी पूरा वो केस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया और केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में 4-5 दिन में हमारे सामने जो सबूत आए बहुत ही धक्कादायक थे। वो 4-5 दिन में हमको ये पूरे एटीएस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ऐसा मालूम पड़ा कि ये पूरे केस में मुंबई के सीपी, उसी प्रकार कमिश्नर ऑफिस के 4 बंदे, उनका नाम है, एक का सचिन वजह, दूसरा रियाजुद्दीन काजी, तीसरा सुनील माने और तीसरा विनायक शिंदे। ये 5 आदमी के सिवा ये पूरे केस में कोई दूसरा बाहर का आदमी नहीं था। उसके बाद में वो स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी का जो मालिक था मनसुख हिरेन, उसकी 5-6 दिन के बाद हत्या हो गई और ये मामला और पेचीदा हो गया। और एटीएस जो इंक्वायरी उसकी कर रही थी और पूरे सबूत उसमें आ गए थे कि ये पूरे केस में मुंबई के पुलिस कमिश्नर, वहाँ के उनके हाथ के नीचे काम करने वाली सीपी ऑफिस के 4 पुलिस कर्मचारी और सीपी ऑफिस की एक इनोवा, सीपी ऑफिस की इनोवा भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व थी। और ये एटीएस का रिपोर्ट आया, पूरी इसके में सब मालूम पड़ा। तो मैं होम मिनिस्टर था, बाकी ये उद्धव जी ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री से, हमने परमवीर सिंह को जो सीपी मुंबई थे उनको वहाँ से हटा के एक साइड पोस्ट पे उनका तबादला किया और साइड पोस्ट पे तबादला करने के बाद में उनको सस्पेंशन की कार्रवाई चालू की। परमवीर सिंह को हमने सस्पेंड किया। उसके बाद में परमवीर सिंह को सस्पेंड करने के बाद में उसने मेरे ऊपर 100 करोड़ का इल्ज़ाम लगाया। उस बीच ये पूरा एंटीलिया बॉम्ब केस और मनसुख हिरेन की हत्या, इसका पूरा केस नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी NIA इनके तरफ गया
अपने, और
NIA ने इंक्वायरी की और NIA ने इंक्वायरी करने के बाद वहां भी उनको काफी सबूत उनके मिले कि ये पूरे केस में ये 4 लोग नहीं है, बाहर के कुछ 4-5 और थे। यही नहीं, लेकिन पूरा इसमें इनकी बैठक जो हुई वो सीपी ऑफिस जो था परमवीर सिंह के दफ्तर में हुई। वहाँ पे पूरा प्लान किया गया किस प्रकार से ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट करना है या मुकेश जी के घर के सामने जिलेटिन रखना है। मनसुख हिरेन के हत्या के बारे में भी साजिश वहाँ पे रची गई और काफ़ी जो सवाल जवाब जब काफ़ी लोगों से हुए तो वहाँ भी ये बात सामने आई कि इसमें मास्टरमाइंड जो है परमवीर सिंह है। लेकिन अभी बड़ा ताज्जुब की बात है कि NIA ने जो रिपोर्ट अभी जो चार्जशीट सबमिट की थी और चार्ज फ्रेम जो हुए अभी, उसमें परमवीर सिंह का नाम नहीं है। आपके मालूमात के लिए एक और बात बताता हूं, बीच में इसमें से एक आरोपी ने बेल के लिए एप्लीकेशन डाला था। वो बेल की एप्लीकेशन हाई कोर्ट में जाने के बाद वहाँ पे जो माननीय न्यायाधीश थी रेवती मोहिते डेरे पाटिल, ये माननीय न्यायाधीश थी हाई कोर्ट की, उन्होंने बताया कि ये पूरे केस में ये जो दिखता है कि इसमें परमवीर सिंह ये मास्टरमाइंड है, उसके बावजूद उसको क्यों बचाया जा रहा है।
All right. Right, viewers, now shifting focus to breaking news that we're getting at this hour. Government of the day is now mulling a special session that is set to take place from 16th to 18th of this month. It could in fact push delimitation bill in this special monsoon session. Earlier, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju also met the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi on the discussion of the bill as well. And this is as per the sources that we're getting, that as the monsoon session is now all set to end on 13th of August, there's a special session that will be followed up from 16th to 18th, and the big focus is going to be on the delimitation bill. This is the second special session that will be called in by the government. Earlier as well, before the monsoon session, the government had called for a special session to push the delimitation bill, but the numbers were not in their favor. And now we understand again that a special session could be convened from 16th to 18th of August. So this is what we're looking at, as government sources are telling us that the monsoon session is all set to end on 13th of August. But right after a meeting which took place today between the government and the opposition side to end the deadlock that we've witnessed in this monsoon session of the parliament, another special session could be called in from 16th to 18th to discuss, in fact, the delimitation bill. All right, Republic TV's political editor Ishwarya Kapoor also joins us with more details on this. Ishwarya, there was a meeting that took place today between the opposition and the government side to end the deadlock which we have seen, in this parliament session. So do you think there is some consensus that has been built between the two sides, and which could, of course, be taken forward in this special session?
Well, that is nothing less than a dream come true if there is a concession between the opposition and the government. But it has always been disruption and not discussion which has happened on the floor of both the houses. Hence, the government mulling this idea of having a special session between the 16th and the 18th of August, keeping in mind that they expect that till the 13th of August, that is the last day for the present organized session, there is still going to be ruckus and no constructive work would be able to happen. At the end of the day, government wants that on a sensitive bill such as that of the delimitation, it should not be chaotic, it should not be a chaos, and they want a structured debate as far as delimitation is concerned. And hence the government has already approached the opposition. Kiren Rijiju from the Treasury benches has already reached out to leader of opposition and the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi, per se, for this specific matter, and to get the very opposition leaders on board as far as a structured debate on delimitation is concerned. Whether the opposition will come on board, that we are being told that they have been told that they will communicate back to the government by today 8 p.m. So that is Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav and the other regional parties. But primarily, if you have Congress and the Samajwadi Party on board, that means you have the opposition on board, and that the special session of the parliament between 16th to 18th of August is in place. And if the government agrees, it also is giving us a clear idea that the government also has the 2/3 majority on the floor of the House as far as Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha is concerned. There was a lot of talk, there were a lot of questions that whether DMK with 22 Lok Sabha member of parliament will come on board because they had indicated that their support will be issue-based. And on the issue of delimitation, they have been very, very quiet, and their support for the government has not been vocal. But now when the government is officially reaching out to the opposition, it gives us a far more clearer sign that the government is very confident that they entertain 2/3 majority on the floor of both the houses. And that in itself gives us a clear vision that why the opposition is so frustrated, why the opposition is resulting for disruption and not discussion, because they have understood that at the end of the day, the government can basically bulldoze their way forward. They are understanding that they have been reduced once again in the opposition, and this time in both the houses, the opposition has been reduced to a point that now government can get 2/3 of the majority and pass constitutional amendment bills, which includes the delimitation bill. But let one thing be very clear for our viewers, that if the government is calling this special session between the 16th and the 18th, for which Kiren Rijiju has reached out to Rahul Gandhi, and this is only going to be the first of several other constitutional amendment bills which the government is going to bring. But as of now, once again, breaking news, between 16 to 18, government wants a special session. Government reaches out to the opposition to get back to the government by the end of the day today.
Right, in fact, Ishwarya, and as you said, the government is more confident as far as numbers are concerned in both the houses as compared to the last session. And today as well, we're expecting a response from the opposition side. So what changes between 13th and 16th?
Well, 13th and 16th, 15th of August is a national holiday. Government understands that the MPs would have to go back to their respective constituencies, and hence they feel that 14th, 15th of August there has to be a break, keeping in mind national holidays. So 16th of August they will be back, and they want a special session between 16 to 18, though there was certain indication from Akhilesh Yadav that he wants from 17 to 19, but that is up for discussion. If in principle they have agreed for a 3-day special session for delimitation, it gives us a clear picture on two parts. Government has 2/3 majority. Secondly, and now there are going to be several other special sessions as far as constitutional amendment bills are concerned, because now the government can mull their way through as far as the 2/3 majority part is concerned, because till now the government was not able to achieve that mark of 2/3 majority, and hence, I repeat, this is going to be a landmark if the government is able to get a delimitation bill passed through. It is not only about this how sensitive and how important this delimitation bill in itself is, but it's also that it clears the way, clears the path of several other important constitutional amendments, which all lead to one position, that is one nation, one poll.
Right. In fact, thanks, Aishwarya, for joining us and getting us all the details on this special session that the opposition now seems to be on board with at large, which is set to be called by the government on 16th, from 16th to 18th. It's a 3-day special session that's been called by the government to ensure that the delimitation bill can be passed by both the houses of the parliament. All right, viewers, with that, that's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. And coming up after a short break, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's strong response to Pak apologist now says Article 370 removal has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. All the details are lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अगर सदन को चलने दें तो सदन में हर विषय पर चर्चा करनी होती ये नहीं, आप कौन सा एग्जाम्पल सेट कर रहे हैं? ये एग्जाम्पल भविष्य के लिए क्या बनेगा? संसदीय कार्य मंत्री की बात आप माने, आप सदन को आप इस बिल को खाली करें ना। आखिर संसदीय कार्य मंत्री ने कहा कि केसी वेणुगोपाल जी, ही इज ए वेरी गुड पर्सन, बट ही इज नॉट एनफ कैपेबल टू जस्ट फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू, कि आप उनका कहना नहीं मान रहे हैं। आप केसी वेणुगोपाल जी का कहना तो मानिए, आप बिल तो छोड़िए, तब तो हम सदन चलाएंगे। ये शाम ये नहीं, वर्षा आप कृपया इसको बिल को खाली करें। आपको नहीं, आखिर जब बिल खाली करेंगे, नहीं हम बिल्कुल समय देंगे, लेकिन जब आप संसदीय कार्य मंत्री की बात माने। सभा की कार्रवाई कल गुरुवार दिनांक 6 अगस्त 2026 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है। धन्यवाद।
All right, here's Lok Sabha again adjourned for the day. The House will now convene at about 11 a.m. tomorrow. This comes in as the opposition leaders had stormed the well of the House and continued to create ruckus, raising slogans and not letting the House function despite repeated calls coming in from Lok Sabha Chair Jagdambika Pal, as well as the opposition side. Treasury benches had also been urging the opposition to have debate, to have discussion, but Lok Sabha adjourned again amid ruckus. In fact, viewers, coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi's strong response to Pak apologist says Article 370 removal transforms the lives in Jammu and Kashmir. All the updates are lined up on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East. The escalation comes after Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claimed responsibility for a missile attack on a US airbase and command center in Jordan. The US military says all the missiles were intercepted.
अगर आप चाहें तो मुझसे माफी मांग सकते हैं।
देखिए एक मिनट,
अगर आप चाहें तो मुझसे माफी मांग सकते हैं। आप माफी मांगिए, आप माफी मांगिए, मैं कंसिडर करूंगा। उस समय आप, परमबीर और सचिन वाजे एक यूनिट थे। जो भी हो रहा था आप लोग एक साथ कर रहे थे। सचिन वाजे ने बाद में ईडी को कहा, मैंने अर्नब गोस्वामी की अरेस्ट की क्योंकि अनिल देशमुख ने मुझे कहा कि अर्नब गोस्वामी की जाके अरेस्ट करो। तो आप लोग बहुत क्लोज थे, आप लोगों ने मिलके मुझे टारगेट किया था। आप लोगों ने जो किया मेरे साथ, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के साथ, मेरे परिवार के साथ, इस देश के साथ, आज आप परमबीर के साथ लड़ रहे हैं, मगर उस समय आप सब एक साथ थे।
ये आपकी आदत जो है ना, बहुत खराब आदत है आपकी, हमेशा इंटरव्यू में आप ऐसी करते थे।
मेरी आदत बहुत अच्छी है।
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद।
देशमुख जी, मेरी सुई वहां पे अटकी हुई है, भागिए मत। देश देख रहा है कि आप भाग गए हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि आज जिस व्यक्ति ने मुझे अरेस्ट करवाई, वो आंख में आंख मिलाकर जवाब देने की उनकी हिम्मत नहीं थी आज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the 3 categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, जेलों में
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Government marks special session from 16th to 18th August could push delimitation bill during the special session. US rattled as India set to take the FCRA bill in Parliament, which puts foreign funds under the scanner. Congress opposes FCRA bill, says old FCRA bill not acceptable. India doubles down on Meta. Government gives 3-day ultimatum to Meta, asked to either apologize or lose safe harbor. Prime Minister Modi's strong response to Pakistan apologist says Article 370 removal has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. PDP chief Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest. Breaking news coming in. The ABVP Punjab unit marched towards to Gherao, the Punjab Vidhan Sabha. Live pictures coming in from Chandigarh. This is over the alleged paper leak issue. Police are using water cannons to disperse the students who were marching towards Vidhan Sabha. The Punjab Youth Congress have started marching towards Vidhan Sabha and the alleged paper leak in Punjab. So this brought those pictures which we are getting for you on Republic TV. And the question of paper leak has also now been seen in terms of protests in Punjab as well. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party has attacked the BJP there as well in the assembly session. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Lalit. Lalit, take our viewers through these pictures coming in. The ABVP Punjab unit marching towards the Punjab Vidhan Sabha. And this is, in fact, we're getting these updates coming in. This is the Youth Congress. I repeat, the Youth Congress, which is protesting there over the paper leak. Lalit, yes, I'm coming across to you.
Well, let me show you the visuals first. These are the visuals outside Sector 15 in Congress, where in large number the Youth Congress workers have gathered and have started marching towards the Punjab Vidhan Sabha. Heavy police barricading have been done and water cannons have been used to disperse the Youth Congress of Punjab who were marching towards the Punjab Vidhan Sabha. The students are protesting against the alleged paper leak which was held last month in the month of July. There are allegations that from the opposition, especially the Congress, BJP and the Akali Dal, that the paper was leaked last month of the pharmacy. On that issue now, the students are demanding the resignation of the Education Minister of Punjab, Mr. Harjot Band. Apart from that, they are asking for the accountability of the state government on the alleged paper leak. These are the visuals which you can see that now water cannons have been used to disperse the protesting Congress crowd, Youth Congress crowd, who are marching towards the Punjab Vidhan Sabha. You can see that hundreds of the Youth Congress workers holding the flags and posters are demanding the resignation of the Punjab Education Minister Harjot Band. They are saying that the same trend should be set as it was held in the national capital when the students were protesting.
Updates. Lalit, we can see a lot of protests and water cannons are being used. I repeat, water cannons are being used. This is the Punjab Youth Congress marching towards Vidhan Sabha in the paper leak in Punjab. And we have seen that the government there is really under pressure. Even in the assembly, we have seen a stormy debate over examination paper leaks. We have seen that a lot of updates have come in where the assembly is also seeing a lot, I repeat, a lot of debate over the issue. Lalit, yes, the opposition Congress is mounting a sharp attack on the Aam Aadmi Party government over examination irregularities in Punjab. We have seen the LOP there, Pratap Singh Bajwa, has led a walkout from the House and demanded the immediate resignation of the Punjab Education Minister. Lalit.
If we talk about the leader of opposition, Pratap Bajwa, or the BJP leader, Mr. Ashwini Sharma, they all have demanded the resignation and the accountability of the Aam Aadmi Party government on the alleged paper leak, which was taken place last month in July. In Faridkot, the pharmacy paper. If you talk about the statement from the Aam Aadmi Party, they are saying that there was no paper leak. It was a case of keeping inmates within 24 hours. All the accused were being arrested. But if you talk about the accountability, now the Congress and the BJP, the Punjab, sharply the state government, especially the Aam Aadmi Party, on the alleged paper leak. Some days before, the ABVP have allowed the Education Minister resident. Now today, the ABVP and the Youth Congress wanted to get out the Punjab Vidhan Sabha. So these are the results where you can see a stormy day could be seen where hundreds of students of ABVP and the Punjab Youth Congress could be seen marching towards the Punjab Vidhan Sabha. They are demanding the resignation of Education Minister on the paper leak of the pharmacy which took place in Faridkot, in which more than 26 persons have been arrested by the Punjab government. But now the opposition, especially the BJP and the Congress, are demanding accountability, setting a best example like which happened in the national capital. Union Minister Arnab Goswami has to resign. Now they are saying that on the moral grounds, on the morality, the Education Minister, Mr. Arnab Goswami, should resign as there was a paper leak and they are making it the cheating case into leaking, leak case into a cheating case. So the allegations are countered on each other. But if we talk about the protest, the way this whole temperature in Punjab has risen as over the alleged paper leak, you can see all the political parties, whether it's the Akali Dal, Congress, BJP, hitting sharp on the state government on the pharmacy paper leak which took place in the month of July. Same example they want to set as it happened in the national capital when the Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has to resign. Leader of opposition Pratap Bajwa has asked for the accountability. The youth Congress leaders and the ABVP is also demanding the accountability and the resignation. So a lot is happening in Punjab today, whether it's inside the Punjab Vidhan Sabha or outside on the road, when the youth Congress and the ABVP have marched. Water cannon have to be used by the Chandigarh police to disperse the gathered crowd in large number who are marching towards the Punjab Vidhan Sabha. Back to the studio.
That's right. Lalit, as these protests continue, as you can see that the Congress is protesting, this is a youth Congress. But speaking about the BJP and Congress, both of them are attacking the Aam Aadmi Party, and they're saying that if the Union Minister could resign over the NEET controversy, then the Punjab Education Minister should also be held accountable. Lalit.
Congress is ruling the government. So in that case, both the BJP and the Congress could be seen on the same coin. And now they are demanding accountability as it happened in the national capital on the NEET controversy. The former Minister, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, has to resign when hundreds of students all across the country have gathered in Jantar Mantar in Delhi. Now, on the same way, now accountability should be set. As the former Education Minister for Punjab, Mr. Manish Sisodia, have that time said that if anyone is being found, irregularities are being found anywhere, he won't resign immediately. Now the Youth Congress and the ABVP, people wanted the same accountability. They wanted to set the same example, and they are questioning the former Education Minister, Mr. Manish Sisodia, the state government chief minister, Mr. Bhagwant Mann, and the national convener for Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, to set accountability on the paper leak which took place in the month of July, in which more than 26 people have been arrested by the state government.
That's right, Lalit. Thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you. Live pictures from Chandigarh, big ruckus, many protests over the Punjab paper leak issue. And we move ahead, viewers. Now, questions have once again risen regarding the security of bank lockers in Faridabad city. Gold jewelry worth approximately over 20 lakhs has disappeared from a locker at the Punjab National Bank branch in Old Faridabad. Take a look.
A bank locker meant to protect a family's lifetime of earnings has now been looted. A Faridabad family claims jewelry worth nearly 20 lakh rupees has vanished from a Punjab National Bank locker. What they believed was the safest place, they now allege turned into a vault of questions.
We are reporting a case from Faridabad. In fact, we are standing right in front of this particular branch of Punjab National Bank. This board says Railway Road branch of Punjab National Bank. This is in Old Faridabad. Now we'll also try to speak to the bank officials there, but this is the situation here because the family is alleging that nearly 20 lakhs worth jewelry has been lost from a bank locker. This is a nationalized bank, in fact, the second largest public sector bank in India.
The locker had been with the family for over 12 years. Inside, they say, were 148.5 grams of gold, 7 antique silver coins, and family heirlooms passed down through 3 generations. Valuables they claim were kept with complete faith in the bank's security.
We have been operating locker in this bank since 2013. I mean, locker was in my mother's name and now in my name, both names basically. Approximately, as per bank record, we have used the locker almost 40 times. And the last successful access of locker was 18th May 2024. And after that, we came to bank on 7th March. The locker didn't open. We asked bank what to do. They said we will call technician and then they will let us know.
The family says they last successfully operated the locker in May last year. Months later, when they returned, their key would not work. The bank allegedly cited a technical glitch, asked them to return, and after repeated failed attempts, sought permission to drill open the locker. On July 28th, the locker was broken open, but the locker was empty, the gold gone.
Visited the bank to access the locker, my mother and we both. And again, technician tried to open the locker with our original key and bank master key. It didn't open actually. Then the bank manager suggested us that the option is basically break open now if you want to do that. So we gave the application for that to bank that we want to break open the locker. And then technician opened the locker. So locker was basically, there were 6 bolts. He used the drill machine and opened the locker. It took 10 to 15 seconds and locker gate was open actually. And the moment gate was open, we didn't find anything, even a single piece, and we were stunned. We were blanked out what to do actually.
The complainants have now approached the old Faridabad police.
We went to police thana, which is old Faridabad, and we went to SHO. SHO said you can write the FIR. You can basically request for FIR. Then we went back home. We wrote the FIR with all the details, and we went to again thana, and there was a duty officer at that time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. So duty officer said, I will not write FIR. I said, why you will not write FIR? Because this is cognizable offense and FIR should be written, at the same time. Yeah, and FIR is a fundamental right as well. So he said, I know I cannot write the FIR. So then I asked him, okay, you are not writing the FIR, at least, take my complaint. He said, okay, I'll take your complaint. And he gave me, this was basically 28 July, and he gave me a slip which is called as CN basically. And this was on 28 dated.
When Republic reached the PNB branch to investigate, our team was stopped from entering the bank premises even without the camera.
The bank, they have in fact now shut the door right in front. I've tried to enter the bank premises even without a camera. And now when I'm trying to enter the premises, they are not allowing me. They are just saying that I need to get a permission even to meet the branch manager here. We are reporting a crime here, a crime that has happened with a family. They have clearly alleged that they have lost nearly 20 lakhs worth jewelry in a public sector bank. And when Republic tries to enter the bank, even without the camera, that is what I'm telling you here, what the security does is they ask me for a permission even to enter the bank, to meet the branch manager, to just seek his side of the story. This is what happens when a fraud is being reported, when someone has alleged that they have lost jewelries, in fact jewelries that belongs to them for nearly 3 generations, they have lost it from a public sector bank, and when media tries to report it, they shut the door right in front of our eyes. They don't even let us enter, they don't even let us meet the branch manager just to seek their version of the story.
The incident has reignited concerns over the safety of bank lockers across the country.
Viewers, Viewers, getting you some more updates coming in. PDP chief Mufti once again sparking a big controversy, and now the PDP chief has now linked POJK genocide to situation in Kashmir. That is right, and this is very important to tell you, viewers, what exactly is happening here, because Mehbooba Mufti has been asking for talks with Pakistan year after year, even after Operation Sindoor. So while the nation wants POJK, Mehbooba Mufti wants talks with Pakistan, dialogue with Pakistan. Let's go ahead and play out that reaction.
PDP तशना बासन इश्शे लकड़ मकड़ कमजोर जमा अच्छे लकड़ अच्छे तादाद आए सोन का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सोन का मगर जो सास मुफ्ती साहबन विजन छु दित जो सास मुफ्ती साहबन एजेंडा छु दित सो एजेंडा छु तूत मजबूत आज से ना अपायत लड़ाई चला चला हमारे कशीर में लड़ाई चला तिम छु वाइन ति वचानी ऐसे ईद वेरी गई वच मगर मुफ्ती साहबन निजाम नक्शे तबेने बात त्रेयो आर पार या बंदी या कोई त्रेयो जैसे चीन से बात कसन से त्रेयो या यस ईरान से बात कसन ताकि इस कशीर हो नौजवान इस क्या दिबो मिस को छना वना जनरेशन जी छना वना जी जनरेशन अल्फा हम उसको क्या दे सकते हैं हमारे पास क्या है उसको देने के लिए अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा मुझे आजादी दे दो अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा फिर मुझे पाकिस्तान दे दो हमने उसको ऐसा कुछ देना है कि उसको रोजगार मिले उसको इज्जत मिले उसको वकार मिले और अगर वो इस मुल्क में रहता है तो इज्जत से रहे उसके लिए जरूरी होता है तम खुद जरूरी ये मुफ्ती साहब विजन हो यत कशीर यत कतरयम यमजन तय तुलमुत छु ये मतलब बंद छ थमस करि छु थउन दरियाव थमत कोजस में बंद कर पत त्रय यल कत बात करियो तोर क्या तते तिमन छु पाकिस्तानस में विकस तिमन ति मुश्किलात अगर इकवट दोशवे मुल्क बेहन कत बात करन पत त्रावन यल अस ति गसन वात यल अस सित करन इज्जत सान कत बात अस यु न्यूक सुदियन वापस साइन जमीन यत को गारंटी सगस गारंटी रोजन सान नौकरियन गस गारंटी रोजन अस बोस रोजन डर अगर नेबर आव का इनी सोन जमीन खटन पोसन इसलिए तमें तय गस पीडीपी वाले कि पन्नी जाए एहसास आसो कि महबूबा मुफ्ती छना हम तमन गए कत करन कि इसिल का कत छ करन अत छ आसान वजन अगर न अस त कत करो अल्लाह ताला छु गवाह
And we're getting some more reactions coming in on what Mufti has said. This is a reaction coming in from Minister Giriraj Singh, which is hit out at Mufti, saying that this is one more statement of Mufti which should be condemned.
महबूबा मुफ्ती तो आतंकी है आतंकी इसलिए कह रहा हूं वो सब दिन आतंकियों का साथ दिए थोड़ा बहुत दिन हम लोगों के साथ रहे ठीक करने का कोशिश किया नहीं ठीक हुए छोड़ दिया आज का दिन भारत के इतिहास का जैसे हम 15 अगस्त 26 जनवरी मनाते हैं ये उसी तरह महान दिन है जो सरदार पटेल के सपनों को भारत के असंख्य लोगों के सपनों को जो हम कहते थे एक देश दो निशान दो प्रधान नहीं चलेगा नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 2019 को 5 अगस्त को देश का गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने उसको कर दिया अब एक देश एक निशान एक प्रधान एक विधान अब कोई माई का लाल पैदा नहीं लिया इसे खत्म कर सके
And viewers, taking a short break, do not go anywhere. India doubles down on Meta. Government gives 3-day ultimatum to Meta, asked to either apologize or lose safe harbor. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े, असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized.
Viewers, welcome back. Telegram has now been restored to the Apple's App Store after being briefly removed over illegal content found in a public chat. Take a look.
Telegram is back on Apple's App Store after being briefly removed following the discovery of illegal content in a public group. The founder of Telegram, Pavel Durov, says the incident was a result of a deliberate attempt to exploit the platform's moderation system. An attacker allegedly edited an old message in a public Telegram group and inserted an AI-modified illegal pornographic content. Pavel claimed that the edited message was backdated, making it largely invisible to group members and reducing the chances of being reported through normal channels. The Telegram founder also questioned Apple's response, saying the app was removed from the App Store before Telegram was contacted. Telegram says its moderation systems quickly remove illegal content and that the app was restored within hours.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the 3 categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना।
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस शासित UPA ने पॉलिसी वैक्यूम करा, वहीं पर अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, top headlines. Government mulls special session from 16 to 18 August. Could push delimitation bill during special session. US rattled as India set to table FCRA bill in Parliament which puts foreign funds under the scanner. Congress opposes FCRA bill, says old FCRA bill not acceptable. India doubles down on Meta. Government gives 3-day ultimatum to Meta, asked to either apologize or lose safe harbour. Prime Minister Modi's strong response to Pakistan apologists and says Article 370 removal has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. PDP chief Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest. Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Republic has confronted Parambir Singh on the mastermind disclosure. Parambir Singh goes silent on the Antila case and the truth. In fact, Parambir has refused to respond to being labelled as the mastermind of Antila bomb case on Anil Deshmukh. Calling him mastermind, he says, let him say what he wants. In fact, we have that entire confrontation. Let's play it out.
I wanted to know your take on two things. That Anil Deshmukh ji is now saying that you are the mastermind, and secondly,
Let him say
NIA.
anything. I don't want to comment on his unnecessary comments. I have nothing to say. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
And NIA is being slammed by Bombay High Court, saying that why are you not being.
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I have nothing to say about it.
I wanted to know your take on two things. That Anil Deshmukh ji is now saying that you are the mastermind, and secondly,
Let him say
NIA.
anything. I don't want to comment on his unnecessary comments. I have nothing to say. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
And NIA is being slammed by Bombay High Court, saying that why are you not being.
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I have nothing to say about it.
All right, let's go to Revati, who held that exclusive conversation. You know, Anil Deshmukh said that why didn't NIA name Parambir Singh as accused in the Antilla case? And that's exactly the questions we were putting forward to him. Revati, what happened in that confrontation?
Right, as we can listen to the audio, Parambir Singh has denied to say anything on that particular thing. He also has said he has no comment to give upon this particular thing, which Anil Deshmukh said exclusively on Republic yesterday. And also the most important thing he has also said that these are the wild allegations made by Anil Deshmukh on him, and he will answer to it in the court itself. And he has also said that Anil Deshmukh is mentally unstable right now. That is what we have also got a message. And the most important thing here to be noted or highlighted is that Sachin Waze, Parambir Singh and Anil Deshmukh, these were working under the same roof 4 years back, and now the blame game has begun. And when Republic tried to confront Parambir Singh on this very thing, he has nothing to say about it. So as of now, when this matter will be heard in the court on 24th of August, it will be important to see that what exactly happens. Over to you.
That's right. And you know, what is very important, Revati, is that Anil Deshmukh the former Maharashtra Home Minister, has called Parambir a mastermind. And he's asked that he was the mastermind, so why no action? This is a direct question which was posed towards Parambir. Revati.
Right, even yesterday, Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami asked the same question to Anil Deshmukh, that he was the in charge, he was the head of department under which the police department comes, and yet no serious action was taken and no answers were received from Anil Deshmukh. And today also, when I confronted Parambir Singh on this very thing, he had no comment on that. And as I mentioned earlier, he also said that Anil Deshmukh is currently mentally unstable, is what Parambir Singh has to say. And most important thing here is that now Anil Deshmukh, who was the then Home Minister of Maharashtra, has claimed that Parambir Singh and Sachin Waze are the mastermind behind it. So if he knew the fact that these were the masterminds behind the Antilla case, then why no severe action or why no stringent action was taken by them is the only question which is put forward by Republic every now and then, and yet no answers are received to it. Over to you.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Revati. I'll be coming back to you for more. In a first on Republic, former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh has also told Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami on camera that former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh was the mastermind in the Antilla bomb case. He has made many allegations, viewers. Let's play out that exclusive conversation.
He has said that the mastermind in the Mukesh Ambani Antilla residence bomb explosive case was none other than the notorious then Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh. And he says he knew about it, and that is why he took action against him. Anil Deshmukh ji, what can you tell us about Parambir Singh's role?
जी
आप परमबीर सिंह का क्या रोल था ये एंटिलिया बॉम्ब केस में? वो मास्टरमाइंड कैसे थे? उनका क्या रोल था? व्हाट कैन यू टेल अस अबाउट दैट?
देखिए, करीबन 4 साल पहले माननीय मुकेश जी अंबानी इनके घर के सामने एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी में बम रखे गए, जिलेटिन रखा गया। और मुकेश अंबानी के घर के सामने जिलेटिन या बम रखने से पूरे देश में ये न्यूज़ फैल गई। और उसके बाद में मुंबई पुलिस ने उसकी इंक्वायरी चालू किया। लेकिन 2-3 दिन की इंक्वायरी के बाद हमको मालूम पड़ा कि ये इंक्वायरी एक जूनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर सचिन वजह इसको कमिश्नर साहब ने दी थी। मतलब कमिश्नर मतलब परमवीर सिंह कमिश्नर थे, उन्होंने एक जूनियर अधिकारी मतलब सचिन वजह इसको इतने बड़े केस की इंक्वायरी दी थी। इसके बारे में जब कुछ सीनियर अधिकारी ने मुझसे कंप्लेंट किया तो मैंने परमवीर सिंह को बताया कि इतना बड़ा केस हुआ है, मुकेश जी अंबानी के घर के सामने स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी में बम छपड़ा गया, जिलेटिन छपड़ा गया, और एक सचिन वजह जैसे जूनियर ऑफिसर को आपने इंक्वायरी कैसे दिया? मतलब सीनियर ऑफिसर ने इसकी इंक्वायरी करना चाहिए। तो हमको जरा डाउट आ गया कि जो हिसाब से इंक्वायरी हो रही थी, थोड़ा हमको डाउट आ गया करके हमने पूरी कमिश्नर जो थे परमवीर सिंह, उनके हाथ की पूरी इंक्वायरी निकाल के हमने वो एटीएस को दिया। एटीएस ने उसकी पूरा वो केस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया और केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में 4-5 दिन में हमारे सामने जो सबूत आए बहुत ही धक्कादायक थे। वो 4-5 दिन में हमको ये पूरे एटीएस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ऐसा मालूम पड़ा कि ये पूरे केस में मुंबई के सीपी, उसी प्रकार कमिश्नर ऑफिस के 4 बंदे, उनका नाम है, एक का सचिन वजह, दूसरा रियाजुद्दीन काजी, तीसरा सुनील माने और तीसरा विनायक शिंदे। ये 5 आदमी के सिवा ये पूरे केस में कोई दूसरा बाहर का आदमी नहीं था। उसके बाद में वो स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी का जो मालिक था मनसुख हिरेन, उसकी 5-6 दिन के बाद हत्या हो गई और ये मामला और पेचीदा हो गया। और एटीएस जो इंक्वायरी उसकी कर रही थी और पूरे सबूत उसमें आ गए थे कि ये पूरे केस में मुंबई के पुलिस कमिश्नर, वहाँ के उनके हाथ के नीचे काम करने वाली सीपी ऑफिस के 4 पुलिस कर्मचारी और सीपी ऑफिस की एक इनोवा, सीपी ऑफिस की इनोवा भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व थी। और ये एटीएस का रिपोर्ट आया, पूरी इसके में सब मालूम पड़ा। तो मैं होम मिनिस्टर था, बाकी ये उद्धव जी ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री से, हमने परमवीर सिंह को जो सीपी मुंबई थे उनको वहाँ से हटा के एक साइड पोस्ट पे उनका तबादला किया। और साइड पोस्ट पे तबादला करने के बाद में उनको सस्पेंशन की कार्रवाई चालू की। परमवीर सिंह को हमने सस्पेंड किया। उसके बाद में परमवीर सिंह को सस्पेंड करने के बाद में उसने मेरे ऊपर 100 करोड़ का इल्ज़ाम लगाया। उस बीच ये पूरा एंटीलिया बॉम्ब केस और मनसुख हिरेन की हत्या, इसका पूरा केस नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी NIA इनके तरफ गया और NIA ने इंक्वायरी की। और NIA ने इंक्वायरी करने के बाद वहाँ भी उनको काफ़ी सबूत उनके मिले कि ये पूरे केस में ये 4 लोग नहीं है और बाहर के कुछ 4-5 और थे। यही नहीं, लेकिन पूरा इसमें इनकी बैठक जो हुई वो सीपी ऑफिस जो था परमवीर सिंह के दफ्तर में हुई। वहाँ पे पूरा प्लान किया गया किस प्रकार से ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट करना है या मुकेश जी के घर के सामने जिलेटिन रखना है। मनसुख हिरेन के हत्या के बारे में भी साजिश वहाँ पे रची गई। और काफ़ी जो सवाल जवाब जब काफ़ी लोगों से हुए तो वहाँ भी ये बात सामने आई कि इसमें मास्टरमाइंड जो है परमवीर सिंह है। लेकिन अभी बड़ा ताज्जुब की बात है कि NIA ने जो रिपोर्ट अभी जो चार्जशीट सबमिट की थी और चार्ज फ्रेम जो हुए अभी, उसमें परमवीर सिंह का नाम नहीं है। आपके मालूमात के लिए एक और बात बताता हूं, बीच में इसमें से एक आरोपी ने बेल के लिए एप्लीकेशन डाला था। वो बेल की एप्लीकेशन हाई कोर्ट में जाने के बाद वहाँ पे जो माननीय न्यायाधीश थी रेवती मोहिते डेरे पाटिल, ये माननीय न्यायाधीश थी हाई कोर्ट की, उन्होंने बताया कि ये पूरे केस में ये जो दिखता है कि इसमें परमवीर सिंह ये मास्टरमाइंड है, उसके बावजूद उसको क्यों बचाया जा रहा है। देखो
जो भी हो रहा था, देखिए जो एक मिनट, जो भी हो रहा था आप लोग एक साथ कर रहे थे, जो भी हो रहा था आप लोग एक साथ कर रहे थे।
सुनिए मेरी बात।
और सचिन वाजे ने बाद में ईडी को कहा, सचिन वाजे ने बाद में ईडी को कहा, सचिन वाजे ने बाद में ईडी को कहा कि यही अनिल देशमुख जो है, मैंने अर्नब गोस्वामी की अरेस्ट की क्योंकि अनिल देशमुख ने मुझे कहा कि अर्नब गोस्वामी की जाके अरेस्ट करो। तो आप लोग बहुत क्लोज थे, आप लोगों ने मिलके मुझे टारगेट किया था। आप लोगों को लगा था कि एक साथ मिलके एक जर्नलिस्ट को आप टारगेट करेंगे, है ना? अगर आप चाहे तो मुझसे माफ़ी मांग सकते हैं।
देखिए एक मिनट,
अगर आप चाहे तो मुझसे माफ़ी मांग सकते हैं। आप माफ़ी मांगिए, मैं आप माफ़ी मांगिए, मैं कंसिडर करूंगा।
मैं आपको रोक के आपको बताता हूँ।
आप आज बताइए मेरे खिलाफ आप लोगों ने
मेरी बात सुनिए, माफी मांगने का सवाल ही नहीं आता। आपको रोक के मैं बता एक मिनट, आपने मुझे बुलाया काय के लिए कि परमवीर का नाम एनआई के एक्यूज में क्यों नहीं है, उसके लिए मुझे इंटरव्यू के लिए बुलाया। अब आप बोल रहे कि अर्नब गोस्वामी को अरेस्ट करने का मामला निकाल रहे, उसके लिए आप अलग मुझे बुलाइए, मैं आऊंगा पक्का।
नहीं बताइए ना, वो सब तो लिंक्ड है ना, आप लोग सब एक साथ थे उस समय। सचिन वाजे कह रहे हैं कि आपने भेजा था उन्हें मुझे अरेस्ट करने के लिए।
मैं बता नहीं, मैंने जो
क्या आपने भेजा था
जो सब्जेक्ट के लिए आपने मुझे बुलाया अर्नब जी,
क्या आपने भेजा था?
जवाब दूंगा।
क्या आपने भेजा
दूसरा जो आप मामला
क्या आपने भेजा था उन्हें? क्या वो सिर्फ परमवीर की प्लान थी कि आपका प्लान था? आप मुझे बताइए। आई वांट
100% आपकी इंटरव्यू में फिर से आऊंगा।
क्योंकि देखिए अनिल जी, देखिए मैंने आपको कहा मैं प्रोफेशनल आदमी हूं, मैं किसी के खिलाफ कोई मेरी परमानेंट राइवलरी या फाइट नहीं है, मगर आप लोगों ने जो किया मेरे साथ, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के साथ, मेरे परिवार के साथ, इस देश के साथ, झूठे आरोप डाल के, जिसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि आपने झूठे आरोप डाले। नहीं, मेरी बात सुनिए, मेरी बात सुनिए। लाइफ फुल सर्कल आ चुकी है। आज आप परमवीर के साथ लड़ रहे हैं, मगर उस समय आप सब एक साथ थे।
मेरी बात सुनिए,
मैं पूछ रहा हूँ। मेरी अब देखिए, आपको रेट्रोस्पेक्ट, उसके बाद देखिए आपने
जो अरेस्ट किया गया था उसके लिए मैं अलग से आऊंगा। अलग से
बताइए, मुझे ये बताइए उस समय सचिन वाजे को
मुझे जो चार्ज उसके लिए
देखिए मेरी बात सुनिए। उस समय सचिन,
आपकी आदत जो है ना, बहुत खराब आदत है आपकी, हमेशा इंटरव्यू में आप ऐसे करते थे।
बहुत अच्छी है,
जो चीज के लिए मुझे आपने बुलाया उसका मैं सिर्फ जवाब दूंगा, बाकी जवाब मुझे इंटरव्यू में नहीं देना।
मेरी सुई तो वहीं पे अटकी हुई है,
मुझे बुलाइए, मैं पक्का आऊंगा।
मेरी सुई तो वहीं पे अटकी हुई है।
धन्यवाद
देशमुख जी, मेरी सुई वहां पे अटकी हुई है, भागिए मत। देश देख रहा है कि आप भाग गए हैं। नाउ सी व्यूअर्स, 2 सवाल कर दूं, एक दूसरे पर अब आरोप कर रहे हैं ये लोग, और 2 सवाल मैं करूं डायरेक्ट तो इस इंटरव्यू से भाग जाते हैं। मगर सच्चाई यह है कि आज जिस व्यक्ति ने मुझे अरेस्ट करवाई, वो आंख में आंख मिलाकर जवाब देने की उनकी हिम्मत नहीं थी। आज भाग गए मेरे इंटरव्यू से। द नेशन वॉन्ट्स टू नो, पूछता है भारत, कि एक दूसरे से अब लड़ते हुए अनिल देशमुख, परमवीर सिंह और सचिन वाजे कैसे दिख रहे हैं।
Now shifting focus, viewers, to the Air India mid-air turbulence story. Now viewers, after the plane experienced a sudden drop in altitude, roughly 300 feet, at least 13 passengers and 4 crew members have been injured. We are getting the inside visual from the aircraft right now. On your screens is the moment when the turbulence was being experienced there. It was a dip 300 feet, as low as 300 feet, which can be very, very scary. And there you have the proof of it is that many of the passengers have been injured. They were in fact shifted to the hospital upon landing, and even we have the aviation minister also rushing to the hospital last evening. We have reactions also coming in right now. Listen in.
Everybody please fasten your seatbelt. This is emergency. Please fasten your seatbelt. Nobody should get up. Fasten your seatbelt. Everybody please fasten your seatbelt. This is emergency. Please fasten your seatbelt. Nobody should get up. Fasten your seatbelt.
Right, that was absolute moment of panic and chaos which you saw on from the inside of the plane. We have Harsh joining us live on the broadcast. Harsh, tell us more details. Is there any investigation into the matter? What is really happening? What is the Air India saying? Because there was a dip as low as 300 feet, and there are so many of the passengers, including the crew members also, who have been injured.
Right, Rakshita, now this plane was traveling all the way from Phuket to the IGI airport in New Delhi. The plane was airborne for nearly 90 minutes before it experienced severe turbulence. It was an Airbus A320 that was operating with Air India. Now, what we are learning so far is that at least 13 passengers and 4 crew members have suffered injuries. Some of these injuries are also very fatal in nature. In fact, the visuals that we have with us show blood stains on the aircraft's floor. This is because there were luggage that was falling from top to bottom when the plane experienced a dip of nearly 300 feet. And this was just before the plane was about to land at the Delhi's IGI airport. This plane was traveling all the way from Phuket to the IGI airport in New Delhi, and what we are learning so far is that this is a case of severe turbulence. However, an investigation will be sought, but since there is no technical snag that have been reported as far as this time, but at least a routine investigation will be carried out, because this is definitely a case of severe turbulence that has led to at least 13 people who have suffered severe injuries, and 4 cabin crew members have also suffered some kind of injuries in this case. Rakshita.
Absolutely. It could have been even life-threatening, that's what many of the experts are also saying. But for the moment, the injured are right now recovering is what we know. Thanks so much, Harsh, for joining us with details coming in on that story. We were now shifting our focus to the FCRA bill. The Congress is now openly opposing the FCRA bill. K.C. Venugopal of the Congress party said that leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi is going to oppose the FCRA bill. So we clearly see, viewers, that the opposition is also somewhere rattled, as is the conversion lobby, as far as the introduction of the FCRA amendment bill is concerned. Venugopal of the Congress says that the entire opposition is united against the FCRA bill, and that the old FCRA bill is not acceptable. Also, is what that you have the reaction coming in from the Congress party, and also have BJP reaction also coming in. Listen into both.
Told our concern very clearly. LOP told very strongly that FC and party stand is very clear, and their opposition stand is very clear on that. They cannot bring FCRA in that old format at all, because it is against because RSS can do anything, but no other NGO. This mindset cannot be approved. Therefore, we will oppose it very strongly. We are not going to allow them to pass that type of draconian bills.
Sir, an American leader have also condemned the raised question.
Also tweeted now about the FCRA bill and said that it is not good and it could also harm the tie-up between the US and India. How do you see that?
Now you see the mood of Narendra Modi will change within a minute. If Indian opposition telling something, he will not listen. But once this type of dikayat from foreign countries are coming, used to listen that. I don't know why, but people are now understanding gradually.
ये किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये बिल देश की सुरक्षा के पक्ष में है। ये बिल जो बाहर से पैसे, नाजायज पैसे लाके भारत को तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, सोरोज जैसे लोगों के पैसे, चाइना से आ रहे पैसे, ये पैसे उनके पैसे हैं, इसलिए मिर्ची लग रही है। मिर्ची लगेगी राहुल गांधी को, मिर्ची लगेगी जो उस पैसे पर पलते हैं उनको।
Now, viewers, in fact, we also have the echoes of what is happening in India
to, going up to America. Harsh is joining us live on the broadcast from New Delhi. Harsh, it's not just the opposition. You also have US lawmakers also criticizing the FCRA bill, warning that it could affect India-US ties. And you have, Congress just, just repeating the same thing. We clearly see that there are lobbies which are getting rattled because of the FCRA bill. And Republic TV's investigation also has shown that what has been going on as far as the misuse of the funds that come in from outside India is concerned.
Very rightly pointed out by you, Rakshita. In fact, why are the American lawmakers so interested in something that happens in India, and why is the Indian opposition supporting them? Why is it a problem when the government of India tries to amend the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, which clearly means greater accountability to the funds that are induced from foreign bodies? Now, if any non-government organization is found doing some negative criminal activities that includes unlawful conversion, unlawful religious conversions. In fact, Republic TV has a full detailed crackdown investigation on this, where there were multiple NGOs across different states, including that of in Chhattisgarh, where our reporter was being forcefully converted by some of these NGOs. Now, if the government of India is trying to put these NGOs under the radar, under scrutiny, if they are trying to amend the FCRA laws just to make it more accountable, that every fund that is induced by these NGOs from foreign bodies, they need to be held accountable. The utilization of these funds need to be held accountable, and it has to be made sure that these funds are not being used for any criminal activities that ultimately leads it to be a issue of national security. In fact, these funds are not being used for any kind of forceful religious conversions. And when the government of India tries to amend this particular bill, the leader of opposition, including National Congress General Secretary, he clearly says that the leader of opposition, including the entire opposition, has joined hands to oppose this particular amendment in the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act in the Parliament. And this comes as a big shocker, because this is definitely an issue of national security, and we have it on Republic's camera. In fact, this was the full-fledged investigation that we carried out that brought everything on camera.
Absolutely. That's an impact story. Of course, we will be bringing more details on that. Thanks so much for the meantime, Harsh, for joining us with details. Now, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's strong response coming into Pakistani apologists. He says that Article 370 removal abrogation has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. This on the anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. We'll bring you more on that after the short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है, आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that, because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East. The escalation comes after Iran
Government mulls special session of the Parliament from 16th to 18th of August could push the delimitation bill during the special session. US rattled as India set to table FCRA bill in the Parliament that puts the foreign funds under scanner. Congress opposes the FCRA bill, says that the old bill not acceptable. India doubles down on Meta. Government gives 3-day ultimatum to Meta, asked to either apologize or lose the safe harbour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's strong response to Pakistan apologies, says Article 370 abrogation has transformed Jammu Kashmir. PDP chief Mufti insults the tricolour, holds national flag upside down during the protest. All right, viewers, let's start. Very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Nakshita Mishra with you. We start with the big development that we are closely tracking. Viewers, Meta could be soon losing the safe harbour in the CSAM case. This is as per MP Nishikant Dubey, who said that no protection for Meta will be provided under the IT Act as the case has been filed. I'll just put out the details in a better way there. This is, viewers, the warning coming in from Nishikant Dubey that Zuckerberg must apologize. And even the parliamentary panel, it is led by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, and he says that the deletion of PM Modi's video, who is the representative of 1.4 billion Indians, is an attack on democracy. And also the fact that there is an ultimatum is being issued by the committee, a 3-day ultimatum to Zuckerberg to apologize for the brief removal of Prime Minister Modi's video, July 23rd video. And he also goes on to say that if Facebook does not take action against those responsible in the matter, the safe harbor clause will be removed.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात आज दूसरी बात है जो आपने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि हमारी कमेटी ने जो परसों बैठक ली थी, उस बैठक में हमारी कमेटी ने पत्र लिखा है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो वीडियो उन्होंने डिलीट किया, वो इंटरमीडियरी का काम नहीं है, वो पब्लिशर का काम है। और इस नाते जकरबर्ग को जो है 3 दिन के अंदर माफ़ी मांगनी होगी। यदि माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे तो उनके ऊपर जो जितने भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हैं उनको जो सेफ हार्बर दिया हुआ है हमने, जिसका कि वो गलत फ़ायदा उठाते हैं, सेफ हार्बर ख़त्म कर देंगे। अब जितने गाली गलौज, मार पीट, उल्टे सीधे चीज़ें सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर आती हैं, जिस किसी के खिलाफ आती है, वो सभी मेटा चीफ के खिलाफ जो एफआईआर करेंगे, पूरे देश भर में एफआईआर की बाढ़ आ जाएगी और उसके बाद सभी सलाखों के पीछे होगा।
And in fact, viewers, Republic TV also had an exclusive conversation now with the Bangladeshi Swedish writer Taslima Nasreen upon her return to India. She spoke to Republic TV and she was asked if she ever thinks of visiting her homeland, that is Bangladesh, amid reports of Sheikh Hasina making arrangements for her repatriation. Taslima Nasreen says that politicians may find it possible, but for her, the doors remain shut. Listen in.
একবারের জন্য নিজের দেশ, এক্ষুনি বললেন দেশ নেই যদিও, সেই ভিটে মাটি বা সেই পাড়া, সেই বাড়ি গলি একবার দেখে আসতে ইচ্ছে করে কখনো? এখন তো শুনছি শেখ হাসিনাও দেশে ফেরার বন্দোবস্ত করছেন, পদক্ষেপ নিচ্ছেন, রাজনীতির লোকজন
তাদের জন্য হতেই পারে, কিন্তু কেউ তো, এমনকি শেখ হাসিনাও তো আমাকে থাকতে দেননি বাংলাদেশে। খালেদা জিয়াও যেমন বের করে দিয়েছেন, একবার আমি মার অসুখের সময় গিয়েছিলাম, শেখ হাসিনাও বের করে দিয়েছেন এবং তারপরে আর তিনি আর আমাকে ঢুকতেই দেননি দেশে। তো এখন নির্বাসনে থেকে তিনি হয়তো কিছু বুঝেছেন নির্বাসনের কষ্ট কতটা,
নির্বাসিতের এক যন্ত্রণা।
তার আমি তো 32 বছর, সেই 32 বছর তো তিনি কাটাননি, সুতরাং এই যন্ত্রণা ভয়াবহ।
And viewers, today as Kashmir now is marking the 7 years of abrogation of Article 370, just last night, Mehbooba Mufti, the PDP chief and former chief minister, sparked a controversy. PDP chief linked POJK genocide to the situation in Kashmir. And not only that, she held the Indian tricolour upside down. And she also says that that she's compared the situation to POJK. So nation is calling for the taking back POJK. Mehbooba is now talking about Azadi, and she's also insulting the tricolour. More importantly, what we're trying to highlight out there, Mufti is linking POJK with the situation in Kashmir. There's 2 contrast viewers. Let's take a look at this sequence.
Şu PDP taşına bazen eşeğe lakır makır kamzor cemaat. Eşçi lakır, eşçi tadat ay sonunda. Organization sonunda. Magar yüz es Mufti sabın vision çudut. Yüz es Mufti sabın agenda çudut. Su agenda şu tüt mazbut alsın apayet ladayi çala. Apayet bir şey mi ladayi çala. Dimçi vay ti bıçani ऐसे ईद वेरी के बच्चे मगर मुफ्ती साहब निजाम नक्शे तब मैंने बात कर रही हूँ 8 बार या नहीं बंदी हुआ या कोई ट्रेन जैसे चीन से बात के साथ सेट रही हुई ये सच ईरान से बात के साथ ताकि इस कश्मीर में नौजवान इस क्या दिवो में इसको चुना वाला जनरेशन जी चुना वाला जी जनरेशन अल्फा हम उसको क्या दे सकते हैं हमारे पास क्या है उसको देने के लिए अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा मुझे आज़ादी दे दो अगर हम कुछ नहीं देंगे तो बोलेगा फिर मुझे पाकिस्तान दे दो हमने उसको ऐसा कुछ देना है कि उसको रोजगार मिले उसको इज्जत मिले उसको वकार मिले और अगर वो इस मुल्क में रहता है तो इज्जत से रहे उसके लिए ज़रूरी होता है तम खुद कुछ ज़रूरी ये मुफ्ती साहब विजन हो यत कशीर यत कतरायम ये मजन तो तुलमुत छु ये मतलब बंद छव थमस करी छु थवन दरिया थमत कर्जस मज बंद कर पत त्रय यल कत बात करियो तोर क्या तते तिमन छु पाकिस्तानस मज विकस तिमन ति मुश्किलात अगर इकवट दोशवे मुल्क बेहन कत बात करन पत त्रावन यल अस ति गसन वत यल अस सित करन इज्जत सान कत बात अस यु न्यूक सुदियन वापस साइन जमीन यत कोस अस गारंटी सबस गारंटी रोजन साइन नौकरियन गस गारंटी रोजन अस गोस रोजन डर अगर नेबर आव का इनी सोन जमीन हटन पोसन इसलिए तमे तय गस पीडीपी वाले कि पन्नी जाय एहसास आस कि महबूबा मुफ्ती छना हम तमन गए कत करन कि इसिल का कथ करा अच्छु आसान वजन अगर न इश्त कथ करो अल्लाह ताला छु गवाह यम नय खटन वसन मखलाय.
All right, viewers, now we have breaking inputs coming in on the Disha Salyan case. Republic TV has spoken to Disha Salyan's father, the Satish Salyan, after the Bombay High Court questioned the police why it did not register an FIR in the death of the former celebrity manager Disha after her father raised suspicion over the circumstances surrounding her death in 2020. In fact, the court has also asked how the post-mortem report showed no injuries, even though she had fallen from the 14th floor of a residential building in Malad. Take a look.
हमारे साथ अभी जुड़े हैं दिशा सालियान के पिता सतीश सालियान और हमारे साथ लॉयर नीलेश ओझा है. सर, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन था हियरिंग में कि मुंबई पुलिस ने क्यों एक्सीडेंटल डेथ दिखाया, क्यों एफआईआर रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ. इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आप इतने सालों से बोल के आ रहे हो कि क्यों एफआईआर नहीं हो रहा है, क्यों एक्सीडेंटल डेथ दिखाया गया है. अभी बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट के हियरिंग से उम्मीद जगा है कुछ?
जरूर 100% जगह है उम्मीद. और मैं भी बोलता हूँ, मैं खुद कंप्लेंट कर रहा हूँ, मर्डर हो गया, रेप हो गया, तो इन लोग पुलिस क्यों नहीं ले रही है एफआईआर? लेने की ज़रूरत ही है ना उनको, उनका एटलीस्ट. अभी तो कोर्ट ने बोला एफआईआर लेना पड़ेगा करके, इसके लिए मैं ज़रा सेटिस्फाई हूँ.
और वो लोग जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दिखाए थे, वो भी कोर्ट ने उस पे भी क्वेश्चन किया कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है और फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट जो है उसमें बहुत सारे अंतर है. तो उससे भी क्या लगता है, जो छुपाने की कोशिश किया था उस टाइम गवर्नमेंट ने, पुलिस ने, ये क्या सामने आएगा?
देखो, पुलिस पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट और जो पुलिस दे रहे हैं उसमें मेल नहीं खा रहे हैं, दोनों जन अलग अलग है. तो इसने भी बोला, जज ने भी बोला, ये पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट गलत दिखता है मुझे. और जो हमने जो अंतिम संस्कार का फ़ोटो भेजा है उसमें तो दिशा के अंदर कुछ भी मार्क नहीं दिखता है, डैमेज नहीं दिखता है, मीन्स कुछ भी वुंडेड में डैमेज नहीं दिखता है, कुछ नहीं दिखता. वो प्रूव होता है ना, ऑटोमेटिकली प्रूव होता है, बोलना ज़रूरी नहीं है, ऐसा है.
और सर, बहुत दिन से, बहुत सालों से आप ये एक ही मांग पे आप मांग कर रहे हो कि एफआईआर हो अगेंस्ट आदित्य ठाकरे, और आप बोल रहे हो कि सीबीआई प्रूव भी होना चाहिए. क्यों आपको लगता है इसमें आदित्य ठाकरे का क्या रोल है? आपके हिसाब से क्यों लगता है कि आदित्य ठाकरे के अगेंस्ट में एफआईआर हो, और सीबीआई क्यों चाहते हैं आप ऐसा?
आदित्य ठाकरे के एफआईआर मीन्स आदित्य ठाकरे के अगेंस्ट अपने पास प्रूफ है, हमने देखा है, इसके लिए बोल रहे हैं हम लोग.
बहुत बड़ी बात बोल रहे हैं आप. मतलब इस आपके हिसाब से आपके बेटी के मर्डर में आदित्य ठाकरे का हाथ है, आप बोल रहे हैं?
जरूर 100% हाथ है उनका.
तो तभी क्यों नहीं, क्या लगता है आपको, क्यों नहीं एफआईआर उसके अगेंस्ट में किया गया? उसको बचाने के लिए ट्राई किया गया था क्या?
वो लोग चाहते हैं आदित्य ठाकरे को बचाए, इसके लिए एफआईआर नहीं किया उन लोगों ने, ऐसा हो गया.
All right, my colleague Meenakshi, who got us this exclusive conversation, is joining us live. Meenakshi, it's a big disclosure. In fact, what we are understanding with this conversation is that there's a mismatch into what the cops have claimed, what the police have claimed, and the post-mortem report. And even the court has questioned that why is there no mention of any marks on a body or any bruise. And even the father is saying that there is evidence against Aditya Thackeray, and he is also he's also saying that he is responsible for what has happened.
Yes, absolutely. You have rightly mentioned. Rakshita's father has Disha Salyan's father spoke to Republic, and he claimed that he is sure about that. There is something related to Disha Salyan case, and this is related to Aditya Thackeray. And he particularly claiming that Aditya Thackeray is responsible for his daughter's death. And his fathers said to Republic that they have some evidence, and he saw those evidence which stated that Aditya Thackeray is the main accused of Disha Salian case. And he said that there is some substantial evidence and they have already got a pen drive and they have submitted this pen drive before court and which is stating that Aditya Thackeray is the main accused of Disha Salian's murder. And he also spoke when he was speaking to me. He said that there are several years passed, but the main culprit of this case today still police have not filed any FIR against Aditya Thackeray. That's why he now he is very confident that we know that Bombay High Court questioned to Mumbai police and Maharashtra government that why they have not filed any FIR and why Mumbai police that time saw this incident as an accidental death. So very important observation by Bombay High Court. And now today Disha Salian's father when spoke to Republic, he said that now I'm hoping that main culprit name will come out. And when speaking to Disha Salian's lawyer Nilesh Oja, he also particularly pointed out some important things that they have already submitted some sufficient evidence which was in a pen drive and some reports and some papers they have submitted to court. And they also Nilesh Oja, the lawyer of Disha Salian's, claimed that we already submitted and we have other evidence also which is clearly stating that Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav government was involved with Disha Salian's death case and they are trying to hide. They were trying to cover up Aditya Thackeray. They were trying to hide something. That's why that time police had not registered any FIR in this case. Rakshita.
Right, Meenakshi, just stay on with us. We'll just bring back that conversation once again because the father of Disha is making some many important statements. He has, in fact, it's unfortunate that after 7 years he has to continue demand a probe into this murder of what alleged murder. What he is saying in this death case, he wants a probe, a CBI probe. Time and again, FIR has been denied, and it's appalling that these inconsistencies have remained unseen or even unmentioned by the police. Take a listen in, viewers, to once again.
हमारे साथ अभी जुड़े हैं दिशा सालियान के पिता सतीश सालियान और हमारे साथ लॉयर नीलेश ओझा है। सर, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन था हियरिंग में कि मुंबई पुलिस ने क्यों एक्सीडेंटल डेथ दिखाया, क्यों FIR रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ। इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आप इतने सालों से बोल के आ रहे हो कि क्यों FIR नहीं हो रहा है, क्यों एक्सीडेंटल डेथ दिखाया गया है। अभी बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट के हियरिंग से उम्मीद जगा है कुछ?
जरूर 100% जगा है उम्मीद। और मैं भी बोलता हूँ, मैं खुद कंप्लेंट कर रहा हूँ, मर्डर हो गया, रेप हो गया, तो इन लोग पुलिस क्यों नहीं ले रही है FIR? लेने की ज़रूरत ही है ना उनका। एटलीस्ट अभी तो कोर्ट ने बोला FIR लेना पड़ेगा करके, इसके लिए मैं ज़रा सेटिस्फाई हूँ।
और वो लोग जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दिखाए थे, वो भी कोर्ट ने उस पे भी क्वेश्चन किया कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है और फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट जो है उसमें बहुत सारे अंतर है। तो उससे भी क्या लगता है, जो छुपाने की कोशिश किया था उस टाइम गवर्नमेंट ने, पुलिस ने, ये क्या सामने आएगा?
देखो, पुलिस पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट और जो पुलिस दे रहा है उसमें मेल नहीं खा रहा है, दोनों जन अलग अलग है। तो इसने भी बोला, जज ने भी बोला, ये पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट गलत दिखता है मुझे। और जो हमने जो अंतिम संस्कार का फ़ोटो भेजा है उसमें तो दिशा के अंदर कुछ भी मार्क नहीं दिखता है, डैमेज नहीं दिखता है, मीन्स कुछ भी वुंडेड में डैमेज नहीं दिखता है, कुछ नहीं दिखता। वो प्रूव होता है ना, ऑटोमेटिकली प्रूव होता है, बोलना ज़रूरी नहीं है, ऐसा है।
और सर, बहुत दिन से, बहुत सालों से आप ये एक ही मांग पे आप मांग कर रहे हो कि FIR हो अगेंस्ट आदित्य ठाकरे, और आप बोल रहे हो कि CBI प्रूव भी होना चाहिए। क्यों आपको लगता है इसमें आदित्य ठाकरे का क्या रोल है? आपको आपके हिसाब से क्यों लगता है कि आदित्य ठाकरे के अगेंस्ट में एफआईआर हो और सीबीआई क्यों चाहते हैं आप ऐसा?
आदित्य ठाकरे के एफआईआर मीन्स आदित्य ठाकरे के अगेंस्ट अपने पास प्रूफ है, हमने देखा है, इसके लिए बोल रहे हैं हम लोग।
बहुत बड़ी बात बोल रहे हैं आप। मतलब इस आपके हिसाब से आपके बेटी के मर्डर में आदित्य ठाकरे का हाथ है, आप बोल रहे हैं?
100% हाथ है उनका।
तो तभी क्यों नहीं क्या लगता है आपको, क्यों नहीं एफआईआर उसके अगेंस्ट में किया गया? उसको बचाने के लिए ट्राई किया गया था क्या?
वो लोग चाहते हैं आदित्य ठाकरे को बचाए, इसके लिए एफआईआर नहीं किया उन लोगों ने, ऐसा हो गया।
And in fact, my colleague Meenakshi also spoke to the lawyer of Disha Salian's father, Nilesh Ojha, who has also pointed out many discrepancies in how there have been lapses and the fact that there are also a mismatch as far as the post-mortem is concerned. In fact, the court had also pointed out that why till 5 years that post-mortem report had not been even provided to the family. Take a listen in.
Disha Salian's father is seeking for FIR against Aditya Thackeray. So what on which evidence you people are seeking FIR against Aditya Thackeray?
There are many crucial evidence. There are eyewitnesses. We gave one pen drive to the court. As per amended rate, we have already given one pen drive. Pen drive में more than sufficient material है, not only for registering FIR, for मीन्स अगर किसी आरोपी को, अक्यूज को मर्डर केस में गिल्टी कन्विक्ट ठहरा कर उसको फांसी की सजा देने तक की एविडेंस सफिशिएंट ऑलरेडी ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। अभी तो हमने हमारे छुपे हुए तो एविडेंस दिए भी नहीं है अभी कोर्ट में।
यू आर सेइंग बिग थिंग।
यस। और एक बात बताता हूँ, हम मिस्टर आदित्य ठाकरे फाइल्ड इंटरवेंशन एप्लीकेशन इन द मैटर, दैट इशू ऑल्सो केम बिफोर द कोर्ट। 25 मिनट्स का हियरिंग चला। हमने कोर्ट को पॉइंट आउट किया कि इन्होंने इंटरवेंशन एप्लीकेशन फाइल किया है, तो उसमें हमारा भी एक एप्लीकेशन है टू टेक आदित्य ठाकरे इन हिज एडवोकेट इनटू कस्टडी। व्हाई? उन्होंने दिया है झूठा एफिडेविट। फर्स्ट थिंग ही सेड I am not MLA. He said I am businessman. Why? Because the matter should not go to PMLA court. One thing. तो एक स्पेसिफिक फॉल्स एफिडेविट हुआ। सेकंड थिंग ही सेड CBI and Bihar police gave me clean cheat in Disha Salian murder case. CBI ने राइटिंग में दिया, we produced in the court. CBI said we never conducted investigation. We have not done investigation of Disha Salian case and we have not given any clean sheet to anyone. So this is also a explicit false statement. So these two statements are sufficient for sending Aditya Thackeray to custody for and punishment in perjury is 7 years. In criminal contempt it is 6 months. So हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट भी दिया है कि in case if court is not giving punishment to such people, then court will be failing its duty. ऐसे केस लॉस है। तो उस पे वो उन्होंने खुद ने इंटरवेंशन दिया। One more serious issue.
And with that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition. But we continue to bring you the big message that has been sent out by the Prime Minister on the abrogation of Article 370. 6 years on, he hails the progress of Jammu and Kashmir, saying that abrogation has transformed Jammu and Kashmir.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
अगर
मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना।
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस शासित यूपीए ने पॉलिसी वैक्यूम करा, वहीं पर अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
जेनजी की भाषा में मैं, अरे सुनो यार, सुनने की आदत रखो। जेनजी की भाषा में विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं। तो क्या हो गया फिर? आंदोलन क्यों किया आपने? उनको फोमो हुआ, फियर ऑफ मिसिंग आउट। अरे बच्चे यहाँ पर आंदोलन कर रहे हैं, हम क्या कर रहे हैं? तो हम चले गए PM आवास पर। अरे सुनो, आगे
आप अपना समाप्त
फोमो होने के बाद लहू, इनको डेलुलू
डॉक्टर
डेल्यूशन
श्रीकांत जी,
इनको लगा छात्र हमारे साथ आएंगे
श्रीकांत जी, आप
प्रधानमंत्री के घर के इधर जाने के बाद, लेकिन छात्र तो कोई आए नहीं।
वास्ते गुने हुइयां, एक नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां। आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized.
जिस ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो में आप कह रहे परमवीर सिंह और सचिन वाजे ने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स लगाकर एक केस बनाने की कोशिश की, इसी ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो को मेरे घर के बाहर 5 नवंबर को पार्क किया गया था जब सचिन वाजे भेजे गए थे, शायद आपने भेजा होगा मुझे अरेस्ट करने। क्या आपने कभी मुकेश अंबानी जी को कहा या रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज को आपने कहा, जिनके घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स रखी गई, जिनको टारगेट किया गया, उन्हीं को आपने नहीं बताया, कभी नहीं बताया कि मेन कल्प्रिट परमबीर सिंह है?
इंक्वायरी वाज ऑनगोइंग, इंक्वायरी चालू थी। मैं
तो जानता हूँ ये आदमी करप्ट है, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है, बहुत डेंजरस है। मुझे ताजुब है कि एक आदमी जिसके कारण मनसुख हिरेन की मर्डर हुई, एक आदमी जिन्होंने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर बम रखा, अब ये वो आदमी खुलेआम घूम रहा है।
इसी का हमको ताजुब है कि एनआईए ने उसको एक्यूज क्यों नहीं बनाया।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles go.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhum. Our top focus is going to be on the FCRA war, how the Congress is opposing the bill, and much more on the top story. First, a look at our top headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The government mulls special session from 16th to 18th August could push delimitation bill during special session. US rattled as India set to table FCRA bill in parliament which puts foreign funds under scanner. The Congress opposes the FCRA bill, says the old FCRA bill not acceptable. India doubles down on Meta. Government gives 3-day ultimatum to Meta, asks to either apologize or lose safe harbor. Prime Minister Modi's strong response to Pakistan apologists says Article 370 removal has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. And PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti insults the tricolour, holds national flag upside down during protest. Viewers, the Congress has opposed the FCRA bill, with KC Venugopal saying the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi was against the bill. He says the entire opposition stands united against the FCRA. In fact, calling the law draconian, Venugopal said the centre cannot bring the FCRA bill in its old format. They'll oppose it. This is ahead of the FCRA schedule to be tabled in the Parliament.
Told our concern very clearly. LOP told very strongly that FC and party stand is very clear, and their opposition stand is very clear on that. They cannot bring FCRA in that old format at all, because it is against the, because RSS can do anything, but no other NGO. This mindset cannot be approved. Therefore, we will oppose it very strongly. We are not going to allow them to pass that type of draconian bills.
Sir, an American leader have also condemned raised question.
Also tweeted now about the FCRA bill and said that it is not good and it could also harm the tie-up between the US and India. How do you see that?
Now you see the mood of Narendra Modi will change within a minute. If Indian opposition telling something, he will not listen. But once this type of dikayat from foreign countries are coming, used to listen that. I don't know why, but people are now understanding gradually.
In fact, Giriraj Singh, Union Minister, now responded to Venugopal.
ये किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये बिल देश की सुरक्षा के पक्ष में है। ये बिल जो बाहर से पैसे, नाजायज पैसे लाके भारत को तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, सोरोज जैसे लोगों के पैसे, चाइना से आ रहे पैसे, ये पैसे उनके पैसे हैं, इसलिए मिर्ची लग रही है। मिर्ची लगेगी राहुल गांधी को, मिर्ची लगेगी जो उस पैसे पर पलते हैं उनको। ये किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये बिल देश की सुरक्षा के पक्ष में है। ये बिल जो बाहर से पैसे, नाजायज पैसे लाके भारत को तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, सोरोज जैसे लोगों के पैसे, चाइना से आ रहे पैसे, ये पैसे उनके पैसे हैं, इसलिए मिर्ची लग रही है। मिर्ची लगेगी राहुल गांधी को, मिर्ची लगेगी जो उस पैसे पर पलते हैं उनको।
And viewers, the Congress has said that the leader of opposition opposes the FCRA bill. We're going to show you an element that we've put for us and for you to understand why the FCRA rattles the conversion lobby. Remember what FCRA is there for. Before the 2026 amendment, there was general registration for the NGOs. Now in the new FCRA bill, there has to be a purpose-linked registration, which means accountability for foreign funded assets has to be given. There has to be streamlined enforcement now. It's protecting our national sovereignty and also leading to greater transparency of NGOs and other organizations that receive foreign funds that must be now disclosing where the money is received from. I want to now go across to my colleague Harsh, who's joining us on the top story. Harsh, the critics are arguing the bill is giving the central government broader powers over NGOs and their foreign funded assets. However, for Bharat, it's extremely pertinent to have a law that will ensure that there is national sovereignty that is supreme.
Very rightly pointed out by you, Rhythm. Now, amendments in the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act clearly means greater accountability for any non-government organization that induces foreign funds. Now, it is in fact a clearly Republic investigation that has pointed out when our reporter was being forcefully converted by an NGO. This was an unlawful conversion that was caught on Republic's camera. What we see is KC Venugopal, who serves as the National Secretary for the Indian National Congress, says that leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, in fact, is joined by all the other opposition parties to oppose this particular amendment in the FCRA. Now, it is very surprising to note that why is the opposition opposing something that clearly is an action against any kind of anti-national elements. In fact, this will clearly make them accountable. Every NGO that induces some kind of foreign funds from these international bodies will be held accountable, and this is clearly a crackdown on the conversion lobbyists, and this will clearly mean that the entire conversion mafia will be brought under the scanner and they'll be held accountable for their deeds. This is clearly a crackdown on illegal and forceful conversion of religious activities, and this is exactly why the government of India has linked it to national security. But what we are seeing on the contrary is the opposition. In fact, the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, joined by KC Venugopal, who serves as the National Secretary for the Indian National Congress, clearly opposing the bill. In fact, they say that the entire opposition has joined hands to oppose this particular amendment in the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act.
This is so important and crucial, viewers, and we want to explain it to you. There are videos that have emerged, there are shows that have emerged that clearly show how the NGOs have mismanaged their funds. And it hasn't started now, it started much earlier. Today, when the government is trying to streamline the process for national sovereignty, to ensure that NGOs are not being used for conversion rackets, there is the opposition coming down against them. Like we told you, the FCRA bill in the parliament is very critical to really understand what they are looking at. It's not undemocratic, like KC Venugopal said. Rahul Gandhi's position is procedural. The government's response has always been, viewers, that it's going to have transparency and accountability in foreign funding, which is important. Remember earlier, in this case, the Prime Minister had also criticized the Congress party as it was blocking the bill, as it's in continuing obstructionism. Anti-reform is their political strategy, they had said. So very, very crucial to now understand what's further going to happen. A big remark on the FCRA bill came from Congress's Venugopal.
Told our concern very clearly. LOP told very strongly that FC and party stand is very clear, and their opposition stand is very clear on that. They cannot bring FCRA in that old format at all, because it is against the, because RSS can do anything, but no other NGO. This mindset cannot be approved. Therefore, we will oppose it very strongly. We are not going to allow them to pass that type of draconian bills.
Sir, an American leader have also condemned
raised question. Also tweeted now about the FCRA bill and said that it is not good and it could also harm the tie-up between the US and India. How do you see that?
Now you see the mood of Narendra Modi will change within a minute. If Indian opposition telling something, he will not listen. But once this type of dikayat from foreign countries are coming, used to listen that. I don't know why, but people are now understanding gradually.
And there's breaking news, viewers, that's coming in. Meta has now been summoned. Meta is to lose the safe harbor in the CSAM case. Remember, this is in connection with a child sexual abuse scam material case that was on their Instagram pages. Viewers, remember, Republic's relentless investigation exposed how the child sexual abuse material continued to be easily available on Meta platforms like Instagram, Facebook. Now MP Nishikant Dubey says no protection for Meta is going to be there under the IT Act. The case has been filed against Meta in the AI-generated video case. Meta India head has also been named in the FIR. Very crucial, because now Meta will have to give answers as to what really led to the CSAM videos.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात आज दूसरी बात है जो आपने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि हमारी कमेटी ने जो परसों बैठक ली थी, उस बैठक में हमारी कमेटी ने पत्र लिखा है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो वीडियो उन्होंने डिलीट किया वो इंटरमीडियरी का काम नहीं है, वो पब्लिशर का काम है। और इस नाते जकरबर्ग को जो है 3 दिन के अंदर माफ़ी मांगनी होगी। यदि माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे तो उनके ऊपर जो जितने भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हैं उनको जो सेफ हार्बर दिया हुआ है हमने, जिसका कि वो गलत फ़ायदा उठाते हैं, सेफ हार्बर ख़त्म कर देंगे। अब जितने गाली गलौज मार पीट उल्टे सीधे चीज़ें सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर आती हैं, जिस किसी के खिलाफ आती है, वो सभी मेटा चीफ के खिलाफ जो एफआईआर करेंगे, पूरे देश भर में एफआईआर की बाढ़ आ जाएगी और उसके बाद सभी सलाखों के पीछे होंगे। देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात आज दूसरी बात है जो आपने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि हमारी कमेटी ने जो परसों बैठक ली थी, उस बैठक में हमारी कमेटी ने पत्र लिखा है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो वीडियो उन्होंने डिलीट किया वो इंटरमीडियरी का काम नहीं है, वो पब्लिशर का काम है। और इस नाते जकरबर्ग को जो है 3 दिन के अंदर माफ़ी मांगनी होगी। यदि माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे तो उनके ऊपर जो जितने भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हैं उनको जो सेफ हार्बर दिया हुआ है हमने, जिसका कि वो गलत फ़ायदा उठाते हैं, सेफ हार्बर ख़त्म कर देंगे। अब जितने गाली गलौज मार पीट उल्टे सीधे चीज़ें सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर आती हैं, जिस किसी के खिलाफ आती है, वो सभी मेटा चीफ के खिलाफ जो एफआईआर करेंगे, पूरे देश भर में एफआईआर की बाढ़ आ जाएगी और उसके बाद सभी सलाखों के पीछे होंगे।
And viewers, we're also going to go across to Harsh, who's joining us on this investigation. Harsh, very, very clearly, the CSAM content was easily available. Now an FIR is there. What's the latest you're picking up?
Very rightly pointed out by you, Rhythm. Now Meta is to lose its safe harbor in the CSAM case. This is in connection with the child sexual abuse scam material case. In fact, the BJP is clearly very disappointed with the Meta taking down Prime Minister Narendra Modi's video earlier this month. And in fact, now they say that they'll be flooded with FIRs if they don't apologize. In fact, Nishikant Dubey clearly says that they are now expecting Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Meta, to apologize for what has been done with the Prime Minister's video. And now they are clearly saying that some action has to be taken. In fact, they are clearly warning Meta officials that the organization will lose its safe harbor in the CSAM case. Now, this is in connection, I'm again repeating, with the child sexual abuse scam material case. And Nishikant Dubey also pointing out that if Mark Zuckerberg don't apologize in the next 3 days, the entire BJP will flood FIRs against Meta and its officials, and this will be a big crackdown, and all of these officials will be sent behind the bars, not just losing the safe harbor, but this is also in regards to the Prime Minister's video that was taken down. In fact, that was briefly taken down a few days back. This was linked to the CJP protest. However, it was later restored following intervention, but this is clearly
for one what moment as we're getting breaking news. On the top focus story that we are tracking, Meta officials to meet Ashwini Vaishnav, Union Minister, today. The Meta executives are expected to arrive at the Rail Bhavan soon. This is the big news that's coming in. Meta is going to be meeting the Information and Broadcasting Minister. Let me also give you the news that's coming in, and we are breaking it first right here on Republic TV. The Meta officials have arrived at Rail Bhavan to meet our Information and Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. This is the big news that's coming in after Meta was summoned. They have now to meet Ashwini Vaishnav as to explain as to why there was no action taken on CSAM case. Remember, also Meta had earlier not apologized after certain actions. So Meta being very critically looked at now. The officials are at the Rail Bhavan. All right, that's the pictures. The first pictures coming in of Meta in the Rail Bhavan. Meta officials in the Rail Bhavan. Their Meta's Indian CEO had also been summoned. These are the pictures at Rail Bhavan where they've come to meet the Information and Broadcasting Minister shortly. It's a high-level meeting, and the delegation of Meta is going to be meeting them. Remember, the Union IT Minister had maintained a strict regulatory stance against Meta. Now, this is a high-level meeting that is going to take place. I want to go across to Nitin. Nitin, who all from Meta are present at the meeting? We were told that this delegation is led by the Chief Global Affairs Officer, Joel Kaplan, who's going to meet with the MeitY officials in New Delhi, and they're going to address all the platform actions, including the temporary removal of the Prime Minister's video from Facebook. They're also going to be addressing the past CSAM scam, Nitin.
Exactly. So we've unlike other news channels, we've always been on the top of the entire Meta CSAM scam, and we in fact broke the news to everyone across the country. And the latest on this is that there's very shortly they're expected after their arrival in MeitY, where a very high-level delegation from Meta had gone to the Ministry of Electronics and IT to sort of deliberate and discuss on how and what led to the failure, which also led to PM Modi's video sort of getting restricted on his platform for a brief while. Now, Meta's senior officials, again led by its highest of global officials, are expected to arrive at Rail Bhavan very, very soon, and these are from our sources on ground. They were certain to the fact that they're sort of going to apologize or in fact even give them a detailed explanation, because in fact whatever we've seen from Meta since day one has just been a PR stunt. There's no formal apology, there's just been a couple of words that they've used here and there in their statements, which is like it is an error, it was a failure of AI automated guardrails, but nowhere have they mentioned any person who's sort of been held accountable. Back to you.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Nitin. We're going to track this very, very closely. We get you the first visuals of Meta that's arrived at Rail Bhavan. Viewers, now Hero Tiranga Trail 2026 enters another significant chapter today as the expedition moves deeper into India's northern frontier. After reaching Bharatpur on day 2, today's journey begins from Siachen Warrior Station, one of Indian Army's key operational bases supporting deployments towards the Siachen Glacier. The convoy will also travel through the strategically important Shyok Valley before heading to Turtuk, one of India's northernmost border villages, carrying forward its mission of honoring the nation's military legacy. Our correspondent Shubham Verma joins us from Siachen Warrior Station with his ground report.
दो दिन के सफर के बाद हीरो तिरंगा ट्रेल्स 2026 अब अपने उस फ्रंटियर में दाखिल हो चुका है जहां से मिलिट्री की सबसे मुश्किल डिप्लॉयमेंट शुरू होती है। मैं इस समय हूं सियाचिन वॉरियर स्टेशन में। ये सिर्फ एक मिलिट्री स्टेशन नहीं बल्कि इंडियन आर्मी के लिए सियाचिन ग्लेशियर की तरफ होने वाली ऑपरेशंस और लॉजिस्टिक्स का एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बेस माना जाता है। यहाँ से कॉन्वॉय श्योक वॉर मेमोरियल तक पहुँचेगा और उसके बाद भारत के सबसे अनोखे और ऐतिहासिक बॉर्डर विलेजेस में से एक टुटुक की तरफ बढ़ेगा। टुटुक सिर्फ एक बॉर्डर विलेज नहीं है। 1971 के भारत पाकिस्तान युद्ध के बाद ये गांव भारत का हिस्सा बना और आज भी लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के करीब भारत की स्ट्रेटेजिक प्रेजेंस का एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रतीक माना जाता है। इस सफर के दौरान एक्सपीडिशन टुटुक वॉर मेमोरियल भी पहुंचेगा, जहां इस फ्रंटियर की वीरता और बलिदान की कहानियां आज भी जिंदा हैं। मैं इस वक्त सियाचिन वॉरियर स्टेशन बड़तापुर में हूँ, जहाँ से डे 3 के लिए एक्सपीडिशन रवाना हो चुका है। रिपब्लिक पूरी एक्सपीडिशन के साथ ग्राउंड पर है और हम अगले पड़ाव से आपसे फिर से जुड़ेंगे।
And coming up after a short break, we get you more details as the Congress opposes the FCRA bill, says old FCRA bill is not acceptable. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the 3 categories: student, idiot, and andbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न है
जिस ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो में आप कह रहे परमवीर सिंह और सचिन वाजे ने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स लगाकर एक केस बनाने की कोशिश की, इसी ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो को मेरे घर के बाहर 5 नवंबर को पार्क किया गया था जब सचिन वाजे भेजे गए थे। शायद आपने भेजा होगा मुझे अरेस्ट करने के। आपने कभी मुकेश अंबानी जी को कहा या रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज को आपने कहा जिनके घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स रखी गई, जिनको टारगेट किया गया, उन्हीं को आपने नहीं बताया, कभी नहीं बताया कि मेन कल्प्रिट परमवीर सिंह है?
इंक्वायरी वाज ऑनगोइंग, इंक्वायरी चालू थी। मैं तो जानता हूँ ये आदमी करप्ट है, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है, बहुत डेंजरस है। मुझे ताजुब है कि एक आदमी जिसके कारण मनसुख हिरेन की मर्डर हुई, एक आदमी जिन्होंने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर बम रखा, और ये वो आदमी खुलेआम घूम रहा है। इसी काम को ताजुब है कि NIA ने उसको एक्यूज क्यों नहीं बनाया।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
जरा सोच के देखिए, आपके पास कुछ ऐसा है जो आपकी दुनिया बदल सकता है। जानते हैं क्या? आपका अपना सोना। सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता? सोना आपको अपने सपनों का घर दिला सकता है, आपके बच्चों का भविष्य बना सकता है। सोना आपकी हर इच्छा पूरी कर सकता है। तो भारत की सबसे बड़ी गोल्ड लोन NBFC मुथूट फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और फिर देखिए सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता। मुथूट फाइनेंस, जहां विश्वास ही परंपरा है। कॉल कीजिए 1-800-313-1212।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
We're going to hit him very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going...
Hero Tiranga Trails 2026 has completed another significant milestone, with the expedition travelling from Leh to Partapur, crossing the iconic Khardung La on the second day of its 12-day journey. Before the convoy rolled out from Leh, Brigadier Sachin Gehlawat, Commander Headquarters 3 Mountain Artillery Brigade, flagged off the expedition from Shanti Stoop, marking the beginning of another crucial leg across Ladakh's military frontier. The route through Khardung La is far more than a mountain crossing. It remains one of Indian Army's most important strategic corridors, connecting Leh with the Nubra Valley and supporting military logistics towards the Siachen Glacier. As the expedition moved through the vital corridor, it continued to commemorate 200 years of the Regiment of Artillery and honor India's military legacy through every milestone of the journey. With the successful flag-in at Partapur, Hero Tiranga Trails has now completed 2 key stages of its 1,850-kilometer expedition. Retracing the routes, landmarks and military history that continue to define India's northern frontier.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है?
The government mulls special session from 16th to 18th August could push delimitation bill during the special session. The US is rattled as India is set to table the FCRA bill in Parliament, which puts the foreign funds under the scanner. Congress opposes the FCRA bill, says the old FCRA bill is not acceptable. India doubles down on Meta. The government gives a 3-day ultimatum to Meta, asks to either apologize or lose safe harbor. Prime Minister Modi's strong response to Pakistan apologist, says Article 370 removal has transformed Jammu and Kashmir. And PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti insults tricolour, holds national flag upside down during protest. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Riduba. Top focus is now going to be on the news coming in. The new closing auction scheme introduced by SEBI continues to rattle the market. The benchmark indices ends lower. I'm joined by my colleague Rishita to give us more details on this.
Thank you so much. Well, yes, as Indian markets continue to whipsaw on a third consecutive day, thanks to the much hyped closing auction scheme, SEBI has maintained that there is no plan to roll back the discrepancy causing mechanism. Now, Nifty has fallen 44 points and has ended below the 24,650 mark, while Sensex gains 72 points and ends the session at 78,412. On Wednesday as well, the Indian markets continue to puzzle investors as Nifty closed in the red and Sensex closed in green. Now, SEBI's new scheme has caused havoc in the Indian markets, with investors wondering how Nifty and Sensex, which move in unison, have started moving in different directions altogether. Now, both NSE and BSE have said that the scheme is in its preliminary stages and that the situation will improve as the auction scheme further matures. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Rishita, for those details. It's a Republic business detailed news that we got. We move on to the other top focus stories. Viewers, we were at the forefront of exposing Meta, and now we get you breaking news that's coming in. The NCRC has doubled down on Meta as it faces intense scrutiny. The NHRC has now directed 6 states to file an FIR against Meta over the POSCO violations. The NHRC has also directed the police in the 6 states of Bihar, Chandigarh, Haryana, West Bengal, Odisha and Delhi to register FIRs against Meta over the POSCO Act violations that are linked to the child sexual abuse material that was seen on Instagram and Facebook. The NHRC asked 6 states to file the FIR over the violations, and police have been directed to file the FIR. Viewers, as this news is coming in, we also show you pictures of that very crucial meeting that Meta is having with the Information and Broadcasting Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav. Ishan, I want to come across to you. There is double now pressure on Meta because first they have to answer to the child sexual abuse material, and now, Ishan, we're also getting those visuals that they're going inside and having that meeting at Rail Bhavan with the Information and Broadcasting Minister.
Absolutely. Meta officials have been summoned on multiple accounts, multiple risks that have been revealed. That most importantly is the CSAM material that is freely available on these websites. Apart from that, the government is also questioning Meta officials specifically on the availability and use of deepfakes and their ability to recognize these deepfakes and take them down. Now, Meta officials have not responded to any of these questions. They are seeking time to respond to them. Now, most importantly, what they are doing is they are buying time. They are not responding in a proper manner wherein they are
Okay, there needs to be some connection issue that I'm having with my colleague there. But like he was telling us, and I'm going to stay with those visuals, Meta is now facing the ire the NHRC has directed for registration of FIRs for failing to curb and report child sexual abuse material. The police in Bihar, Chandigarh, Haryana, West Bengal and Delhi, Odisha are going to file this. Ishan, you're back with us. When did the meeting start between the Meta officials who are presently at Rail Bhavan?
The meeting with the Ministry of Information Technology began about 15 minutes ago, and they are currently meeting with the minister, and the minister himself has brought about multiple reasons wherein they have requested the Meta officials, not requested but more mandated them to ensure that such material is removed from their platforms. Apart from removal of these material, they have also asked Meta officials to ensure that deep fakes, that has become a very big issue for.
All right, stay on with us, Ishan. We're getting some more breaking news on our top focus story. And we're getting you those exclusive visuals, viewers. Meta officials have reached the Rail Bhavan and they are currently in that meeting with the Information and Broadcasting Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. Ishan is giving us details. He says that meeting has been underway for around 15 to 20 minutes. Ishan, give us more details about what's happening at Rail Bhavan.
See, the meeting at Rail Bhavan is primarily to put across this point from the government side that such material and such deepfake accounts of spread of misinformation and targeting of females, such as using of their photographs and using of their images that have been uploaded to these websites, to be scrutinized at a level that can be removed. And apart from that, QRT teams have been established in almost every ministry to respond to such deepfake accounts, and these QRT teams have been designated in every, not just every ministry, but in every department of every ministry to respond to deepfake. These are the proceedings that are taking place, and these are the concerns that are being raised by the government. Because multiple times before also Meta has been sent in this information on removal of material, removal of not just deepfake accounts, but of counter-intelligence material that have been shared by multiple Pakistani and foreign handles against the government and against the integrity of India. Now, all these concerns have been raised by Meta, not just for their Instagram account, but for other multiple accounts as well. So we are seeing that all of this is being discussed in the current meeting. So this is a very important meeting wherein the Meta officials will be asked on a clear roadmap on how this material can be removed and how this material can be removed not only from just one platform. And the other larger security implication that they are discussing is the usage of usernames that is going to be introduced in WhatsApp, similar to Telegram. Now, what usage of this username does is hides the number of the person using the WhatsApp account to spread this messages, and these messages can be spread to a large number of people using WhatsApp accounts. So this is also a very large security concern that will be discussed during this meeting. The meeting is currently underway, and Meta officials are inside Rail Bhavan meeting with the minister. So we are expecting more information to come out once the meeting is concluded. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Ishan, for those details. It's a top focus story as the high-level delegation meeting is continuing at Meta. Thank you. Viewers, the other top focus. Telegram has been restored to Apple's App Store after being briefly removed over illegal content found in a public chat. Telegram CEO Pavel Durov has said the incident was the result of a coordinated extortion attempt involving AI-generated illegal pornographic content illegally made. Because the message was backdated, Durov says it was effectively hidden from users, preventing members from seeing or reporting it.
Telegram is back on Apple's App Store after being briefly removed following the discovery of illegal content in a public group. The founder of Telegram, Pavel Durov, says the incident was a result of a deliberate attempt to exploit the platform's moderation system. An attacker allegedly edited an old message in a public Telegram group and inserted an AI-modified illegal pornographic content. Powell claimed that the edited message was backdated, making it largely invisible to group members and reducing the chances of being reported through normal channels. The Telegram founder also questioned Apple's response, saying the app was removed from the App Store before Telegram was contacted. Telegram says its moderation systems quickly remove illegal content and that the app was restored within hours.
And we're getting breaking news that's coming in the 2024 Sambhal violence case. The Judicial Commission report is out. The Judicial Commission has now concluded the bullets that struck those killed in the violence were not fired by the police and that the violence was the result of a pre-planned conspiracy. The report mentions the alleged roles of MP Zia-ur-Rahman Barq and Suhail Iqbal, the son of MLA Iqbal Mahmood, in connection with the incident. This is the details that are now coming in. I'm going to go across to Raghavendra, who's now joining us live on the story. Raghavendra, it's very clear, therefore, that like we had said at Republic TV, the Sambhal violence was pre-planned. It was a conspiracy. These pellets had not been fired by the police. It was the result of miscreants firing. Give us more details.
बिल्कुल, आज उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा में संभल की जो रिपोर्ट पेश की गई उससे बहुत सारा खुलासा हुआ। रिपब्लिक भारत लगातार 2024 से ही ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग करता रहा है और रिपब्लिक भारत ने अपने रिपोर्टिंग में भी वहाँ की स्थिति के बारे में बताया कि वहाँ पे किस तरह की भीड़ इकट्ठा हुई थी, किस तरह का वहाँ पर सुनियोजित तरीके से लोगों को बुलाया गया था, किस तरह से लोगों के पास पत्थर थे और तमाम तरह के वहाँ पर जो स्वदेशी हथियार थे, उस स्थिति को लगातार दिखाया गया तमाम विजुअल्स में, तमाम रिपोर्ट्स में। आज जो रिपोर्ट्स आई है उसमें भी यह चीज़ें आई है कि पुलिस के गोली से किसी की मौत नहीं हुई है, पुलिस ने गोली नहीं चलाई है। जिस तरह का वहाँ पर माहौल था वो षड्यंत्र से भरा हुआ माहौल था। स्थानीय जो सांसद थे जिया-उर-रहमान बर्क, जो समाजवादी पार्टी के सांसद थे, उनकी कहीं न कहीं वहाँ पर सहमति थी। उनके आह्वान पे वहाँ पर लोग इकट्ठा हुए थे, यूथ वहाँ पर आए हुए थे और जो विधायक थे वहाँ के स्थानीय, उनके भी परिवार के लोगों की उसमें भूमिका थी। तो ये सब सारी चीज़ें निकल कर आई हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है क्योंकि लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर और सरकार पर, वहाँ की पुलिस पर विपक्ष लगातार हमला बोल रहा था और यह जो रिपोर्ट है वो सारी बातें साफ कर देता है कि आखिर वहाँ की स्थिति क्या थी, सिचुएशंस क्या थी। क्योंकि जब भी सर्वे होता था, जब भी सर्वे के जो सदस्य होते थे वहाँ जाते थे तो किस तरह का माहौल होता था, लोग वहाँ पर आ जाते थे, भीड़ आ जाती थी, उनको घेर लेते थे, काम नहीं करने देते थे। और जब इस तरह की स्थिति बढ़ी है तो वहाँ पर पुलिस को क्या क्या करना पड़ा वो सारा जिक्र है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो संभल की जो रिपोर्ट आई है बहुत कुछ बताती है कि वहाँ पर पुलिस ने कोई भी ऐसा काम नहीं किया है जिस पे आरोप लगाया जा रहा था कि पुलिस ने बर्बरता की है, गोली चलाई है और लोगों की जान गई। तो इस तरह की चीजें नहीं है, रिपोर्ट कुछ और बता रही है।
जी, ऑल राइट। एंड ऑल्सो राघवेंद्र, आपने जब उस टाइम पे भी रिपोर्टिंग की थी, इनका नाम हर बार आ रहा था, जिया-उर-रहमान बर्क एंड सुहेल इकबाल। उस टाइम पे भी जब आप रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे थे, मुझे याद है आपके आगे पीछे पुलिस थी। ये बहुत ही प्लान षड्यंत्र था जिसमें इन लोगों के नाम अब क्लियरली जुडिशियल कमीशन ने कहा हैं।
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो न्यायिक आयोग की जो रिपोर्ट है जो आज विधानसभा के पटल पर आई है, जिससे ये पूरी फाइल उसमें खुलासा हुआ है, बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स हैं। चौंकाने वाली बात है कि किस तरह से सरकारी काम में बाधा पहुंचाया गया। जब पुलिस वहां पर कंट्रोल करने के गई तो पुलिस की जान पर स्थिति बन आई। जिस तरह से लोग वहां पर हाथों में पत्थर लेके पथराव कर रहे थे, कई लोग वहां पर घायल हुए, किस तरह की चुनौती थी पुलिस के सामने। तो पुलिस खुद की रक्षा करने के लिए और भी तमाम लोगों की जान न जा सके, लोग घायल न हो, उनकी रक्षा करने के लिए किस तरह से वहां कदम उठाया गया, उस कदम को आज रिपोर्ट ने सही माना है कि पुलिस ने कोई बर्बरता नहीं की है, पुलिस ने कोई गोली नहीं चलाई है, पुलिस के बंदूक से कोई किसी की भी मौत नहीं हुई है, पैलेट गन का वहां पर इस्तेमाल हुआ है। यह चीजें निकल कर आई और साथ ही जो वहां के जो सांसद हैं उनकी भूमिका संदिग्ध हुई कि वो चाहते तो स्थिति को कंट्रोल कर सकते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने वहां पर भीड़ इकट्ठा की, भीड़ बुलाई, डराने की कोशिश की। तो इस तरह की चीजें वहां पर की गई थी जो रिपोर्ट में बताई गई है।
Bilkul. Thank you, Raghavendra, for giving us those details. Now we're going across to the breaking news that's just coming in, viewers. We're getting you pictures of MeitY Mark Zuckerberg apologizes to the Indian government. This is the big news that's coming in right now. There is an apology from Mark Zuckerberg to the Indian government. The Meta officials had gone to meet. All right, Rakshita is also joining us live on the top focus story. We're getting the big news. Rakshita, give us more details. This comes after the Indian government had said apologize or face action.
Absolutely. 3-day ultimatum, and in just a few hours we see that the impact has been borne, and Mark Zuckerberg has finally apologized. We've seen him earlier also admitting to those discrepancies, and now today, as he was being given an ultimatum, and the Parliament Committee chief that was headed by Nishikant Dubey, he had outrightly said that there will be no more safe harbor for Meta, is what clearly had been fearing, Zuckerberg had been fearing that there will be no safe harbor, no free run for Meta, the social media giant. And now we have Zuckerberg apologizing to Prime Minister Modi. That is the statement coming in. I'm also being joined by Karan from Republic Business. Karan, what is the statement coming in?
Right, so Mark Zuckerberg actually has admitted and he's apologized to Prime Minister Modi. He's admitted there was an error, it was a wrong decision that was taken, and Prime Minister Modi's video that was wrongfully taken off was a mistake on the part of Meta. So it's a big story. Zuckerberg has actually apologized to the Prime Minister.
Absolutely. And, the safe harbor, the warning that was given, Karan, by Nishikant Dubey today, he's clearly said, mincing no words, that there will be an end to the safe harbor to these social media giants who have been getting away with something as serious as sexual assault material, the CSAM. Such material, child abuse related material, was being given a free run, and they were only hiding behind the intermediaries. And now Zuckerberg had to bow down and finally apologize, because they know they are not going to get that freedom anymore.
Absolutely. So you have to understand that platforms like Meta were actually enjoying a great liberty. The liberty was that no content, no offense was ever made out against them if there was any child sexual abuse material or any material as such that was published on Meta by any user. Now, this safe harbor essentially protected platforms like Meta from any criminal action against them. Now, it was a big action taken by the Indian government when they said, and Nishikant Dubey, announced today that the government will actually review it, and Zuckerberg has 3 days to actually apologize, else Meta loses the safe harbor. The very fact that Meta loses the safe harbor is probably what got Mark Zuckerberg to immediately act upon it. Now, you have to understand, we are in Indian time today. We are at 4:49 Indian time, which in the US is early morning right now. In spite of the wee hours of the early morning, Mr. Zuckerberg, I don't know, he probably is in the US or any other part of the world, but he's actually decided right now, and they've not wasted any time. You have to understand this. They had 3 days, but they've decided to act instantly. Mark Zuckerberg has apologized, and of course...
Things to add here.
Yeah.
Sorry, just come in. Yeah. See, I wanted to add here, according to my information, which I'm getting directly from government officials, the government had made it very clear to Meta that they are not covered under the intermediaries definition, as their algorithms select the one who receives the content. Therefore, the safe harbor clause under the IT Act is not applicable. Meta then admitted, and this is the big one, Meta then admitted that it has made a lot of money by boosting child sexual abuse material, which means Meta has made a globally valid admission out here that they have made a lot of money by boosting all this pedophilia, child pornography, CSAM content. Then they apologized and regretted their mistake. I think this is a follow-up of Ashwini Vaishnav, the IT minister, who I'm told has done a very strong grilling of the Meta officials. And Ashwini Vaishnav is very technically savvy. He cornered them with facts, and he was able to get this apology out directly from Mark Zuckerberg. So this really shows that when the government puts its act together, then Meta had to apologize. I don't think there's a global precedent like this, where immediately after a grilling by a government, Meta has been forced to acknowledge that it has been supporting child sexual abuse material. Back to you guys. I'll be back with you in a minute. Yeah, please. So the point I wanted to make was that Ashwini Vaishnav has been grilling the officials personally. And it is as a result of Ashwini Vaishnav's grilling that this has happened. Please.
Absolutely. Karan, we have to also importantly highlight, as just Arnab pointed out, that the fact that they have admitted that, it is them who select what content actually goes out there. And they are actually selling it. They are actually purchasing it. It's an entire business that was going on. And now the government puts its foot down that it is not going to happen anymore. And of course, it's also important to point out that we haven't seen such examples, ever before.
Absolutely. So you have to understand, and viewers have to understand here, global platforms like Meta, they are required to have teams that actually regulate, that actually monitor the kind of content that goes out on these platforms. The platforms have a responsibility that whatever content is going out on these platforms is being posted is in accordance with the laws of those particular countries in which they are posted. They are within ethical and moral boundaries. Platforms like, for example, Grok have come under fire initially, and you've again seen Meta. Now, the big revelation here is that Mark Zuckerberg has actually admitted that Meta has been benefiting from proliferation of child sexual abuse content on Meta. So the big part here is Meta's acceptance of the fact that Meta has benefited, has been profiteering from proliferation of such content. And I think the big revelation came after the Meta officials met Ashwini Vaishnav just a couple of minutes back, post which the Meta officials have clearly, I think, gotten in touch with their big boss, Mr. Zuckerberg, who's probably, I don't know if he's in the US right now, he's in another part of the world. But, if he's in the US, you have to understand that in the wee hours of the morning, that's the gravity of the situation, that at this time, Mark Zuckerberg has instantly, rather than waiting for 3 days, he's instantly decided to apologize and accept the fact that they've been benefiting wrongly from this.
Absolutely. And you also mentioned about Grok also. There have been government taking steps with regards to like the username feature of WhatsApp as well. So the government has been tightening the noose, and these are steps in the right direction. But this is something that is unprecedented. And we've seen time and again, years ago also, we had Zuckerberg admitting to such discrepancies, to such missteps that were being taken. And, this is a reminder that they cannot just issue a statement and go away. Now, Karan, it will be important to see that after this apology, do they adhere to the rules? And they will have to, because the safe harbor, cocoon will be now off. If you could just shed some more, light on the safe harbor clause.
See, absolutely. The safe harbor clause actually comes from Section 79 of the IT Act. Now, the Section 79 of the IT Act basically protects the intermediary here, which, Meta claims that it's an intermediary. So by definition of the Section 79 of the IT Act, Meta is not directly criminally responsible if any content is posted by any of the Meta users. The very fact that the government stated, and Nishikant Dubey came in, and probably that was the agenda of the meeting with Ashwini Vaishnav as well, when just recently the Meta officials met him, that Meta, when they understood that they risk losing the safe harbor clause, you have to understand there's a lot going on. Just a couple of hours back, the NHRC actually also directed the DGPs of 6 different states, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Haryana, and 3 other states, to actually lodge FIRs against Meta. Now, if that happens, and if that had actually happened, you would have FIRs against Mark Zuckerberg, you would have FIRs against the Meta India head, you would have FIRs against the top Meta leadership. And you're talking about criminal offenses here. I want the viewers to also understand, we're not talking about civil offenses here. We're talking about criminal offenses leading to arrests being made.
So yeah, we have update coming in, more details in fact, Karan, and I'm also being joined by Pranav from our business. We have details coming in, and that's what we're breaking right now. Ashwini Vaishnav, there's been personal grilling of the Meta bosses, and hence why we see the impact of that. Now, what we understand from our sources is that Mark Zuckerberg has apologized over CSAM, over the errors, and over deepfakes. It's a direct result of IT ministers grilling Meta bosses. Ashwini Vaishnav personally grilled the Meta bosses. Pranav.
Well, absolutely. In a way, Rakshita, isn't it an admission that there is a lot of money that was paid for boosting this kind of content? Meta and Zuckerberg, in fact, have been forced to apologize for the CSAM content. And it's also notable to, it comes at a time when Meta has been under scanner for a number of other things. One is, of course, the WhatsApp handles case. Beyond that, there were certain matters which were also related to fake AI content that was created and that was circulated during the CJP protests. So there are several number of issues that are going on, and Meta has been under scanner for that. But this comes as an apology for which the government had given 3 days, and now the apology has come within just about 24 hours. So huge admission, and at the same time a huge sorry from the Meta boss, the global head of Facebook, WhatsApp, every technical platform that Meta owns, saying sorry here for the Indian Prime Minister's for holding back or removing the Indian Prime Minister's video that was posted on his handles.
And in fact, we have more details coming in also. Now, Karan, this is a big market. India is a big market for Meta, and they clearly are under pressure now. If you could just share more details that are coming in right now.
See, one of the most important points here is Meta has actually admitted that a lot of money was actually paid for boosting such content which was child sexual abuse content. That's the specific part that they've admitted. I'm again repeating, Meta has admitted that a lot of money was paid to boost child sexual assault content. Now, that's the biggest revelation of the entire thing. And, the moment that Minister Vaishnav grilled them, and they were told that they lose the safe harbor that they get as an intermediary for public, that they don't get, they get criminally charged for any content that goes on. I think that's where we had the end of the story. They had to buckle in and admit to the wrongdoing here.
Well, absolutely. In fact, we were among the first ones who broke today morning that there was a case filed against Meta officials, including Meta India chief for the CSAM case. And in fact, the BJP MP had in fact also said that we will not be giving the safe harbor cover, so to say, that exists for global giants like Meta and Google. So once that cover has been removed, they're sort of exposed to the legalities in India, and that's precisely what we're seeing playing out right now, isn't it, Rakshita?
And just in a few hours, a 3-day ultimatum, and within few hours, we see the impact, we see the action, we see the Meta officials rushing to Rail Bhavan. That is the kind of impact that India's, warning has had. India's steps to actually fix this rot has been now yielding results. In fact, we also, I think we have guests also joining us. We have cyber security expert Pavan Duggal joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir. We were earlier having a conversation with you on our channel, and now we see that the Meta officials have been grilled by the IT ministry, the Information Technology Ministry, and Mark Zuckerberg has now finally apologized, sir. How do you see this development?
Well, I believe this is one development or a chapter in a book that's going to be written. The reality is that a mere apology is not going to wash away the effect of the law. The law says the moment as an intermediary you did not comply with the IT Act rules or you did not exercise due diligence, then you automatically stand stripped of your statutory exemption from legal liability. And the law does not talk of apology of any kind whatsoever. So whether you apologize or whether you don't apologize, the reality is that you have lost your statutory exemption from legal liability. And once that's been done, that means you are now going to be exposed to legal liability. It's a different issue altogether that they may want to completely apologize and they may want to settle the matter. But I think a bigger message that India now needs to give is, whosoever you are, howsoever big you are, you have to come in India, you'll have to comply with Indian law. And an apology will not go ahead and rectify. SORRY, 5 letters are not going to wash away the provisions of the law. The law says you did not comply, you automatically stand stripped of your legal liability, of your legal statutory exemption from liability, which means that you will now have to face consequences. So I think it will not be good precedent if the existing prosecutions or cases are going to be withdrawn, because then that's going to be showing a wrong precedent. You can do anything, you can do mayhem, You can commit anything that you would want to do that. And you do that not just with any person, you do that with the Prime Minister of the country. You do it at a time when he's actually addressing the citizens of the country, and you voluntarily take this off. First, you say it's a legal reason. Yes. When legal reason is asked for, you said no, it's a technical glitch. Now you say, oh, I'm so sorry. So if this can happen with the Prime Minister, imagine the plight of people like you and me, for which they will be wanting to do things at a completely arbitrary space. So I believe going forward, India must take a salutary action. It must give a message to the intermediaries. Your honeymoon with Indian cyber law is over. Indian enforcement has begun, and that you please face the legal consequences. Because if this can happen with Meta, the message is going to go very, very bad. That look, India bowed down to Meta's pressure. You're sorry. We asked you to apologize. You apologize. Good. That shows your bona fides. But that does not in any case mean that the consequences of law are going to be washed away because of the apology. They will have to still go ahead and comply with the provisions of the norm. And please remember, the IT Act is a special law. Section 81 of the Information Technology Act says that this is a special law and the provisions of the same prevail over anything inconsistent therewith contained in any other law for the time being in force. So if you have gone ahead and not exercised due diligence, you're automatically stripped of your statutory exemption from legal liability. That being so, an apology cannot override Section 81 of the IT Act. And therefore, India must take this to its logical conclusions.
Right, and also does it, now make way, or rather put out a precedent for the other platforms as well? You feel that this will also set the right example so that not just Meta, but the other sites, even the social media sites like you have, Twitter, or rather X for that matter, you feel that these platforms will also now have to toe the line?
There's no denying the fact. What's been happening in the last 11 years is that the intermediaries have been very successful in creating a different, misinterpreted narrative in the public domain. Look, 2015, the Supreme Court came up in the case of the judgment of Shreya Singhal versus Union of India, a landmark judgment that upheld Section 79 IT Act. Yes, they read down certain provisions of the same, but having said that, Section 79 was upheld in its complete entirety. So, this is the position of the law. 79 says, if you're an intermediary, by and large, I'm not going to make you liable for third-party data, provided you fulfill 4 conditions. Number 1, comply with the IT Act and rules. Number 2, exercise due diligence while you discharge your obligations under the law. Number 3, you do not conspire or abet in the commission of any offense. And number 4, once you're called upon to remove or disable access to any information, you do that expeditiously without vitiating the original electronic evidence. Now, if any of these 4 conditions are not fulfilled, you automatically stand stripped of your statutory exemption from legal liability. So the noting that was coming up that, look, if they apologize in 3 days, it's fine. Otherwise, the exemption will be taken away. Let's take it the legal position. The law says the exemption was already taken away from them the moment they contravene the provisions of the law. But I think the message needs to be given to the entire ecosystem. Intermediaries have become a law unto themselves. They do not really give any kind of effective remedies to users. The grievance redressal mechanism system is a complete and an utter failure. The grievance officer invariably doesn't act, and if he acts only in the benefit of the company and invariably against the user per se. Even the grievance appellate committee mechanism does not seem to be working fine. So it's time that we need to give a message to all intermediaries. Guys, you are more than welcome to the biggest democracy in the world, the most populous nation in the world, but you will have to go ahead and please ensure compliance with Indian law. Otherwise, be prepared to face the legal consequences. And once that starts coming in, at least it will bring in some sanity to this now lawless jungle of intermediaries, where the dictate of the intermediary becomes the law of the land, and the law becomes a mute spectator. Further, we have to now realize that with a lot of these intermediaries using artificial intelligence, they no longer just become intermediaries. They go outside the ambit of intermediaries and come into the categorization of being a publisher or a transmitter. That being so, in any case, the statutory exemption that's available to intermediaries will no longer be made available to them. So keeping these things in mind, I think India needs to give a not just a salutary kind of a message to all intermediaries. Number two, India must now immediately come up with new due diligence parameters under new rules under Section 87, read with Section 79 IT Act. And number three, please effectively implement the existing provisions of the law. And fourthly, please give effective remedy. If you can do this to the Prime Minister of India, you can just about do this to any citizen of the country. And any citizen of the country will not have the ability or the bandwidth
Absolutely.
to get the kind of
Reforms in the
attraction
law and
that this
remedial
matters.
measures are of utmost importance. Very rightly pointed out there, Mr. Dugal. I'm being joined by our reporter Ishan, also from Ground Zero. He's tracking the details coming in from our government sources as well. Ishan, tell us more details about what you're picking up, because there's an admission made by Meta, isn't it? Meta has said that there's lots of money that is paid for boosting content, and they have, of course, made a very big statement finally, which was a well-known fact, but today they had to apologize and also admit.
Absolutely. Meta has today admitted their indulgence into profiteering from the material that was being used to exploit children. Now what they had done is used advertising, that is paid advertising programs to transmit this material and put it into people's feed. And now by putting it into people's feed, what they did was essentially profit from this child sexual material. Apart from that, Meta had also met with Ministry of Information Technology officials to discuss the legal frameworks of the new and upcoming features within the Meta universe, that is within WhatsApp and Instagram. Now, what had happened was the use of WhatsApp and Instagram was being perpetrated to spread a lot of fake news, fake materials, child sexual materials, deep fakes. Now all of this together became a major security concern, for which today Meta was pulled up from its bootstrap, and the minister has specifically stated to Meta that this is a very important requirement, that these kind of materials are not advertised and Meta should not have any involvement, and there should be strict guidelines to remove this material from their platforms. Now, initially what was done was there were large teams of humans which would scan this material, and after scanning this material they would remove the objectionable material. But through the advent of technology, Meta went towards an AI-based system, which AI would recognize this material, AI would flag this material, and a third level of review would come to a human person to actually see what the kind of material is. Now what the perpetrators did was use this AI algorithm and use this opportunity that no human is actually reviewing to bypass the safeguards that Meta had set, and it was being done at a tremendous scale. Now this entire process that was being done, where Meta becomes liable, is when they started accepting money from these advertisers to advertise their channels, advertise their platforms, and advertise these links which led to Telegram and WhatsApp links, which was used to spread materials for money. Now this entire process became a very deviant process, which included the culpability of Meta in spreading of CSAM, deepfakes, and multiple such materials.
In fact, Republic TV had been leading this coverage, viewers. We had been debating this. We were the only channel, in fact, who have been very, very closely tracking, and also we were the one who actually visited the Meta office. We were the ones who tried to put the mic to the officials. Of course, they had nothing to say. They denied and they tried to evade our cameras, but Republic TV was unrelenting in its coverage as far as the CSAM story is concerned. And now we have the impact also coming in of that. Let's go across to the soundbite coming in of BJP MP Ashok Mittal.
साथ बात करने के लिए अशोक मित्तल हैं, बीजेपी के सांसद। मार्क जुबर्कर ने माफी मांगी।
देखिए, उनको तो माफी मांगनी ही चाहिए थी। भारत जो 140 करोड़ की संख्या का देश है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री उसको रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। पूरी दुनिया में भारत का एक नाम है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का नाम है। उनका वीडियो कैसे उतार देंगे? कितनी बड़ी गलती की उन्होंने। लापरवाही हुई या षड्यंत्र हुआ, जो भी हुआ गलत हुआ, पर अब क्योंकि उनके हेड ने खुद माफी मांग ली है, तो मुझे लगता है मामला यहाँ खत्म हो गया।
कंटेंट बूस्ट करने के लिए काफी पैसे दिए गए।
देखिए, भारत सरकार तो इस तरीके का कभी कोई काम नहीं करती है, लेकिन कुछ जो कुछ लोग हैं या विदेशी ताकतें जो वो भारत के अगेंस्ट चल रही है, उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ काम किया होगा जो मेरे लिए जांच का विषय है, पर वो किया तो नहीं होना चाहिए और उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए।
से बात करने के लिए बीजेपी के सांसद अशोक मित्तल थे, गणेश पाठक, संसद भवन, दिल्ली। साथ बात करने के लिए अशोक मित्तल हैं, बीजेपी के सांसद। मार्क जुबर्कर ने माफी मांगी।
देखिए,
और क्या The reaction coming in from the parliament will bring in more details also. But the big story right now that we are tracking on public TV is that government tells Meta. All right, we are being joined by cyber security expert Mukesh Chaudhary is joining us. Mukesh Chaudhary, cyber law expert, is joining us on the broadcast. Meta has admitted to receiving lots of money to boost content, and they now apologize over the deepfakes, over CSAM, the child sexual abuse material, and also, of course, on several other violations. Now, just after there was a 3-day ultimatum that was given to them for apologizing. So, how do you see the development, and what is the way forward from here on? We see what impact could this have?
First of all, I can see this as a positive move because Meta at least has started taking India seriously, because other in various other cases earlier, Meta never used to do compliance of various services, various actions, because under IT rules 2021 also, Meta is supposed to provide all the details of viral content, but Meta do not cooperate the law enforcement agencies and all. So as far the agencies and government agencies are concerned, I can see this as a positive move, but Meta has to be more sensible. And they being biggest tech giant companies of all social media platforms, they are supposed to be more responsible here. They are not supposed to just say sorry and take excuse, and then they can't take it granted. This is a serious international issue, because almost all the countries are against child pornographic activities and events, and in India there are serious actions as per under IT Act. It is a non-bailable and severe actions are being taken under IT Act 67B. So it has to be taken serious. There should be some penalties imposed on Meta for the same, and they can't just get it away by just saying sorry on this matter.
Absolutely. And Mukesh, there is a certain, at least admission has come now after the government's warning. But it's not just about Meta which is promoting such content. Even it is available on X. Do you think that there is a need for a larger crackdown on these social media tech giants who think that they can do anything they want without any consequence?
No, they can't, and they cannot. There should be serious legal actions taken on them and the responsible authorities, because their division heads and the responsible accountable person should be held accountable for the same, and whatever the punishments are applicable as per the laws, they should be punished as well, along with the penalties, heavy penalties. And there has to be a uniform action taken on all the service providers and platforms who are providing such services, because their algorithms are supposed to be designed in a way that they can identify the content in a fraction of seconds. How can they let it be circulated over their platforms for multiple days, years, or weeks, or maybe months? So this can't be done that way. It is pretty easy for them to identify it, whatever content is being circulated. Because on Meta, let us say, especially on Facebook or Instagram, the content is not end-to-end encrypted. So especially on WhatsApp, they give excuses that we have end-to-end encryption protocols. That is why we are not able to figure out what the content is getting circulated and floated. But not X can say this, neither Facebook and Instagram can say this. So at least they should have given some responsible answer for the same, just rather saying sorry.
Absolutely. Mukesh, thank you so much for joining us and giving us this perspective. Tighter norms are needed. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break. The big story continues here on Republic. Meta has apologized. Remember, Republic was the first one to expose this child sexual abuse content on Instagram. And now, finally, the Meta boss has decided to say sorry. We will give you more details right after this very short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। We're gonna hit him very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan.
जिस ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो में आप कह रहे परमवीर सिंह और सचिन वाजे ने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स लगाकर एक केस बनाने की कोशिश की, इसी ग्रीन स्कॉर्पियो को मेरे घर के बाहर 5 नवंबर को पार्क किया गया था जब सचिन वाजे भेजे गए थे। शायद आपने भेजा होगा मुझे अरेस्ट करने। क्या आपने कभी मुकेश अंबानी जी को कहा या रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज को आपने कहा जिनके घर के बाहर एक्सप्लोसिव्स रखी गई, जिनको टारगेट किया गया, उन्हीं को आपने नहीं बताया, कभी नहीं बताया कि मेन कल्प्रिट परमवीर सिंह है?
इंक्वायरी वाज ऑनगोइंग, इंक्वायरी चालू थी। मैं
तो जानता हूँ ये आदमी करप्ट है, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है, बहुत डेंजरस है। मुझे ताजुब है कि एक आदमी जिसके कारण मनसुख हिरेन की मर्डर हुई, एक आदमी जिन्होंने मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर बम रखा, और वो आदमी खुलेआम घूम रहा है।
इसी का हमको ताजुब है कि एनआईए ने उसको एक्यूज क्यों नहीं बनाया।
केसरिया से मन जोगी देखो मतवारा हुआ केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the 3 categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हवालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने मात्र एक कोर्ट बना दिया।
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस शासित यूपीए ने पॉलिसी वैक्यूम करा, वहीं पर अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say मोदी जी clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
जेनजी की भाषा में मैं, अरे सुनो यार, सुनो, सुनने की आदत रखो। जेनजी की भाषा में विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं। तो क्या हो गया फिर? आंदोलन क्यों किया? आंदोलन क्यों किया आपने? उनको फोमो हुआ, फोमो, फियर ऑफ मिसिंग आउट, फियर ऑफ मिसिंग आउट। अरे बच्चे यहाँ
Hero Tiranga Trails 2026 has completed another significant milestone, with the expedition travelling from Leh to Partapur, crossing the iconic Khardung La on the second day of its 12-day journey. Before the convoy rolled out from Leh, Brigadier Sachin Gehlawat, Commander Headquarters 3 Mountain Artillery Brigade, flagged off the expedition from Shanti Stoop, marking the beginning of another crucial leg across Ladakh's military frontier. The route through Khardung La is far more than a mountain crossing. It remains one of Indian Army's most important strategic corridors, connecting Leh with the Nubra Valley and supporting military logistics towards the Siachen Glacier. As the expedition moved through the vital corridor, it continued to commemorate 200 years of the Regiment of Artillery and honor India's military legacy through every milestone of the journey. With the successful flag-in at Partapur, Hero Tiranga Trails has now completed 2 key stages of its 1,850-kilometer expedition. Retracing the routes, landmarks and military history that continue to define India's northern frontier.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East. The escalation comes after Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claimed responsibility for a missile attack on a US airbase and command center in Jordan. The US military says all the missiles were intercepted. Even as airstrikes continue, CENTCOM says it is strictly enforcing the American blockade against Iran. As of July 29, US forces have redirected 20 commercial vessels, disabled 2 and boarded 2 others.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Dr. Misha with you. Mark Zuckerberg has apologized. And that is the big story that Republic TV is closely tracking, getting you all the details from the government sources. We are getting you the details of what happened in the meeting between the Meta officials and Ashwini Vaishnav, how they've been grilled. And after the 3-day ultimatum, within hours, Mark Zuckerberg has apologized, and they've made serious admissions as well regarding the content that is being sold on social media. We'll get you more on that first. A quick check of the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
It's a big Republic impact. Mark Zuckerberg apologizes to the Indian government over child sexual abuse material. Direct result of IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav grilling the Meta officials. Zuckerberg apologizes to India. India doubles down on Meta. NHRC asked 6 states to file FIRs against Meta. US rattled as India set to table the FCRA bill in the parliament, which puts foreign funds under scanner. The Congress opposes FCRA bill, says that it is not acceptable. Government mulls special session from 16th to the 18th of August. Could push the delimitation bill during the special session. The following direct drilling of Meta officials by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, Meta chief Mark Zuckerberg has apologized to the Indian government for the child sexual abuse content. Meta has also admitted that a lot of money was paid for boosting content on its platform. Now, sources tell us that Mark Zuckerberg has apologized over the CSAM errors and deep fakes as well. Meta officials have been summoned tomorrow as well after Zuckerberg's apology and the admission. Well, so Zuckerberg cannot get away. Meta cannot get away by just saying sorry. They are going to face more questioning, more grilling as far as the content they've been selling here is concerned. So government summons Meta bosses again tomorrow. Today, they rushed to the Rail Bhavan. We showed you those visuals. And in fact, more details now coming in tell us the inside details of the meeting suggest that duration was around 45 minutes. Meta officials in this meeting explained the reasons behind the erroneous or the temporary removal of Prime Minister Modi's Facebook video. Key issues discussed were temporary restriction or removal of Prime Minister Modi's video post, handling of child sexual abuse material, especially paid ads on Instagram, compliance with the Indian laws, that is IT Rule 2021, amended in 2026, safeguards for content related to prominent personalities and verified accounts as well. The synthetically generated content and deep fakes are also being discussed. Overall platform accountability and due diligence obligations also discussed in this meeting that lasted for around 45 minutes at the Rail Bhavan. So that's the big detail, that's the big breaking news we have right now. The inside details of the meeting at the Rail Bhavan, how Meta has now admitted to having those All right, we have Ishan joining us live on the broadcast. Ishan, well, these are some crucial details that we are learning about, and the fact that there has been admission on the content which Meta has admits they have been receiving big money for, and that's what Republic TV has also been talking about and exposing the CSAM content that has been on Instagram. And Meta has not been saying anything after being pulled up and now being grilled. Not just the Prime Minister Modi's video, but also on a host of other issues, which Meta thought it will get away with. Today, they are forced to admit and apologize.
Absolutely. Meta officials had two key meetings today. First was with Secretary S. Krishnan at the CGO complex. Now this meeting was the first meeting that took place. Now during this meeting, multiple issues were discussed. The top of them was the removal of Prime Minister Modi's video from Facebook. They also discussed CSAM material. They discussed the review process. They discussed compliance with Indian laws. Now, the IT Act has made several provisions with regards to storage, distribution and play out of materials. Which kind of materials can be played out, which kind of services can be advertised, and what are the safeguards that are available with Meta's platform. Now, Meta in its initial days had a very large team of reviewers, but slowly and steadily these reviewers were transitioned from humanoid reviewers, that is humans reviewing the material, to save costs. They started the review of the same material by AI. Now AI, although being a very good system, is not foolproof. AI creates opportunities and loopholes that allowed such material to exist. Now this initial review that is triggered by AI is the first safeguard that Meta has against spreading of child sexual material and other pornographic content and other dangerous material, including deep fakes, narratives and paid news from untoward actors. Even terror organizations were able to push their material through on these platforms, avoiding the triggering of these safeguards, and the material was spreading. Now Meta has been categorically asked to review its internal processes, its procedures by which it reviews material, the procedure by which it restricts accounts and restricts material. Now Meta has said that it will ensure that prominent personalities from India are safeguarded against such triggers, and senior level management will take a review against restricting of prominent accounts. But this is not enough. Meta has been scapegoating, trying to pass on the blame that we are just conduit through which material is being sent, but this is not enough. Meta has a moral responsibility to ensure that exploitation of children, exploitation of their deepfakes and use of such material is not made in an untoward reason. Now, how Meta becomes liable legally is that Meta accepted money from advertisers to promote their content, and this content was CSAM content.
Very serious admission there. But stay with us. We also have more details, and we continue to break that, viewers. And we have Shambhavi joining us with more details right now. Viewers, what we are learning is that it was around 45-minute meeting, and that the Meta officials were grilled, and Ashwini Vaishnav also questioned the Meta team for almost an hour, and they have now also explained the reasons behind the erroneous and temporary removal. Shambhavi, tell us more details. What are you picking up?
Well, there are two things, as my colleague Ishan also very rightly pointed out, that earlier there was humanoid systems that were checking the content which was going on Meta and the kind of content that they were pushing. But with time, of course, they've adapted a system of AI which comes with their own sets of pros and cons. But it had the personalized way that a human system scans and separates any such kind of content which should not be pushed, especially something which is related to deep fake or CSAM, which is child sexual abuse material. Such content was slipped, and the Meta has finally apologized. Now, legally, of course, there are two ways that they can be held accountable. A is how they've taken money from advertisers because of which such contents were pushed through boosters and advertisements. And apart from that, the government has also said that there is a safety of safe harbor. That is for such organizations or such platforms which the distribution process of which is monitored by the government. Now, in this case, Meta cannot be considered as an intermediary, given that they handle their own distribution system, which is who gets to see what kind of content. That is completely under the control of Meta. So that will deny them any kind of protection that the safe harbor portion of the IT Act could have provided them from, which again pushes them to greater legal responsibility to the kind of content that they amplify. So these are the two things, two legal ways in which Meta can be cornered. Rakshita.
All right. Thanks so much, Shambhavi, for joining us, and Ishan for joining us with details coming on that story, viewers. So the key issues that have been discussed are the temporary restriction or the removal of Prime Minister Modi's video post, and that was being claimed as a technical error by Meta. But they had to explain the position today, coming in and meeting the union minister. Handling of child sexual abuse materials is also very serious, and they've also they've explained the position surrounding the paid ads on Instagram, compliance with the Indian laws, IT rules 2021 amended in 2026, safeguards for content related to the prominent personalities and verified accounts as well, and the synthetically generated content and deep fakes.
आप लोग बहुत क्लोज थे, आप लोगों ने मिलके मुझे टारगेट किया था। अगर आप चाहे तो मुझसे माफी मांग सकते, आप माफी मांगिए, मैं कंसिडर करूंगा। देशमुख जी, मेरी सुई वहां पे अटकी हुई है, भागिए मत, देश देख रहा है कि आप भाग गए हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि आज जिस व्यक्ति ने मुझे अरेस्ट करवाई, वो आंख में आंख मिलाकर जवाब देने की उनकी हिम्मत नहीं थी आज।
Details. Continue to bring you the details of the meeting with the Meta officials. All right. In fact, now we are shifting our focus to other stories in the Disha Salian case. Now, we spoke to the father of Disha Salian after the Bombay High Court questioned why the police did not register an FIR in the death of former celebrity manager Disha Salian after her father raised suspicion of the circumstances of her death in 2020. She was the former manager of Sushant Singh Rajput also, who had passed away just a few days after Disha Salian's death. Now, the court has asked how the postmortem report of Disha Salian showed no injuries, even though she had fallen from the 14th floor of a residential building. And the father of Disha Salian is demanding probe against Aditya Thackeray.
हमारे साथ अभी जुड़े हैं दिशा सालियान के पिता सतीश सालियान और हमारे साथ लॉयर नीलेश ओझा है। सर, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन था हियरिंग में कि मुंबई पुलिस ने क्यों एक्सीडेंटल डेथ दिखाया, क्यों एफआईआर रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ। इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आप इतने सालों से बोल के आ रहे हो कि क्यों एफआईआर नहीं हो रहा है, क्यों एक्सीडेंटल डेथ दिखाया गया है। अभी बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट के हियरिंग से उम्मीद जगा है कुछ?
जरूर 100% जगह है उम्मीद। और मैं भी बोलता हूँ, मैं खुद कंप्लेंट कर रहा हूँ, मर्डर हो गया, रेप हो गया, तो इन लोग पुलिस क्यों नहीं ले रही है एफआईआर? लेने की ज़रूरत ही है ना उनका। एटलीस्ट अभी तो कोर्ट ने बोला एफआईआर लेना पड़ेगा करके, इसके लिए मैं ज़रा सेटिस्फाई हूँ।
और वो लोग जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दिखाए थे, वो भी कोर्ट ने उस पे भी क्वेश्चन किया कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है और फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट जो है उसमें बहुत सारे अंतर है। तो उससे भी क्या लगता है, जो छुपाने की कोशिश किया था उस टाइम गवर्नमेंट ने, पुलिस ने, ये क्या सामने आएगा?
देखो, पुलिस पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट और जो पुलिस दे रहा है उसमें मेल नहीं खा रहे हैं, दोनों जन अलग अलग है। तो इसने भी बोला, जज ने भी बोला, ये पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट गलत दिखता है मुझे। और जो हमने जो अंतिम संस्कार का फ़ोटो भेजा है उसमें तो दिशा के अंदर कुछ भी मार्क नहीं दिखता है, डैमेज नहीं दिखता है, मीन्स कुछ भी वुंडेड में डैमेज नहीं दिखता है, कुछ नहीं दिखता। वो प्रूव होता है ना, ऑटोमेटिकली प्रूव होता है, बोलना ज़रूरी नहीं है, ऐसा है।
और सर, बहुत दिन से, बहुत सालों से आप ये एक ही मांग पे आप मांग कर रहे हो कि एफआईआर हो अगेंस्ट आदित्य ठाकरे, और आप बोल रहे हो कि सीबीआई प्रूव भी होना चाहिए। क्यों आपको लगता है इसमें आदित्य ठाकरे का क्या रोल है? आपके हिसाब से क्यों लगता है कि आदित्य ठाकरे के अगेंस्ट में एफआईआर हो, और सीबीआई क्यों चाहते हैं आप ऐसा?
आदित्य ठाकरे के एफआईआर मीन्स आदित्य ठाकरे के अगेंस्ट अपने पास प्रूफ है, हमने देखा है, इसके लिए बोल रहे हैं हम लोग।
बहुत बड़ी बात बोल रहे हैं आप। मतलब इस आपके हिसाब से आपके बेटी के मर्डर में आदित्य ठाकरे का हाथ है, आप बोल रहे हैं?
जरूर 100% हाथ है उनका।
तो तभी क्यों नहीं, क्या लगता है आपको, क्यों नहीं एफआईआर उसके अगेंस्ट में किया गया? उसको बचाने के लिए ट्राई किया गया था क्या?
वो लोग चाहते हैं आदित्य ठाकरे को बचाए, इसके लिए एफआईआर नहीं किया उन लोगों ने, ऐसा हो गया।
Disha Salian's father is seeking for FIR against Aditya Thackeray. So what, on which evidence you people are seeking FIR against Aditya Thackeray?
There are many crucial evidence. There are eyewitnesses. We gave one pen drive to the court. As per amended writ, we have already given one pen drive. Pen drive में more than sufficient material है, not only for registering FIR, for मिस अगर किसी आरोपी को, अक्यूज को मर्डर केस में गिल्टी कन्विक्ट ठहरा कर उसको फांसी की सजा देने तक की एविडेंस सफिशिएंट ऑलरेडी ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। अभी तो हमने हमारे छुपे हुए तो एविडेंस दिए भी नहीं है अभी कोर्ट में।
यू आर सेइंग बिग थिंग।
यस। और एक बात बताता हूँ, हम मिस्टर आदित्य ठाकरे फाइल्ड इंटरवेंशन एप्लीकेशन इन द मैटर, दैट इशू ऑल्सो केम बिफोर द कोर्ट। 25 मिनट्स का हियरिंग चला। हमने कोर्ट को पॉइंट आउट किया कि इन्होंने इंटरवेंशन एप्लीकेशन फाइल किया है, तो उसमें हमारा भी एक एप्लीकेशन है टू टेक आदित्य ठाकरे इन हिज एडवोकेट इनटू कस्टडी। व्हाई? उन्होंने दिया है झूठा एफिडेविट। फर्स्ट थिंग ही सेड I am not MLA. He said I am businessman. Why? Because the matter should not go to PMLA court. One thing, तो एक पैसे false affidavit हुआ। Second thing, he said CBI and Bihar police gave me clean cheat in Disha Salian murder case. CBI ने writing में दिया, we produced in the court. CBI said we never conducted investigation. We have not done investigation of Disha Salian case, and we have not given any clean chit to anyone. So this is also a ex-passive false statement. So these two statements are sufficient for sending Aditya Thackeray to custody for and punishment in perjury is 7 years. In criminal contempt it is 6 months. So हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट भी दिया है कि इन केस If court is not giving punishment to such people, then court will be failing its duty. ऐसे केस लॉस है. तो उस पे वो उन्होंने खुद ने इंटरवेंशन दिया. One more serious issue.
We have Meenakshi joining us live on the broadcast. Meenakshi, one, these are serious allegations. And in fact, Mr. Salian has been making these allegations for years now. And the fact remains, it's appalling that how these discrepancies have remained under the carpet, that there has not even been an FIR registered on these allegations.
Absolutely rightly mentioned, Rakshita. While speaking with Republic, Disha Salian's father, Satish Salian, he said that we have sought an FIR against Aditya Thackeray because we believe. He mentioned that we believe we have some evidence and we have seen it ourselves also, and that is why we are making these allegations. And particularly he mentioned about the post-mortem report. What was in post-mortem report? The post-mortem report does not match what the police have been claiming. There are clear inconsistencies. Even the judge observed that the post-mortem report was questionable. And he said also that we had also submitted photographs taken during Disha's last ride. And in those photographs, there are no visual injury marks or significant damage on her body, which raised further concern. But in post-mortem report, what we have seen that in post-mortem report, they mentioned some injuries on Disha's face and some injuries on Disha's forehead. But in forensic report, there were no injuries in Disha's face, Disha's eyes and Disha's forehead. So this is very important claim by Disha Salian's father, Satish Salian. And most important thing, what Disha Salian's father's lawyer, Nilesh Ojha said. He said that he pointed out Aditya Thackeray has filed an intervention application in the proceedings. And he said that we oppose the application and urge that it contains false statement. It means Aditya Thackeray had given false statement to court. And he said that we alleged this also, that incorrectly he described himself as a businessman. He had not mentioned him as an MLA. He mentioned him as a businessman. And also Nilesh Ojha, the lawyer of Disha Salian's father, he said that he submitted a written communication from the CBI stating that it had never investigation on Disha Salian case and they have not given any clean chit to Aditya Thackeray. So these points are very important, what Bombay High Court observed and questioned to Mumbai police and Maharashtra government, that why they have not filed any FIR against Aditya Thackeray and why they have they mentioned Disha Salian's death as an accidental death. Rakshita.
All right. Many thanks, Meenakshi, joining us with details coming in on that story. Republic TV is closely tracking each and every details of that story. And now, viewers, with that, we will be shifting our focus to the story. But before that, a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere. We bring you more on the details of what happened in that meeting. As IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav grills the Meta officials, and Zuckerberg is now apologizing to India.
आप लोग बहुत क्लोज थे। आप लोगों ने मिलके मुझे टारगेट किया था। अगर आप चाहे तो मुझसे माफ़ी मांग सकते। आप माफ़ी मांगिए, मैं कंसिडर करूँगा। देशमुख जी, मेरी सुई वहाँ पे अटकी हुई है, भागिए मत। देश देख रहा है कि आप भाग गए हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि आज जिस व्यक्ति ने मुझे अरेस्ट करवाई, वो आंख में आंख मिलाकर जवाब देने की उनकी हिम्मत नहीं थी आज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने मात्र एक कोर्ट बना।
अध्यक्ष जी,
Hero Tiranga Trails 2026 has completed another significant milestone, with the expedition travelling from Leh to Partapur, crossing the iconic Khardung La on the second day of its 12-day journey. Before the convoy rolled out from Leh, Brigadier Sachin Gehlawat, Commander Headquarters 3 Mountain Artillery Brigade, flagged off the expedition from Shanti Stoop, marking the beginning of another crucial leg across Ladakh's military frontier. The route through Khardung La is far more than a mountain crossing. It remains one of Indian Army's most important strategic corridors, connecting Leh with the Nubra Valley and supporting military logistics towards the Siachen Glacier. As the expedition moved through the vital corridor, it continued to commemorate 200 years of the Regiment of Artillery and honor India's military legacy through every milestone of the journey. With the successful flag-in at Partapur, Hero Tiranga Trails has now completed 2 key stages of its 1,850-kilometer expedition. Retracing the routes, landmarks and military history that continue to define India's northern frontier.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit him very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East. The escalation comes after Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claimed responsibility for a missile attack on a US airbase and command center in Jordan. The US military says all the missiles were intercepted.
आप लोग बहुत क्लोज थे। आप लोगों ने मिलके मुझे टारगेट किया था। अगर आप चाहे तो मुझसे माफी मांग सकते। आप माफी मांगिए, मैं कंसिडर करूंगा। देशमुख जी, मेरी सुई वहां पे अटकी हुई है, भागिए मत। देश देख रहा है कि आप भाग गए हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि आज जिस व्यक्ति ने मुझे अरेस्ट करवाई, वो आंख में आंख मिलाकर जवाब देने की उनकी हिम्मत नहीं थी आज।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj, and the top story at this hour remains Meta boss apologizing on the child sexual abuse content on the Instagram after continuous grilling by the Indian minister. We will tell you more. Let's look at the headlines first. Big Republic impact. Mark Zuckerberg apologizes to Indian government over child sexual abuse material. Direct result of IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav's grilling Meta officials. Zuckerberg apologizes to India. India doubles down on Meta. NHRC asks 6 states to file FIRs against Meta. US rattled as India set to table FCRA bill in Parliament which puts foreign funds under scanner. Congress opposes FCRA bill, says old FCRA bill not acceptable. Government mulls special session from 17 to 18 August could push delimitation bill during special session. Viewers, the biggest story of the hour. Following direct grilling of Meta officials by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, Meta boss Mark Zuckerberg has finally had to apologize to the Indian government for child sexual abuse content. And let me tell you, at this hour, at 6:01, that content is still available on Instagram. Despite apology, despite officials being summoned for 2 days now, this is what Instagram is doing. That content is freely available on Instagram despite apologizing. Meta has admitted that a lot of money was paid for such content to boost that on its platform, on Instagram, on other platforms. Sources have also indicated that Mark Zuckerberg has apologized for these errors, calling them errors and calling them deepfakes. This is how Mark Zuckerberg is now accepting that ugly deeds of Meta are now exposed. Meta officials have been summoned again tomorrow. The government is not letting them off the hook so easily. Meta officials will be summoned tomorrow as well, where the IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and the team will be asking some tough questions to Zuckerberg's officials, asking them why this kind of content was available, why PM Modi's video was taken down. This apology is not enough. This action is not enough. They need the accused or the perpetrators of such content and such errors that do not happen in the future be punished. This is the government's tough stand. And remember, this is the government's tough lining also that has forced Meta to accept such ugly deeds. Remember, Republic was the first channel to expose these ugly deeds of Meta. Such content was freely available on the social media platform Instagram, where Zuckerberg did not take cognizance, did not act. But now, after being grilled by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and his team, the Meta officials have finally apologized. We also have my colleague Ishan, who has been tracking this story since the morning. Ishan, you have been there outside Meta officials' place where they are being grilled. Tell us more about tomorrow. What kind of line of questioning can we expect?
The most important thing to note is that tomorrow's meeting is not only focused on questioning, but it is focused on the response from Meta to today's questions as well. They have been clearly given a mandate to ensure that these kind of material is not available, this kind of material is not being explicitly promoted, and more importantly that there are clear safeguard measures.
Right, Ishan, we have some more breaking news also coming in. I'm sorry to interrupt you over here, but former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is all set to address on her return to Bangladesh shortly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have got quite a distinguished panel here. Some of them are here, and some of them will be joining us from abroad. Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah. So So let me introduce. To begin with, I'm introducing Engineer Muhammad Ali Siddiq. He is the General Secretary of Bangladesh Human Rights Watch, and he's based in USA, but he's amidst us. Then we have Advocate Shab Muhammad Bakhtiar. He is the Director of Bangladesh Human Rights Watch. Again. Then we have the famous cricketer. You all must be knowing him, Shakib Ali Hasan. He is the former member of Parliament, cricketer. He is joining us from Colombo, Sri Lanka. He is at the moment in Sri Lanka. He will be joining us. Then from London, the former diplomat and security analyst, Mr. Aminul Haq Polash. So he will be joining us from London. Then then Mr. Mr. Muhibul Chowdhury, known to you, the former education minister of Bangladesh, to me, right and counter-terrorism analyst. Ubaidin Arin, sitting next to me, right and counter-terrorism analyst. And then we have Mr. Sajeev Wajed Joy, who is the former advisor to Prime Minister of Bangladesh. He is joining us from United States. He's in Maryland. And then finally, we have Mrs. Sheikh Hasina.
Anytime now, former Bangladesh Prime Minister's message will be delivered to India as well as to Bangladesh. But Yunus government, which is scared of what Sheikh Hasina might say, has put a blanket ban on her message. There is no coverage in Bangladesh of the first presser since Sheikh Hasina was forced to flee the country and take refuge in India. This is the first address. She has clearly said that her intention is now to return to Bangladesh. But Bangladesh officials have also said clearly that once Sheikh Hasina lands in Dhaka, she will be immediately arrested.
The president of FCC of South Asia, Dr. Wael Awad, organized and arranged this important and timely event to raise the voice what's going on right now. The beautiful country Bangladesh once was growing as an emerging country, economically, socially, viably. We are honored to be present here. The former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is the chief guest, and she will deliver her important speech over here regarding the second anniversary of the crucial, disastrous, dangerous day, 5th of August 2024. She knows ins and outs how these events happen, how the popular democratically elected government ousted by. So we don't want to kill time. I traveled all the way from New York to Delhi. I would like to listen her. I would like to listen her visionary leader, son Sajeev Wajed Joy, IT specialist and the former ICT advisor to the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. I would like to conclude here, not to expand any more further. So I want to give my time to the chief guests. Thank you all. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad, for sticking to the time. That was very nice of you. Please, can I have Advocate Shah Muhammad Bakhtiyar?
Before that, just one second. Netri, can you hear? Hapa. Honorable Prime Minister, can you hear? We can't hear you.
She can hear. Can raise your hand. Just raise your hand.
It's connected, it's fine.
Yeah. It's okay.
When her turn comes, she'll speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
It's
okay.
When her turn comes, she'll speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Honorable FCC Club President, and with FCC Club digital print media members. I am Advocate Shah Muhammad Bakhtiyar. I am here. We are in Bangladesh right now, severe seeking in democracy problem. Since August 5th, 2024, Bangladesh has been undergoing period of democratic crisis. Dr. Yunus' occupation of the democratically elected government of Sheikh Hasina has caused nationwide crisis where the mob violence has resigned supreme. Law and order has been taken a back seat as the life of the many have been uprooted during this time. The Yunus administration did not follow the constitution and instead following their own rule as they used their power for their own benefit. The outright ban of the Awami League has not only disrupted in Bangladesh political scene, but ruined their human rights record as well. Political leaders have been wrongly killed and also thrown them into the jail without fair court trial. During his Dr. Yunus' 18-month ruling time, Bangladesh regressed as a nation economically. The growth in gross domestic product (GDP) decreased, causing unemployment to rise alongside the decrease in the law and order. Petty theft alongside other serious crime have been on the rise. To avoid taking responsibility for this, he hosted an election where the parties he picked were Jamaat and BNP. The parties they favor to him. Both parties would go on to form a government in 2025 following Yunus' method. Diplomatically, we request help in the restoring stability in Bangladesh. We request a fair trial for Sheikh Hasina has and proper election where the Awami League government can contest so that democracy can be restored in Bangladesh. Thank you. Thank you for all.
Thank you very much. Also, can I have Saqib Al Hassan online, please? Can you hear us, Saqib bhai? If Saqib is there.
Wait, one thing happened. He is currently playing in Sri Lanka, so he sent a message, voice message recorded to me right away. He is playing the semi-final of Sri Lanka Premier League. I'm playing it.
Okay. Can we go live? Can we go live?
Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, respected members of the Foreign Correspondents Club, distinguished journalists, বাংলাদেশী হিসাবে আপনাদের সামনে কথা বলতে চাই। আগস্ট মাস আমাদের ইতিহাসের গভীর আবেগের মাস। এই মাসে আমরা শ্রদ্ধার সঙ্গে স্মরণ করি আমাদের জাতীয় ইতিহাসের গুরুত্বপূর্ণ এবং সেই সব মানুষ যাদের আত্মত্যাগে আমাদের একই সঙ্গে সাম্প্রতিক সময়ে আমাদের দেশে যে প্রাণহানি ও সহিংসতা ঘটেছে তা আমাদের সবার হৃদয়কে গভীরভাবে ব্যথিত করেছে। যারা প্রাণ হারিয়েছেন শিক্ষার্থী
Anytime now, former Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will be addressing, this is her first public address since exile in 2024. Remember, after violent clashes broke out in Bangladesh, the student-led protests forced Sheikh Hasina to flee the country when it was toppled by the violent Gen Z stir. Now, Sheikh Hasina is planning to return to Bangladesh in December, where she says that she is hopeful that she will be given a fair chance to bring reforms to Bangladesh, which has been under tremendous strain under the Yunus government. Shifting our focus now to other story, the biggest story of the hour. We have inside details of the Meta officials and government meet. The duration of the meeting was approximately 45 minutes. This is how much time it was needed to grill the Meta officials, and the IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav was steadfast on his response and on his action request to the Meta officials. This is what the government wanted, and finally, after being given a 3-day ultimatum to Zuckerberg and his team. Mark Zuckerberg had to apologize. Meta officials also explained the reasons behind the error and the temporary removal of PM Narendra Modi's Facebook video. Remember, that video was briefly taken down on Facebook. Meta said that it was due to some technical glitch, but the government has made it clear that they are not happy with the apology or with this technical glitch excuse that Meta is making right now. The government has made it clear that they need action from Meta. The apology is not enough and there needs to be some action in the case. Shifting our focus now, the Reserve Bank of India has kept the repo rate unchanged at 5.25% even as global uncertainties persist. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra said that the economy remains resilient despite ongoing tensions in West Asia, while the central bank has revised its growth forecast higher and lowered its inflation outlook. Here's a closer look at what the RBI Governor said and what it means for the Indian economy. Take a look.
The Reserve Bank of India has decided to keep the repo rate unchanged at 5.25%, with the Monetary Policy Committee unanimously voting to maintain the status quo. The central bank has also retained its neutral policy stance, highlighting that future decisions will remain data dependent.
After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments, as well as the outlook, the MPC decided unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 5.25%.
The policy decision comes at a time when global uncertainties remain elevated. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra said the renewed conflict in West Asia since early July has increased volatility in energy prices, posing fresh risks to inflation and growth. However, he added that India's economy has performed better than expected in the first quarter, supported by healthy manufacturing activity and strong discretionary consumer spending.
Some central banks have tightened policy, others remain vigilant. Crude oil prices, currencies, and financial markets remain volatile, fluctuating in line with the changing intensity and the uncertainties of the West Asia conflict.
Reflecting confidence in the domestic economy, the RBI has raised its FY27 GDP growth forecast to 6.7% from 6.6%. The central bank also increased its first quarter growth projection to 7% and second quarter estimate to 6.4%, while leaving its projections for the second half of the financial year unchanged.
Growth continues to be supported by the resilient domestic demand, sustained expansion in manufacturing and services activity, and robust exports. It reaffirms India's position as the world's fastest growing major economy.
On inflation, the RBI offered some relief, lowering its CPI inflation forecast for FY27 to 5% from 5.1%, citing an improving price outlook.
The MPC noted that headline inflation has edged up above target as expected. The realized inflation for Q1, however, remained marginally lower than projections, reflecting limited pass-through of cost pressures.
With inflation expected to moderate and growth expected to remain strong despite geopolitical risks, the RBI has chosen to stay the course for now, keeping rates unchanged while closely monitoring both domestic and global developments.
Sheikh Hasina to address media shortly, her first media briefing since exile from Bangladesh in 2024. Don't go anywhere, our big news coming in right after the break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। प्यार मसाला, प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say मोदी जी clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना, ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने मात्र एक कोर्ट बना।
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस शासित यूपीए ने पॉलिसी वैक्यूम करा, वहीं पर अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say मोदी जी clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
जेनजी की भाषा में मैं, अरे सुनो यार, सुनने की आदत रखो। जेनजी की भाषा में विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन।
आप लोग बहुत क्लोज थे, आप लोगों ने मिलके मुझे टारगेट किया था। अगर आप चाहे तो मुझसे माफी मांग सकते, आप माफी मांगिए, मैं कंसिडर करूंगा। देशमुख जी, मेरी सुई वहां पे अटकी हुई है, भागिए मत। देश देख रहा है कि आप भाग गए हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि आज जिस व्यक्ति ने मुझे अरेस्ट करवाई, वो आंख में आंख मिलाकर जवाब देने की उनकी हिम्मत नहीं थी आज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East.
आप लोग बहुत क्लोज थे। आप लोगों ने मिलके मुझे टारगेट किया था। अगर आप चाहे तो मुझसे माफी मांग सकते। आप माफी मांगिए, मैं कंसिडर करूंगा। देशमुख जी, मेरी सुई वहां पे अटकी हुई है, भागिए मत। देश देख रहा है कि आप भाग गए हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि आज जिस व्यक्ति ने मुझे अरेस्ट करवाई, वो आंख में आंख मिलाकर जवाब देने की उनकी हिम्मत नहीं थी आज।
Welcome to our Global. In this edition of our Global, we begin with what is happening back home in India. Meta has finally apologized for its child abusive content and deepfake videos. We also get you more details about another possible assassination attempt. We turn to the United States, where President Donald Trump faced another attempt, but the officials swiftly followed the assassination bid at Trump's California golf club. After that, President Donald Trump said a deal on the Strait of Hormuz could come as early as Wednesday as Iran and Oman inch towards an agreement to reopen the critical waterway and potentially help bring an end to the war. We now take a look at our top headlines. It's a big Republic impact. As in our top headlines, we get you details about Mark Zuckerberg apologizing to Indian government over the child sexual abuse material. We also tell you it's a direct result of IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav grilling Meta officials. Zuckerberg apologizes to India. India doubles down on Meta. NHRC asks 6 states to file FIRs against Meta. An armed man arrested outside Trump's golf club in Southern California just before his arrival from an RNC fundraiser, prompting a major federal security investigation. And Donald Trump says deal to reopen Hormuz could come as early as today as Iran and Oman inch towards an agreement to reopen the critical waterway. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has apologized to the Indian government over the child sexual abuse material, deepfake content, and platform errors. The apology comes as Meta's top executives met IT ministry officials amid mounting scrutiny over the content moderation, the brief restriction of Prime Minister Modi's social media post, and compliance with Indian laws. The government sources say Meta has also been told it cannot claim intermediary protection if it actively decides who receives content, putting its safe harbor status under serious scrutiny.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has apologized to the Indian government over child sexual abuse material, deepfake content, and operational errors on Meta platforms. Sources say the company has expressed regret over these lapses.
The government had made it very clear to Meta that they are not covered under the intermediaries definition as their algorithm selects the one who receives the content. Therefore, the safe harbor clause under the IT Act is not applicable. Meta then admitted, and this is the big one, Meta then admitted that it has made a lot of money by boosting child sexual abuse material, which means Meta has made a globally valid admission out here that they have made a lot of money by boosting all this pedophilia, child pornography, CSAM content. Then they apologized and regretted their mistake. I think this is a follow-up of Ashwini Vaishnav, the IT minister, who I'm told has done a very strong grilling of the Meta officials. And Ashwini Vaishnav is very technically savvy. He cornered them with facts and he was able to get this apology out directly from Mark Zuckerberg. So this really shows that when the government puts its act together, then Meta had to apologize. I don't think there's a global precedent like this, where immediately after a grilling by a government, Meta has been forced to acknowledge that it has been supporting child sexual abuse material.
Meta's top global executives met the officials of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology in Delhi today as the social media giant faces one of its biggest compliance challenges in the country. The meeting followed the controversy over the temporary restriction of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's social media message on paper leaks, along with growing concerns over platform accountability, AI-generated content, and child safety. Meta admitted substantial amounts of money were paid to boost certain categories of content on its platforms and expressed regret over these practices. The controversy has also reached Parliament. The Standing Committee on Communications and
पहले LOP या और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कुछ बातें कही। उनके साथ बच्चे भी थे। जिन युवकों ने 20 तारीख को दिल्ली के प्रोटेस्ट में भाग लिया था, मैं यहां बहुत स्पष्ट भाव से कहना चाहता हूं कि ये जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कर रहा हूं, ये जो ब्रीफिंग है, ये राहुल गांधी जी के लिए है, उन बच्चों के लिए नहीं है। बच्चे बच्चे होते हैं, हम सबके हैं, वो देश का भविष्य है। इसलिए बच्चों, आपको नमस्कार, आपको प्रणाम। आपके लिए ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं है, ये मैं केवल और केवल राहुल जी के लिए कर रहा हूं। पहली बात तो है, इससे पहले भी इसी मंच पर खड़े होकर, सदन के बाहर खड़े होकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बड़े स्पष्टता के साथ कहा था कि 20 तारीख को दिल्ली में संसद चलो आंदोलन के दौरान कोई गोली फायरिंग नहीं हुई थी। मैं एक प्रवक्ता हूं, जिम्मेदारी के साथ पार्टी मुझे भेजती है। मैं यहां अकेला बैठा हुआ होता हूं, मगर पूरी सिस्टम पीछे रिसर्च के पश्चात मुझे मटेरियल देती है, बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ। उस समय भी हमने कहा था, और उतनी ही जिम्मेदारी के साथ, क्योंकि यह संवेदनशील विषय है, कहीं भटकाव ना हो, कहीं लोगों को कुछ चीजें सच ना लगे, इसलिए बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ, शालीनता के साथ और ठहराव के साथ इस सच्चाई को मैं पुनः बयान करना चाहता हूं कि कोई गोली नहीं चली 20 तारीख को दिल्ली में संसद चलो आंदोलन के दौरान। दूसरी बात है, यह एक गलत परंपरा है। कभी भी राजनीति में बच्चों के कंधों पर, मासूम बच्चों के कंधों पर बंदूक रख के राजनीति करने का प्रयास जो राहुल गांधी कर रहे हैं, नहीं करना चाहिए। बच्चे हमारे देश के भविष्य हैं। बच्चों का कोई दोष नहीं। हम भी कभी स्कूल और कॉलेजेस में थे, आंदोलनों में हमने भी भाग लिया है। और जो बच्चे आज राहुल जी के साथ थे, उन्हें मैं बहुत प्यार से कहना चाहूंगा कि निडर रहना, बिल्कुल आप घबराना मत। हम विश्व की सबसे बड़ी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो सकते हैं, हम सब पार्टीज हो सकते हैं, मगर आप हमारे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री आपके हैं, हम सब आपके साथ हैं। हम ऑपोजिशन की और राहुल गांधी की झूठी नैरेटिव को, द बंच ऑफ लाइज दैट मिस्टर राहुल गांधी इज ट्राइंग टू प्रोपगेट, द सिलेक्टिविटी दैट राहुल गांधी हैज अंडरटेकन, हम उसे यहां एक्सपोज करना चाहते हैं। देश के बच्चों को निडर रहना चाहिए, और हां, जब भी आवश्यकता पड़े, आंदोलन इत्यादि, इनसे घबराना नहीं चाहिए। मगर झारखंड के बच्चे भी बच्चे ही हैं, वो भी आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। झारखंड के कुछ बच्चों से भी राहुल गांधी का इंटरेक्शन होना चाहिए, उनके भी तकलीफ और दुख को समझना चाहिए। मैं आज एक बहुत जाने माने मीडिया हाउस के एक आर्टिकल को पढ़ रहा हूं, झारखंड से है, अभी चंद घंटों पहले ये प्रकाशित हुआ है। मैं इसे पढ़ रहा हूं। मैं गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हूं, पर डिप्रेशन पैनिक अटैक झेल रही हूं। पेपर लीक पर बोली रांची प्रोटेस्ट में बैठी छात्रा। अभ्यर्थी प्रतीक्षा बताती है कि इन अनिश्चितता ने उनकी मेंटल हेल्थ को पूरी तरह तबाह कर दिया है। प्रतीक्षा कहती है कि मैं इस समय खुद डिप्रेशन से जूझ रही हूं। कई बार पैनिक अटैक आते हैं, पढ़ाई छोड़कर घर लौटने का मन करता है। खुद को परिवार पर बोझ महसूस करने लगी हूं। बचपन से हर क्लास में अव्वल रही। पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन पीजी में यूनिवर्सिटी टॉप करके गोल्ड मेडल हासिल किया। बीएड पूरा किया, लेकिन आज अपनी ही दुर्दशा देखी नहीं जाती। रिश्तेदारों के ताने, शादी का दबाव और परीक्षा रद्द होने का डर। झारखंड के इस सिस्टम ने मुझे डिप्रेशन और पैनिक अटैक की मरीज बना दिया है। झारखंड में जो जेपीएससी और जेएसएससी धांधली हुई है उसके खिलाफ आवाज उठाते हुए अभ्यर्थी ने यह बताया है। पूरी कहानी आगे और भी है। समय की कमी के कारण मैं पूरी कहानी नहीं बता रहा हूं जो एक बहुत जाने माने चैनल ने आज प्रकाशित किया है। मगर ये जो सिलेक्टिविटी है, जहां झारखंड के बच्चों के ऊपर अत्याचार हो रहा है, उसे राहुल गांधी कन्वीनियंटली दबा दे रहे हैं। वो झारखंड नहीं जा रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी सरकार वहां है। और लास्ट में राहुल जी का जो वक्तव्य था कि अमित शाह जी सदन में नहीं आ रहे हैं, माननीय गृह मंत्री सदन में नहीं आ रहे हैं। राहुल जी, आप सदन चलने कहां दे रहे हैं? और आप सब पत्रकार बंधु, आप सब पार्लियामेंट में रहते हैं, आप सभी देखते हैं, हम सबके पहुंचने से पहले माननीय गृह मंत्री सदन पहुंचते हैं और हम सब जब सदन से लौटते हैं उसके बाद वो सदन छोड़ के कभी मध्य रात्रि में, कभी रात को 10 बजे, आवश्यकता पड़े तो कई बार हम सबने देखा है, मैंने भी देखा है, रात को 1 या 2 बजे वो सदन से आते हैं। मगर सदन चल कहां रही है? 5 मिनट से अधिक, 10 मिनट से अधिक तो सदन चलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। 11 बजे सदन शुरू होता है। हुड़दंग इस प्रकार मचाई जाती है राहुल गांधी जी और उनके सांसदों द्वारा कि 2 मिनट के अंदर हाउस को एडजॉर्न करना पड़ता है। फिर हाउस बैठती है, फिर आप स्पीकर के डेस्क तक को थपथपाते हो, आप तख्तियां लेकर आते हैं, तख्तियां टीवी में दिख जाए उसके लिए पुरजोर तरीके से उछलते हैं। वैसे में किस प्रकार से आप आशा कर रहे हैं जहां सदन नहीं चल रहा है और आप ये कह रहे हैं कि माननीय गृहमंत्री नहीं आ रहे? जिस विभाग की चर्चा रहती है उस विभाग के मंत्री अवश्य आते हैं। माननीय गृह मंत्री के विभाग की चर्चा होगी, वो जरूर रहेंगे, वो हैं, सदन में ही हैं। मगर आप किसी भी विषय पे चर्चा नहीं होने दे रहे हैं, किसी भी विषय पे आप सदन को चलने नहीं दे रहे हैं। देश ये सब कुछ देख रहा है क्योंकि राहुल गांधी कहीं ना कहीं अपने आधार पर आज नरेटिव नहीं सेट कर पा रहे हैं, तो दूसरों के कंधे पर बंदूक रख के नरेटिव सेट करने की ये जो प्रयास है राहुल जी, यह राजनीति में उचित नहीं है। और मैं फिर से कहना चाहूंगा, आज का ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस राहुल गांधी जी, कांग्रेस पार्टी और उसकी राजनीति के तरीकों पर है, बच्चों से। और मैंने सुना आज मुस्कान ने भी कहा कि मैं मुस्कान शर्मा हूं। मुस्कान, आप अगर मुस्कान शर्मा भी हो तो हमारी देश की बिटिया हो, और मुस्कान खान भी हो तो हमारी ही देश की बिटिया हो। शर्मा हो या खान हो, ये हिंदुस्तान की देश की बेटी हो। सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास, सबका विकास और सबके प्रयास से ये देश बढ़ता है। इसलिए ये जो डिविजिव एजेंडा सेट करके राहुल गांधी जी ने चलाने की कोशिश की है, यह बहुत गलत है। यह देश का हृदय इतना बड़ा है कि इस देश ने देखा है कि आप साधु के वेश में आकर पार्लियामेंट के आगे बैठते हैं, साधु को घसीटा जाता है, साधु जी त्रिपुंड लगाए हुए हैं, गेरुआ वस्त्र पहने हुए हैं, उनकी पिटाई की जाती है। मगर इस देश का हृदय इतना बड़ा है कि वह इस गरल को भी श्रावण के मास में पी जाता है, मगर उस पर उफ तक नहीं कहता है। और आप इस देश में विभाजन के बीज बो रहे हो बच्चों के माध्यम से। बच्चे, कभी यह मत सोचना कि धर्म के आधार पर इस देश के बच्चों को विभाजित करने का प्रयास कोई कर रहा है। निडर होकर आगे बढ़िए, हम सब आपके साथ हैं और सारे बच्चे इस देश के हैं। इतना ही मैं कहना चाहता था। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
BJP responds to Rahul Gandhi. Shambit Patra there clearly questioning Rahul's silence on the Jharkhand protest. The other top focus on our global viewers, another major security scare has rocked President Donald Trump's security cover. Just 2 days before Trump's high-profile fundraiser in California, an armed man surveilling security arrangements was arrested outside Trump's golf course. Investigators recovered firearms, ammunition, body armor, and what they described as deeply concerning material. Take a look.
A major security scare just days before President Donald Trump's high-profile fundraiser. An armed man has been arrested outside Trump's Los Angeles area golf course after authorities say he appeared to be monitoring security preparations. Investigators say the 38-year-old suspect was spotted taking photos and videos of the venue. When deputies moved in, they found a loaded 9mm pistol inside his pickup truck, along with binoculars, a security 5-style badge, a .60.
Coming up after a short break, Sheikh Hasina to address the media shortly. Her first media briefing since exile from Bangladesh in 2024. Stay on with us.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है? सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो.
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात.
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In Bangladesh with seriousness and courage. Journalism has a duty to seek truth, especially when power tries to hide it. In difficult moments of history, that duty becomes even more important. Today, I speak not only as someone who had the honor of serving Bangladesh 5 times as a Prime Minister, but also as the daughter of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. I speak as someone who has spent her life with the people of Bangladesh. I was forced away from my country, but I was never separated from my people. Before I speak about the present crisis, I pay my deepest homage to the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, to the Saline national leaders, and to the 3 million martyrs of our war of liberation. I also remember with profound grief and members of my own family, whom I lost on 15th August 1975. Today is also the birthday of my beloved brother Sheikh Kamal, who was 2 years younger than me. He was a valiant freedom fighter, a youth leader, a sports organizer, and a cultural activist. His life represented the courage, creativity, and patriotism of the young generation of Bangladesh. I remember him today with deep love, pain, and pride. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last 2 years, I watched my beloved Bangladesh suffer. Fear has entered homes, workplaces, and campuses. This is not the Bangladesh we built. This is not the Bangladesh for which 3 million people sacrificed their lives in 1971. Let me begin with the truth about July and August 2024. It was not a peaceful student movement. From the beginning, my government tried to resolve the issue peacefully through dialogue, legal process, and patience. But behind the language of reform, organized groups were working to turn students' demand into violent political instrument. In 2018, responding to student demands, we abolished the quota system. In 2024, when the High Court annulled the decision, the government appealed because we wanted to uphold the abolition. I personally took the initiative for dialogue with the students and invited them to Ganabhavan, the Prime Minister's residence. 3 ministers also held discussions with them. A quota reform movement was turned into a one-point demand for my resignation. False propaganda was spread in a planned way. Genuine students were emotionally manipulated, while organized groups used their movement as cover for violence and regime change. Muhammad Yunus himself said this was a meticulously designed movement led by a mastermind. His own words exposed the truth. It was not simply a spontaneous student protest. There was no visible or responsible leadership. Instructions were given invisibly. It was organized, directed, and used to create a path to power outside the ballot box. From July 15th, the character of the movement changed. Killings, arson, attacks, and looting began. State property was destroyed. Bangladesh television was attacked and set on fire. So was different buildings like Setu Bhavan, the Directorate General of Health Services, the EPI vaccination program building, Farmgate Metro Rail Station, flyover, Mohakali Elevator Expressway, science research facilities, the Disaster Management Office, a national database center, a COVID-19 special hospital, Bangladesh Medical University, residential hotels, industrial facilities, businesses, prisons, and including Noshingdi and other district jails were attacked, vandalized, or burned. All the terrorists, criminals were released. Awami League offices were vandalized across the country. Leaders and workers were attacked and killed. Homes of ministers and senior figures associated with my government were looted and burned. The media was also targeted. Nearly 50 media centers private television stations and newspaper offices were attacked or set on fire. Journalists were killed. Law enforcement agencies came under organized attack. Police, sepai, the other officers were killed and their bodies were hung from flyover. Around 460 police stations were outposted or set on fire, and in some, personnel were trapped inside buildings and burnt alive. Weapons were looted. Officers were beaten to death. According to persecuted police members, at least 3,000 personnel were killed, attacked, tortured, or subjected to serious violence. So, I ask a simple question. In such a situation, what is the duty of law enforcement? When police stations are burned, government buildings are attacked, public infrastructure is destroyed, officers are killed, and weapons are looted, does the state have no duty to protect life and property? In every country, law enforcement has a responsibility to protect citizens, state institutions, and their own lives. This is not a crime. That is the duty entrusted to them by law. At the same time, I wanted the truth to be known. That is why I formed a Judicial Inquiry Commission on 18 July 2024. Its purpose was clear. Every casualty had to be investigated. Every incident of violence had to be examined, and every family deserved to know the truth. I met victims' families, visited the injured, and instructed the authorities to provide the highest level of medical treatment free of cost. And on 1st August, I strengthened the inquiry into a 3-member commission so that the investigation would be credible and comprehensive. But after seizing power, the illegal interim government led by Mohammad Yunus stopped the investigation. They did not allow the truth to come out. They gave indemnity to those who involved in the killings. If they truly wanted justice, why did they stop the inquiry? If they had nothing to hide, why protect the killers? That one decision tells the truth. They did not want justice, they wanted power. They did not want investigation, they wanted the evidences buried. Their own words export the truth. An NCP leader said revolution would not have succeeded if police had not been killed and the metro rail had not been set on fire. A BNP leader in Sirazganj also said publicly that Enayatpur police station was burned and police were killed to make the revolution succeed. These statements show that the July-August movement was not merely a quota reform movement. It became a coordinated assault on constitutional order driven by hidden instruction, organized violence, and propaganda. The conspiracy did not end on 5th August. After 5th August, violence became a campaign of political persecution. The killing that began on 16 July with the murder of Shobuz Ali, a Dhaka college student, and student league activists has not